When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game.
This is what makes a champion. Those quick
he goes for
reactions
the reset
and the reset.
He's done it! Chris won! It's your CBC France Paris Premier Champion!
What on earth is going on? We'll get it for him. And he gets it! Kawano is your champion! We gonna turn up the heat! There's the finish! He punches his ticket all the way to Capcom Cup. He hasn't dropped a single game! Absolutely flawless! Round. We're not finished!
So careful to get the jump back. He doesn't even need the level 1. What's happening?
Oh my god!
The best Street Fighter player in the world, Knuckle Dude.
From full screen's gonna be okay. No, never mind. It's Meta RD.
It's all about taking that first step.
I swear it gives me the chills every time I see that preview. Literally, right? I feel the hair standing on my arm. Not my head, but on my arm. Welcome, everybody, to the World Warrior Spotlight Show. Vicious here with James Chen to give you a breakdown of what had happened in the previous week of all the World Warriors that have been going on. And it's quite a hefty amount of them, too.
Oh, yeah. And some of these matches are ridiculous. And again, for some of these regions that we're just going to give you some of the highlights for, trust me, I've watched some of the matches beforehand. You got to catch a lot of these. So if you guys have a chance, I mean, a lot of these, you'll find them on Capcom Fighters or, even just on the archives of the channel that actually stream them.
Yeah, now majority of the time you kind of ask yourself, like, what's the World Warrior all about, right? In regards to, like, which region's going to be playing. Well, guess what? It's pretty much all of them. And we get to recap majority of them as we go on week after week. But the fact of the matter is, all of these World Warriors lead to one big thing, and that's into Capcom Cup.
That's right, for that $1 million prize. $1 million. And again, this week we're going to be highlighting specifically South Korea, but we're actually going to watch the grand finals, as you can see here, of South America East, which I think is like Venezuela, Argentina, Honduras, and one more I can't remember right now, but Mexico and Japan number 2. Japan number 2, let me tell you, oh my God, some of those matches were ridiculous, but South Korea number 3 is we're going to be watching the entire top 8. And the two of us have abstained from watching that so that we can give you live commentary today, and be just as surprised as if we were watching it live.
Some say by choice, some say by different sleep schedules, and I will admit to that. That's difficult, man. It's difficult to catch it all, but that's the beauty of it here at the World Warrior Spotlight. We get to highlight each and every one of those regions here, at least for those that have been tuning into the West Coast, or East tuning into the NA region in general with the English broadcast. Yeah. That's like one of the best parts is being able to catch up with everybody despite the time zone difference. And this is for a very good cause as well. For some of the players too that have been grinding it out for each and every one of these World Warriors, we do have the prizing for each of these regions.
Right.
Let's check it out. Right, we got $2,000 going into the pockets of first place, $1,500 for second, $1,000 third, $700 for fourth. Mind you, comfort at your own home, by the way, wherever you want to play on.
Yep.
2, it's free to enter. That's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. A chance to win $2,000. And again, the drop-off is really nice over here from $2,000 to $1,500 to $1,000. I mean, you're still getting half of that in third place there. So really, really nice. And
that stretches so far out if you're not in the North America region. Actually, if you're not even in California, that stretches out so far, brother.
If you're in California,
let me tell you something.
I just bought like a wrap, and that's it. There goes the whole entire.
That's the check. That's the check. But no, all jokes aside, though, again, it's just a great way to kind of get in tune with the community in regards to who's doing what in the world. And I think it's a very important thing to kind of spotlight. And going into our very first highlight, actually our very last highlight of our top 8 for South Korea.
Right.
Do we get to see that bracket?
I think, do we see that bracket right now? Are we going to give them a preview of that right now? It looks like we are, as you can see over here. Now, interestingly enough, I was told by production that NL did in fact enter this tournament, but he did not make the top 8. So he's kind of in a little bit trouble here. Now, keep in mind, however, that it is, the best 3 performances out of all 5 weeks of a World Warrior for each region. So I know NL missed one because he was going to EWC and he didn't perform as well here. But this is the number 3, so I think he's got to win like one of the next
to
2.
win all of them going forward.
Yeah, he's going to be in an interesting situation. And I don't think Korea is a super region because remember, the super region is whoever gets the most points automatically qualifies.
Interesting.
And then the rest of them have to face off in that end. But this one, I think, is just going to be the top 3 points qualify here. So.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a sample. Again, JP King versus Emperor. Minute Maid Orange versus Itji Mayo. You know what? I like that. I like that little switch up instead of Yo Ma. Okay, I see you. Musically sound. Speaking of musically sound, we got Yoon Jabez as well. Is that Hig?
Hig.
Okay, I wanted to make sure.
And then a KR Wrestling Man and Berserk Y or Berserky. I'm not sure which way you'd want to go.
I like Berserk Y.
I think
You
that's
know what I'm
I mean, with the
saying?
dash in there, I think that's Berserk
That
Y.
sounds kind of cool.
I think that's Berserk Y.
Yeah, we'll go with Berserk Y,
yeah,
right?
You know, I mean, Berserk. Why?
But, that's exactly. I kind of feel the same way sometimes when I play in rank. It's like you're playing Berserk. Why?
Oh man, dude, don't talk to me about playing ranked right now. I have been running into some crazy stuff there, dude. Oh my god.
Well, let's talk about what's going on right now. We got South America going into week number 3. Actually, South America East to be specific, right?
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, comprised of 4 countries. And again, I think it's Chile because one of the players is from Chile. So I think it's Chile, Argentina, Honduras, and Venezuela. I think are the 4 countries that are in that one. But again, they've been playing really, really well, and we've gotten a lot of representation from all the different regions, especially Argentina. They're actually doing really well. Yeah, a lot of Argentina players in this top 8.
And it's a pretty wild spread of players and I want to say characters too. With Shaka, who got 3rd, with Sim, by the way, Liito 94 with DJ, Mr. Panda with JP, Salvatore with Cami, Adept with JP also, and Pertusi with Ken.
Yeah.
That's a lot of like different looks.
And it's interesting because I mean, we're going to be watching the grand finals. The grand finals is going to be between Blaz 11, I think it is, Blaz 11 and Dookie. And Duke, it was Blaz. He got there, I think it was 3-0, 3-0, but the second match, I believe he played Shaka. And that one was so close, even though it was a 3-0. It's one of those proverbial close 3-0s, but literally he had to make the comeback at the end of the round, like almost every single time. But he's an Ed player. And, I mean, Ed is he's pretty good.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
He's definitely extending himself into that elite level of where people kind of had Rashid and Guile already. Although Guile doesn't have quite the results, though. Once we get to Japan, we'll see that a little different.
We'll see that kind of switch up. On the other hand, Dookie also has a handful of players. He actually went through, I think, 3 different players throughout the entirety of this week over the Warrior. He had Bison, JP, and Rashid under his name.
Yes.
So we'll see what exactly the choice is. This is the grand finals for South America East. Number 3 is going to be between Blaz and Dookie. Let's check it out.
All right.
Y nuestro amigo Duki por el loser side, pero al menos tal vez con una ventaja de que tiene las manitas un pelín más tibias. Cuando esto ya comienza, queridos amigos, la gran final.
Producción, cámbienme, switchenme las banderas y los nombres que están al revés.
Eso. Tenemos eso, ahí está. Ahí tenemos ya todo de forma totalmente plena, 15 de 10. Y esta final que ya comienza, Duque que ya recibió daño, pero a ver con esta posibilidad de cambio de trayecto, con ese cambio de lado, pero no. El Perfect Parry ya le da territorio de vuelta a Blas de nuevo. Se echa para atrás, a ver si castiga las tijeritas, por supuesto, intentando cualquier instancia de romper la defensa del rival, pero sin arriesgar tanto de vuelta. Ahora sí, lo pillaron retrocediendo, así que el castigo por abajo caía libre. Tenemos ahí Wake Up agarrando. No hay resistencia de parte de Duki. Tech de parte de Blas, que está atentito en todos los minijuegos. No sucumbe ante el posible Whispanish de la tijera, que marca registrada a los Bison. No come el overhead, pero así por abajo hay una oportunidad de Duki. Igual lo tiene complicado porque está cerca de... No. Ahí está el misil antiaviones de parte de Blas, que ODDP lo sobra, pero tenía otro más porque Duki no tenía cómo revertir eso y tenemos ronda para el chileno.
Sí, esta es una gran final, full Psycho Power, full Shadaloo, fíjate, Ed contra Bison en el escenario del laboratorio de Bison, o sea, más Psycho Power no se puede conseguir. Y bueno, Blas por ahora está teniendo, digamos, el rendimiento esperado. Está dominando bastante bien. Vamos a ver si Duki puede darlo vuelta. Viene ahí con presión. Drive Rush otra vez. Buena la defensa de Blast. Punish Count. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! ¿Cómo se cubre bien los overhead,
Sí, se está cubriendo,
¿no? ¿Qué carajo está esa interacción?
De los overhead, pero no de la que viene después. Así que, ojito con ese desafío. Duki se lleva un importante round, extremando recursos, eso sí. Ahora está sin tarjeta de crédito para imprimir más daño, solo las espinacas. En cambio, Blas está en condiciones óptimas para meter daño, pero para eso hay que romper la defensa. Y en este caso no ha logrado todavía el chileno.
Más que nada es también el hecho de que tiene disponible la level 2, Blas, que es muy buena. Igual ahora se gasta la level 3 de una. Va a ir para la destrucción de la barra de Drive de Duki, creo que es lo que va a buscar ahora.
Ahora
sí.
lo que le quitó.
Ahora le rompió la barra, ahora está muy complicado. Blas es muy bueno. Una vez que entraste en Burnout, el tipo sabe exactamente cómo destruirte. Viene ahí la reacción por parte de Duki, igual sigue estando bastante complicado el asunto.
Sí, complicadísimo.
Futsis.
Futsis, baby. A ver si sale algo.
Duki escapando muy bien, recupera la barra, ojo,
Sí. Uy, ahí recuperó las espinacas, se pone bastante igualada la cosa, pese a lo desigual en materia de energía, pero no.
Tremendo.
Siempre chequeando los
alta reacción ahí.
Alta
reacciones del muchacho.
Sí. Totalmente on point. Blast y conquista su primera unidad. Le faltan dos puntitos más para ser un nuevo campeón, bicampeón, ¿no es cierto? De World Warrior. Queridos, ahí está.
El muchacho está sacado.
10-0 dice la gente en el chat. Claro, más o menos así va en el global. Los muchachos, bueno, si consideramos las últimas 2 fechas nomás. Ahí tenemos a Duki, que intenta sacarse encima a Blast, pero no lo logra de forma global. Y de hecho Blast usa y abusa de los recursos, le metió los DDP y solamente comió Duki. Esto es otro round para Blast, queridos. Uf.
Sí, Blast está con toda, mete, pero la presión otra vez. ¿Qué vas a hacer ahora? ¿Te cubriste? Bien.
Está complejo para
Futsis.
Hace lo que quiere Blast con Duki. Puede caer un perfecto. Uy, trateo. Está para cualquiera. No, en realidad que no. Ahora Duki puede tal vez darle sentido a esa frase, pero tiene difícil, queda quemado. Muy buena la de Blast. Y ahora cuidado que le tira toda la maldad. ¿Y cómo sorteamos eso, querido? Lo acerca con el pegaloco. Vamos a chipear, gente. Vamos a chipear. El mundo se va a acabar.
La licuadora está. ¿Escapó? No, nada. Muy bien. Psycho Flicker, el Psycho Flicker es tremendo, boludo. El Psycho Flicker es. It's a pain in the ass.
El pega loco, hermano. Su majestad, el pega loco, que realmente complica una enormidad y lo manda a refrescar el cerebro. Blast a Duki. A ver si con Rashido hacer algo o simplemente salió al lobby para tal vez entender un par de cosas, bajarle un poco. Claro, ponerle un poquito paño frío porque Blast está en modo intenso, como siempre. ¿Qué? Volvemos a la Season 1. ¿Qué está pasando?
Duki Season 1. Y bueno, sí, claro, tiene que probar la última alternativa que le queda, porque ya Bison no funcionó, Rashid menos. Vamos a ver qué puede hacer con JP.
Vamos a ver, y puede salir varias cosas bien, pero si tenemos los perfect parries de Blast, no importa el personaje que sea, le va a pegar igual. Así que veamos qué pasa en el que puede ser el último punto de este World Warrior 3. Qué bonito Punish, y se lanza hasta la cocina, cuidado. Lo hace engañar con el frame kill. Qué locura la de Blast, ahora se arrepiente pecador con esa bolita para meter agarre. Le chequea la partida de amnesia, doctor, y me da la impresión que esto va a ser speedrun, mi gente. Si no lo pasó mal con los otros 2 bichos, ahora aún más porque el viejito está nerfeado, mi Leo.
Doble tournament point para Blas, Está a punto de coronarse bicampeón. Se mete con toda otra vez.
Es que si le chispea los dedos.
¿Cómo chequea Blas? Tremendo.
Sí, no hay forma.
Está on point, es tipo. Es un Navy SEAL, es un sniper, boludo.
Ahí. Tiene el jaque del emperador, del observador y del papero, ¿no? Tiene todo lo.
Buena
lo posible,
Duki,
Pero por fin una buena de Duki. Puede ser oportunidad. Cuidado que le tira todos los Pokémones.
La
Uy,
mega cochi, la
reversa
mega
chequeado.
cochi, la cochinada.
Bien Duque ahí, sabía que venía eso, así que aprovecha su turno. Está
Burnout,
complicado Derek,
destrucción total.
no se come
No,
ninguna
nada que
overhead.
hacer, nada que hacer, nada que hacer. Igual sí, Blas no se come ningún overhead, tremendo. Levanta un match point, Duki, un tournament point.
Y eso le puede dar un poquito más de ilusión al argentino, pero Blas en poco tiempo ya le tiene quitado un buen turrón. ¿Tiene recursos para meter más? No, se guarda el efectivo, pega loco disponible para traerlo más de vuelta al jugador. Perfect Harry, ven a la fiesta, no te creo. No deja de recibir daño el bono de Duki. Ahí Blas le chequea, pero ¿por qué hace eso si está tan cerca? Querido amigo, le va a doler. Tenemos al
Blas
Falón ahí.
súper
Diga.
súper efectivo, súper filoso. On point con absolutamente todo. Mirá cómo retrocede, cómo busca el espacio. ¿Me entendés? El tipo busca, como te digo, busca el momento, sabe dónde va a estar el momento.
Ahí está.
El
lo
momento
estaba
está ahí,
esperando.
ahí está el momento,
No te puedo creer, Blas. Realmente estaba esperando. Dije, ¿cómo lo gano? Y realmente estaba esperando algo así. Me da la impresión porque
Y
siento
se
que
lo
empezó
lleva,
a
se lo
echarse
lleva, Blas,
músculo
ya está,
atrás.
ya terminó el torneo, ¿me entendés?
Listo, ya fue,
no me había
ya
dado
fue.
cuenta.
Ya fue.
Blas, stop, please.
My goodness. Tenemos
I'll tell you, man, Blas ran through all of his opponents pretty cleanly right there. I did mention in the second match, it did get really close. And like I said, it required a lot of comebacks. There was a lot of rounds where it looked like Shaka just basically had that game, but then burned himself out. And I think Blas had one round where he literally had a pixel comeback on a burnout Shaka. But I mean, outside of that, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 to win this week here. So pretty dominating performance there.
It's one of those things where it's like, is it the Ed player or is it Ed himself? Like, what's going on? I feel like there's got to be a lot of studying to be done, at least in regards to some of the, actually not even some, all of the DLC, right? There's Ed, Bison, Rashid, Akuma.
I mean, right now, it depends on whether you play Ed or hate fighting him, right? Because if you hate fighting him, clearly it's Ed that's doing all the work.
I mean, so it takes a lot, though, because we've had this conversation a bunch of times over, both on social media and amongst ourselves, when it comes to, like, Ed players, right?
Right.
Eds, some of them just want to get the combo down. Everybody wants to get that decent combos down. It looks so cool. It does all the damage. It puts a lot of bar for yourself. But realistically, I think Ed is very difficult to pilot in regards to like how fast everybody else can play. Like setting the tone is one thing, but once you get once you lose control of that kind of play style and your opponent is forcing you to play a certain way, it takes like a really significant mind to kind of play in that counter poke mentality and also pick and choose your spots correctly. And that struggle is shown across like EU, or at least like a handful of players in EU. That struggle is definitely shown in Japan. So the way that Blas was playing it, I'm like, all right, so he knows what's good in regards to like how the rest of the world is playing Ed. It's really up to the rest of the seed, specifically from South America East, to kind of pick it up and figure out what needs to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I mean, that character is definitely becoming much more prominent. I know, I know a Cat Cammy who hasn't posted in like a month, so I hope Cat Cammy's okay. But like putting a lot of the data out there, Ali at Faye putting a lot of the data out there of like results and stuff. And for Ed had been a little bit lower, but everybody kept saying like, just give it a couple of months and Ed is going to jump up there. And I really think we're starting to see a lot of that right now. But I mean, also at third place was Shaka with that Dalsim. And I mean, I've been watching YHC Mochi play, and Shaka was doing really well with that character. That character is so bizarre to me because I feel like that character is
he's
so
difficult,
good,
man.
but then at the same time, like he loses like these crazy matches. I remember watching. It was YHC Mochi versus who was he fighting against? It was an Ed player. It was Fudo in Street Fighter League that you and Kola were commentating. Like YHC Mochi beat him 2-0, and I was like, this character's so good. And then Fudo won 3 in a row.
Yeah,
I was like, dang it.
That sounds about right. Listen, man, this is how it goes sometimes with these characters. But speaking of which, you talked about Shaka a bunch. I wonder if we have that leaderboard ready for us. I think we do, right? We should have it. Take a look at what's been going on. We got Blas at 135, Dookie at 120, Krem with 70, Shaka with 70.
Yeah,
by
so
the way,
there you
who
go.
we got for the other half?
Yeah, and then Pertusi, who was also in this top 8, as well as Leito, I'm going to pronounce that incorrectly, both with 65 points. And then Salvatore was in this top 8 with 55 points. And then Evil Kra, I guess. Evil Kra with 50 points over there. And, interesting, I mean, looking at that top 8, I mean, look at this. It's basically all Argentina with a little bit of Chile. Although the 2 Chile players weren't in this top 8, Blas was the only representative from Chile in this top 8.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense too. I was looking at it just now with the top 8, and it's a very interesting spread, again, with the amount of different characters and different looks that we had throughout that top 8. If you guys want to check it out for yourselves, go to twitch.tv/UAFG for all of the recaps. I'm actually kind of interested to see how Shaka performed myself. So.
Oh, yeah. No, he played really well, but that's a good call, too. UAFG is the Twitch, and that's where I was able to watch a lot of these matches, was on their archives. So make sure you check that out. Give them a follow as well.
Yeah,
so.
shout outs to the commentators as well. I didn't get to catch the names, but it's pretty interesting. You got it. He's got it on deck.
I wrote it down. It was Leo Pupo and Nick Dog were the ones commentating that. So there you go.
Very cool. Shout outs to them. And in case you guys want to check it out for yourselves as well, if you're looking at some of the highlights and you're thinking, wait, I'm actually from that region, I could be able to check it out. Well, guess what? We still have a couple more weeks left. Be sure to sign up for the World Warrior and compete in your own respective regions. Go to capcom.us/WW24. That is capcom.us/WW24 to get on your journey to Capcom Cup 11.
That's right. And again, so much Street Fighter action going on all over the place. So definitely kind of tough to keep track of, but that's why we're doing this. So hopefully you guys are enjoying these recaps here for you. But we do have a couple of more grand final recaps coming for you guys in just a little bit. So after a quick break here, we're going to have Mexico and Japan number 2, which is, like I said, there's so much going on in that event over there. But don't go anywhere, guys. Mexico right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Warrior recaps. We just went through South America East, which was their week number 3. And later on, of course, today we'll be doing the entire top 8 of South Korea's week number 3. But before we get there, we're actually going to be heading to Mexico week 3 and Japan week number 2 as well. So
it's going to be a lot to really consider, right? Going into it, Mexico number 3, what you could expect is going to be Lugabo versus Uriel Velorio. Now, Uriel has been a staple in regards to CPT appearances, also into Capcom Cup. He's been doing so much for both himself and the community in regards to leveling up his gameplay and also just putting Mexico on the board really for the umpteenth time. This guy has been so consistent, and it's actually been fun to watch him join in on some of the weekly events that occur throughout the entirety of the week, right? You'll see him at a TNS. You'll see him at a can opener pretty consistently. you'll see him at any sort of like Casa event, anything that's been thrown down in the weeks of most of the NA competition.
Yeah, but he's going to be going up against my boy Lugabo, representing the Kimberly. Let's go. He's doing the Lord's work with that Kimberly out there. He has placed first in a bunch of weeks, and probably in terms of like World Warriors, doing having the most success with that character. I know Psycho's also been doing a ton of great work in the East Coast out there for all the tournaments out there as well. So shout outs to Psycho as well. I mean, he is like my Kimberly god, basically.
He is actually, I think he's Kimberly God in my opinion as well. I totally agree with that. But there's also another Kim that was putting in work in the Mexico region, and they happened to place, I think, 5th and 6th.
Yeah,
right? Aza Belmont.
Yeah, there was two Kimberlys in the top 8,
That's
which was
actually
really interesting.
sick.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool to see, considering like how much of the character like we really get to see in a bigger scale, like on a outside of like a weekly event too. But just to kind of like break down the exact talent that was in the top 8.
Yeah.
Soul VNG, representing both Luke and Ryu, by the way. Hokuto with Mano. You had something to say about that?
No. Go ahead. I'll let you complete here. So
Kusanagi with Akuma and Ken. We talked about Aza Belmont with Kim. ISI, I don't know if it's EC or ISI, but with Juri, and then Excellencer with another Juri.
yeah, and what's cool about that too, by the way, I just want to shout out to Hokuto, of course, one of the best retro fighting game players right now. A lot of people have been saying he's basically the best Super Turbo player in North America right now.
Nuts.
He's so good. He also uses claws, so he kind of cheats.
That counts. That counts, brother. It's how many years?
I love you, Hokuto. No, but then also what's really interesting, all the talk about, obviously with Tachikawa using the modern Ed and such, Soul VNG, one of the only other really modern players that have continued to do a lot of work there with that modern Luke.
Modern.
Yeah, and a lot of people out there still hating on modern, but modern again is the results aren't there to justify that kind of thought process at this point.
We're starting to see it. It's also in like Sejam Slam a bunch. So I mean, like you're starting to see some progress with modern. Okay,
but see, that's what's beautiful. Like about the modern controls with Seijan Slam, it has allowed beginners a way in. So
and it calls for some really sick replays. But either way, we digress. Speaking of sick replays, let's talk about the grand finals. Who do we have? Lugabo versus Uriel Velorio?
That's right.
Let's kick it off. Mexico number 3. Here we go.
Sí, un primer objetivo claro para Lugabo, resetear el bracket. No puede pensar todavía en la True Grand Final si no pasa por esa aduana, si no pasa por ese primer set donde Uriel Velorio le podría poner punto final a esta tercera fecha del World Warrior México. No hay ninguna modificación y no se esperaba ninguna, mi querida Jaseo. Arranca la gran final, Uriel Velorio contra Lugabo.
Ahora sí, iniciamos. Muy importante, tiene que mantener completamente fría la cabeza Lugabo. Ya tenemos un round tan importante. Un 5M, buenos perfect parry. Aquí vamos, se me va volando hasta la pared. Excelente con el Tatsumaki OD. Un Jinrai bien confirmado. Tenemos el Shibi Punish Counter. ¡Ouch! Daño explosivo, vaya forma de iniciar por parte de Uriel. Apenas ambos logrando cargar una barra. Intenta cambiarse de lado con un brinco y ya me lo había devuelto con un agarre. Y pues sin más, terminamos con solo gastando una barra.
¡Wow! Lo decías, mi querida Jaseo. Lugabo viene con esa inercia, pero Uriel Velorio parece ser que se mantiene también ahí en activo estos minutos donde estuvo de espectador, porque se ve bastante bien adentrado en el ritmo de la pelea con esa primera ronda. Tenemos el castigo de Lugabo al inicio de la segunda. La esquina le pertenece. Excelente con el Wing Punish a máxima distancia. Wake up arriesgado por parte de Uriel Velorio. No alcanza a confirmar después de ese puño que había conectado. Viene ahí con la patada débil en salto, tratando de cruzar la defensa de su rival. Con el duelo de patadas, otra vez Ken vuelve a manejar el match, aunque Lugabo ya respondió.
Qué buena presión estaba teniendo en este momento Uriel, pero pues mira, aquí vamos con la presión de Lugabo. 3 barras y sí, ya nos vemos en la necesidad, casi quedando en el burnout. Es momento de asegurar esta ronda. Vámonos para el final round. Ya no se puede permitir ningún tipo de oportunidad para ninguno de los dos, Cher.
No, ya el rango de errores es prácticamente nulo para cualquiera de los dos jugadores y sus aspiraciones. Excelente el Izuna drop y confirmación posterior por parte de Lugabo. Buscaba el overhead bien bloqueado por Uriel Velorio, que tiene 3 barras. A ver en qué momento desata la furia de Ken Masters. De mientras está recibiendo pero muchísimo daño de las artes ninja de Kimberly. La lata que no alcanza a explotar en el momento adecuado. Ojo, ahí con muy poca cantidad de vida, mi querida Haseo, Uriel Velorio tendrá que trabajar este combate.
Uy, y con ese 5M como amenaza por parte de Lugabo. ¡No! ¡Demasiado tarde! Se le va esa última confirmación. Logra conectar la patada baja, pero sí tiene ahí un considerable espacio, un gap. Se espera que Shinryu falla. Momento de pagar los errores. Listo para que Lugabo empiece a trabajar poco a poquito. Ese reset se lleva esta victoria. Y muy bien para hacer los checks necesarios y detenerle el drive rush a Uriel e incluso castigarlo con un cross-on.
Totalmente, ahí lo veíamos cruzando la defensa del rival. Otro agarre al aire que es bien castigado por parte de Lugabo. Muchos checks por parte de Uriel, mi querida Haseo, pero ante el reflejo de Lugabo se convierten también en una amenaza para la vida de Ken. La esquina está habitada, ahí por los dos jugadores se sale rápidamente Ken Masters, que no quiere sufrir más en ese corner. El elbow nuevamente en caída, una entrada que le gusta muchísimo a Lugabo. Bonita confirmación por parte de Uriel Velorio, que trata de revertirlo, pero Haseo, Lugabo aprovechando muy bien la inercia de su run de Lucero.
Y excelente, pero bueno, recordando que sí le han castigado muchas veces ese codazo, pero se vende aquí. Última oportunidad para Uriel y el Tatsumaki no le permite poder recuperarse. Vamos trabajando, necesitamos ver un poco más de paciencia. Casi la segunda barra para Uriel, 2 barras para Lugabo. Muy bien para un drive rush, el puñetazo medio, pero de todos modos esta barrida le para el juego por unos momentos y el reversal lo interrumpe. No quiere dejar que se inspire. Y esto está siendo una buena decisión para Lugabo, chef. Mira nada.
Totalmente, tiene otra vez el castigo. Vamos a ver en qué momento aprovecha esas 3 barritas de mientras la barra de drive para Lugabo no existe y algunos segundos más tendrá que jugar así Uriel Velorio a plenitud de recursos, tanto drive como las barras de arte, aprovechándolo bien. Aquí podría aplicarla, veremos después de la confirmación del Tatsumaki. Tenemos el drive impact, el daño tendría que ser suficiente, no se la adivinan otra vez, mi querida Haseo. Lectura espectacular por parte de Lugabo.
Recuerda, aquí también en peligro para ambos con el burnout, pero claro que sí, si tenemos las 3 barras, es momento de asegurarnos daño y listo para, mira nada más, el KO. Sabiendo optimizar y confirmar, Lugabo ya se lleva su segunda victoria, chef. Estamos en el match point para el reset.
Veremos.
Ojo,
y Uriel Velorio toma unos segunditos, se sale ahí para buscar paciencia, respirar, analizar qué es lo que está pasando. Esa Kimberly está encendida, está on fire, así que hay que ponerle un poco de freno, ponerle ahí un poco el tope para refrescar un poco las ideas, la estrategia por parte de Uriel Velorio y continuar en este tercer enfrentamiento. Ojo, porque si Uriel consigue 3 victorias de manera consecutiva, se estaría convirtiendo en campeón, pero mi querida Haseo, con estas 2 victorias, Lugabo está cerca de ese objetivo del que hablábamos, resetear el bracket.
Aquí vamos. Un poquito, hidratarnos, respirar, pero ¿cambio? ¿Habrá algún cambio? Si nos vamos a quedar con Ken, podría ser Akuma en dado caso.
¡Akuma!
Efectivamente, chef. Vamos a intentarlo, vamos. Nos puede quedar otra oportunidad. Así que vamos a iniciar. Un poco de Hadouken por aquí, por allá. Intentamos llegar con el Skull Splitter, pero como veníamos con Drive Rush, muy buen momento para estar en positivo. Lo reconoce Lugabo, no hay mayor presión aquí. Mi respuesta con botones, pero cuidado con esos 5M. Ahora sí nos los pueden castigar un poquito más rápido. Peligrosos los proyectiles de Akuma, pero fallamos el Shoryuken.
Sí, termina por wifear ese Shoryuken y el castigo de Lugabo siempre va a ser inmisericordia reversal porque no quiere saber nada de la presión después de ese drive rush. La esquina le pertenece a la Kuno Ichi. Los proyectiles por parte de Uriel Velorio porque tampoco se quiere acercar a lidiar con ella ante la rapidez que ha demostrado. Viene desde el aire, excelente tech para evitar el agarre. Desde el aire también los proyectiles de Uriel Velorio. La dive en el momento menos adecuado. Haseo, que es otra vez castigada por Lugabo.
Y aquí vamos. Sí, no hay problema, no tenemos miedo al burnout porque sabemos que tenemos la ventaja de la presión contra pared y efectivamente Uriel no puede escapar y ya nos quedamos con 2 barras para ambos y un overhead y ouch. De todos modos, todavía no es el turno de Uriel. Tiene que intentar arriesgarse, hacer un commitment, pero no está dispuesto. Todavía está jalando, Chef.
Totalmente. Punish counter de agarre. Después de ese perfect parry, se lo va a regresar Lugabo con el combo óptimo. Veremos aquí la opción. Nuevamente el wall splat con ese drive impact y Zuna drop. Es momento de gastar las 3 barras. Veremos. Setup. Se acabó esto, Haseo. Ahí no, lo falla, pero ya.
Okay. Aquí vamos. Pues sí. Hay que cantarla, Chef. Pues vamos a cantarla. Efectivamente, pues ya con eso Lugabo consigue su tercera victoria, lo que significaría
Reset bracket por parte de Lugabo. Primer objetivo, check, palomita en esa parte. Ya tiene en igualdad de condiciones a Uriel Velorio. Todos los jugadores el día de hoy ya conocen el bracket inferior. Último set de la tarde, mi querida Haseo. Estamos a punto de descubrir quién se lleva la mayor cantidad de puntos en esta tercera fecha del World Warrior México.
Tremendo el rushdown, déjame decirte, Chef. El rushdown de Lugabo para poder hacer este reset fue de... ¿qué? Incluso forzando a Uriel a tener que cambiar a Kuma y que definitivamente tampoco fue como la solución esperada. No sé si sí nos vamos a regresar a Ken, que creo por un poquito, no el riesgo del Glass Cannon. Efectivamente, Uriel se inspira, usa el outfit aquí para que tenga los rizos, los caireles. Ken, y con eso iniciamos, ya es el reset. Ahora sí, chicos, el que se lleve estas 3 victorias será el ganador de este World Warrior 2024 en México, Chef.
Vámonos, último set de la tarde, True Grand Final. Uriel Velorio y su Ken en contra de Kimberly y Lugabo. Una dupla espectacular. Tenemos el setup. Ahora sí, después de todas las veces que lo he intentado esta tarde, impacta el setup de la lata por parte de Kimberly. 2 agarres ahí, el segundo con punish counter para que duela más. Salta de manera intempestiva, mi querida Haseo. Y aquí está la respuesta de Uriel Velorio.
Shoryuken, excelente, algo que había iniciado muy bien para Lugabo. Le puede dar perfectamente la vuelta a Uriel. Decisiones, buen daño. Vamos poco a poco con el poke. Pero vamos a ver que también está esperando, retrocediendo. Lugabo se las huele, espera y listo para responder al Drive Impact. El daño necesario, listo para gastarse todo el Drive Gauge y poder cerrar esto con un Scramble. Muy bien gastadas las barras. Aquí vamos y todavía le queda una a Lugabo, Chef.
Todavía una barrita para trabajar del lado de Uriel Velorio a punto y en este momento precisamente genera la tercera para dejar caer pesado el Shoryu Repa en caso de necesitarlo. Cuidado ahí con la confirmación, las patadas de Reka bien alternadas, pero que también son bien bloqueadas por parte de Lugabo. Ahí tenemos la confirmación. Shoryuken para rematar el daño. Lugabo salta y consigue el throw para cambiar de posiciones. Con esta confirmación, Uriel va a poner en la igualdad en el marcador.
Excelente, excelente. Muy bien. Nos tuvimos que gastar solo una barra, pero no hay problema. Nos mantenemos con 2 y listos para el final round.
Round final del primer enfrentamiento. Uriel Velorio en contra de Lugabo. Veremos si Uriel puede reaccionar después de el reset bracket que le ha entregado Lugabo con una actuación espectacular. Ahí lo tenemos, el joven jugador nuevamente dejando caer todas las artes ninja. Se viene el buff de daño, se viene el graffiti, se viene una posición muy favorable para Kimberly.
Oh, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien. Y ni se diga, todavía podríamos responder. Ok, fue exactamente lo que estaba pensando. El Shiryu Repa listo para cargarlo. No podemos entrar en la animación completa, pero todavía Ken puede confirmar unos Shoryuken más. Tenemos el throw escape y otra vez un poquito de intentar controlar la distancia. Un 5M, si vieron counter hit. Qué respuesta y reacción por parte de Uriel, que ya en este reset se lleva este primer match.
Uriel Velorio reacciona, Uriel Velorio despierta en el momento más crítico de todos y arranca buscando ser campeón el día de hoy, ya sin la ventaja que había trabajado a lo largo de todo este torneo, de este World Warrior número 3. Cuidado, porque ahí sigue a la ofensiva Ken Masters, remate con la Tatsumaki para quedar en posición ventajosa. Ahí está, wifea ese throw que no estaba en el rango adecuado y Kimberly aprovecha, mi querida Haseo, para iniciar su ofensiva.
Uy, muy bien. Intenta ir por el agarre, bien condicionado en muchas ocasiones con este setup. Va directo al agarre Lugabo, pero esta vez correctamente castigado. Aprovechemos la ventaja de vida. Un poquito de Hadouken por aquí, por allá, pero apenas se acerca. Uriel ya lo reciben con otro 5M. Listo para quedar en el burnout, pero no te preocupes. Lo que queremos es el daño. Listo para el scramble, lo dejamos en crítico. El pixelito que todavía puede aguantar Uriel. Y hubo un poquito de delay en esa Jinrai, pero bueno. Tiene listo el challenge. Lugabo no se intimida con esa ventaja de vida.
No, para nada. Y Lugabo termina consiguiendo otra ronda favorable a su causa. Veremos si logra convertirla en una victoria valiosísima en el bracket ya reseteado. Cuidado, ahí está la respuesta por parte de Uriel Velorio. El string completo de Lugabo, que otra vez tiene la esquina, se sale rápidamente. Ken no quiere saber nada de estar encarcelado en contra de la Kunoichi. Bonita la barrida, que pudo haber sido bloqueada y castigada, pero Lugabo ya está en una posición mental, mi querida Haseo, donde está arriesgándolo todo.
Se queda corto en ese último agarre, no hay mayor castigo. Excelente, porque brinca completamente el golpe de Kimberly, aprovechando las 3 barras. Shinryu Repa, ya dejándolo en un rango peligroso, a nada de quedar en el burnout. Tiene que conseguir esa presión, pero Lugabo dice, yo me quedo en el burnout solo, con tal de que no quede bajo mix-up o presión. Y aquí vamos, 2 barras, todavía Lugabo puede tener opciones de reversal, y aquí vamos gastando la primera barra. Sin miedo, todavía no le intimida. Mira nada más que reacciones, la confirmación, 2 golpes bajos y listo. Lugabo ya se lleva también su primer match.
Emparejada la True Grand Final. Respuesta inmediata por parte de Lugabo cuando se ve atrás en el marcador. Recompone y consigue una victoria valiosa, buscando ser el campeón el día de hoy. Arrancan las acciones del tercer enfrentamiento. Hadouken, que no brinca a tiempo Lugabo para conseguir el castigo. La dive kick como último recurso, que alcanza a castigar la respuesta que buscaba Uriel Velorio. En el cuerpo a cuerpo, el golpe débil nuevamente se impone, mi querida Haseo, a favor de Lugabo.
Uy, pero me están interrumpiendo mucho los drive rush, cuidado. Y de todos modos, Uriel quiere hacer los challenges necesarios, no quiere perder el turno. Excelente también por los checks de Lugabo, intentar detenerlo, pero los follow-up del Jinrai me están dando dolor de cabeza, dice Lugabo. Intenta tirar el Drive Impact, pero creo que en ese momento no era la mejor opción. Todavía Uriel tenía perfecta oportunidad de responder, che.
Sin duda alguna, deja pasar la oportunidad de respuesta y pues ahora veremos cómo logra revertir esto, a pesar de que pues ahí Lugabo se ve abajo en el marcador. Está siendo muy agresivo en esta segunda ronda, está teniendo buenas decisiones, está desplegando todo el potencial que le conocemos, mi querida Haseo.
Qué buenos engaños ahí por parte de Lugabo, pero ahí está, es el momento de Uriel. Intenta hacer última entrada, un jump pin que me lo reciben con perfect parry. No hay follow-up, ahora sí. Está intentando ver si la última patada puede funcionar, pero no. Se queda, se recupera Lugabo en el aire. Esto no le permite continuar con su presión a Uriel. Vamos a ver si el Hadouken sí le da una apertura. Excelente. Muy buena interrupción, una patada baja rápida. No le permite seguir con los follow-up del Jinrai.
Sí, hay una excelente interrupción. Se empareja este enfrentamiento. La tercera pelea está 1-1. Veremos quién consigue la segunda ronda. Tenemos el nivel 3 RAW por parte de Lugabo, que impacta. Ahí por fin, después de la gran cantidad que hemos visto el día de hoy, mi querida Haseo, muchos jugadores optaban por ese castigo del Wake nivel 3 y es Lugabo quien viene a impactarlo en el momento más crítico.
Suelta un golpe Uriel en ese momento, logra castigarlo, otra vez vuelve a hacer una entrada, perfect parry. No, ahí viene el setup, la lata que explota. Y todavía Uriel se mantiene defendiendo, pero la ventaja de vida de Lugabo es demasiado. Aquí tiene todo para terminar, llevarse su segunda victoria. Y aquí vamos, exactamente con este KO. Lugabo nos manda para el match point.
Cuarto enfrentamiento, 2 victorias para Lugabo, 1 para Uriel Velorio, que otra vez dice calma, nos salimos. venimos a poner un poquito de calma, un poco de paciencia, porque estamos en el punto más álgido del nivel para esta tercera fecha del World Warrior México a través de la señal de Mexican Match Series rumbo a la Capcom Cup. Uriel Velorio con la última oportunidad. Mi querida Haseo, 2 victorias o Lugabo será campeón el día de hoy.
Tiene todavía perfecta oportunidad de recuperarse Uriel Velorio. Lo ha hecho en muchas ocasiones, pero sí, crucial en este momento, hidratarse bien, respirar, analizar qué estoy haciendo mal. Definitivamente ha logrado recuperarse en rounds, pero no ha podido terminar en algunas ocasiones. Algunos combos que sí le están faltando daño a pesar de tener los recursos. Lugabo, sin embargo, está haciendo unas excelentes decisiones, saber en qué momento empezar con los saltos neutrales, esquivar, backdash y comenzar con las fintas. Eso le está costando a horrores a Uriel. Pero pues, ahora sí, nos preparamos. Lo que sería el match point para Lugabo o que todavía Uriel se pueda mantener. Comenzamos con tremendo trade counter hit, un 2MK para abrir la defensa, excelente para el Tatsumaki que nos lleva al wall carry, pero no hay castigo al codazo, chef.
No, lo deja pasar y bueno, después hay respuesta efectiva por parte de Lugabo con esa confirmación. Ojo, también Uriel Velorio, el enfrentamiento de un lado para otro, Ken Masters con la ventaja de vida, veremos si logra expandirla, veremos si logra convertirla en esa valiosa ronda. Otra vez Lugabo con el reflejo, mi querida Haseo, para aprovechar sus recursos.
Qué bueno que todavía tiene una barra, pero no va a ser suficiente. Uriel sabe cómo ahora sí cerrar este round. Listo también, gastando su única barra, pero vale la pena. Tenemos esta pequeña ventaja. Vamos poco a poco. El primero en que va a conseguir esta tan codiciada barra puede ser Uriel. Pero cuidado con el drive rush. Nos quedamos cortos con ese agarre. No hay mayor castigo, pero sí, ahí está esperando al proyectil correctamente. Buena entrada, patada fuerte en el Tatsumaki. Continuamos con un golpe fuerte más. No lo dejamos escapar. Esto podría incluso pintar para un perfect KO. Aquí vamos, gastaron todos los recursos. Lugabo quiere terminar el trabajo, gasta su barra. Y ahí está, chef. Ahí está el perfect.
Perfect KO. Y tournament point para Lugabo.
Ay, Dios.
Cuidado, vámonos, porque el último round para lo que podría ser el run de Lugabo está resultando al inicio un poco complicado, pues Uriel Velorio se va al frente, castiga, ahí lo tiene en la esquina, recibiendo impactos, acumulando recursos. Uriel Velorio no se quiere rendir, mi querida Haseo.
Aquí vamos, Shoryuken, lo tenemos en el knockdown, nos quedamos mucho tiempo en el parry. Uy, brincamos muy rápido con esa patada, nos deja descubiertos al aire. 1, 2, 3, aquí vamos, Dominatia, Shinryu Repa. Y pues lo que significa efectivamente, mi querido chef, que no solo le devolvió el perfect, nos vamos para último match.
Última pelea de la tarde en esta tercera fecha del World Warrior México. Impresionante el nivel de ambos jugadores, Uriel Velorio y Lugabo. Es quien le está recibiendo pesado castigo en la esquina. Lugabo mostrándonos su carta de presentación, el rushdown efectivo con esta kunoichi. Ojo, le da un poco de espacio para trabajar a Uriel con Ken Masters, que comienza con los proyectiles tratando de mantener la distancia, la acorta y recibe el castigo. Aquí tenemos, mi querida Haseo, la respuesta de Uriel Velorio.
Eso significa en un knockdown dispuesto a seguir presionando. Cuidado con el follow-up del Shinrai. Y excelente para el perfect parry. Nos alivia presión y pues escala un poquito, pero el chiste es quitárnoslo de encima y continuar en buena posición. 5M, doble counter hit. Hay muchos intercambios, pero todavía esto nada favorable para Uriel. Lugabo se lleva este primer round en el último match. Vamos a ver qué sucede, chef.
Vámonos, segunda ronda, nuevamente tournament point a favor de Lugabo. Uriel Velorio, cuando está en estas circunstancias, es usualmente cuando vemos su mejor versión. Juega bajo presión de manera excepcional, excelente con el Shoryuken para evitar la incorporación aérea de su oponente. 2 de manera consecutiva, mi querida Haseo. Lugabo está brincando mucho.
Buen reversal al agarre. Estamos teniendo buenas opciones. Vamos a jugar un poco con la mente del contrincante, sabiendo que hay un poquito de ventaja con ese round. ¡Uy, no falla las barridas! Vámonos directo a doble agarre. Juegos mentales, aquí vienen mix-ups. ¡No alcanza a ser antiaéreo! ¡Qué castigo se va a llevar en este momento Uriel! Ok, hay finta, pero no lata, pero sí un punish counter. 3 barras. El ninja estará a punto de activarse. Ni me digas. Vamos a estar en una excelente posición y todavía con los recursos y ese 11%. ¡Ahí está! El Pixel Chef.
El último pixel, la última oportunidad
¡Ay,
de
Dios!
Velorio.
¡Ay,
No, bueno, y con ese impacto, Lugabo se convierte en campeón de la tercera fecha de World Warrior México para Street Fighter 6. Actuación espectacular, reseteando el bracket en contra de Uriel Velorio. Exhibición.
I love the ecstatic energy from Haseo.
Haseo, she's great.
They're both pretty good. I was actually really, really into it. I was like, oh, okay, all right, I hear you. But it's something also to be said in regards to being 15 years old, taking down one of the veterans of your scene that has consistently made it into Capcom Cups or like big CPT events and also done well. But it's also another to kind of fully acclimate yourself to the system when you see the person only has this, like a sliver of life left, and opts to go for the drive impact, and still remembers, by the way, just like, yo, I could actually chill. This might be a checkmate. Let me see if he has the reactions, and let's see if he's actually willing to spend that level 3 right before the drive impact, or will muscle memory kill him? Right? There's a big stark contrast between like somebody who's taking a brand new approach to the game to somebody who's like reacting with like muscle memory, etc. Right?
Dude, 15 years old, dude.
Nuts.
I love it. I love
Insane.
seeing that with the Kimberly as well. Really exciting to see that. And you know, I did like a guest commentary for the Mexico scene a long time ago, and they were telling me about Lugabo, and like he's just brand new and he's just starting to beat everybody and everything. And it's just so wonderful to see. I mean, we have such a great crop of young players from all around the world right now. You know, I mean, look at Enzo the Hokage, right? I mean, over here, and then I know Random is pretty young out in EU, right? Random, Ending Walker, of course. You know, so it's so
Wild,
cool to
man.
see.
It's the insurgence of like all the geniuses coming out. But to be fair, it's like it's not necessarily just them being super slick at the game, super good at the game really, really early on. It's more so like the cultivated communities that they've had that is really like helping them with their upbringing and figuring out the game too. So again, you have such strong regions like Mexico showing off their prowess and also their upcoming prodigies as well. So it's a really, really big shout out to the community that's really cultivated their talent that way.
Yeah, and again, you know, one of the things, I mean, I've been talking about this on social media recently, is like, I feel like Street Fighter 6 right now is the hardest fighting game that in recent memory for me to tier. Because, like, I swear, like, every character can win. I don't think there's a bad character in the game, despite how my Twitter sounds, right? I don't think there's a bad character. And really, honestly, 2/3 of the cast for me is in this category of you can win a tournament. And then there's like 1/3 of the cast that are like, you can win, but you just have to work a little harder.
I mean, to be fair, the rest of the Twitter world, some say it's like, it's very inconsistent in regards to like who's winning some of these events. And that's fair. Hence, we even have like a top 5 discussion, right? Because at any given day, it could be those top 5 that are winning, but it's not consistently going to be like the same character over and over and over and over again.
Right.
You get some really big curveballs sometimes. You get a Zangief winning a Cream City Convergence, right? So, I mean, like, sure, that's the anomaly. It's like, oh, that's Menardi, but it's still Zangief, right? Like, it could have been a Blanca, could have been Luke, could have been a Kuma.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, I mean, what we've been seeing from so many of these characters, I mean, we'll talk about this after a quick break, but when we get to Japan, but you know, Hikaru obviously known for that Aki actually busted out on Unknown at one point.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that when we get there. In the meantime, let's take a look at the leaderboards one more time for Mexico to check out who's doing what in the world.
Dude, Lugabo, look at this. 100. He's in the lead here with 130 points after 3 weeks. Uriel Velorio, of course, following right behind with 115. And no surprise to see Kusanagi, who we didn't see in this top 8, if I'm not. Yeah, but still.
Well, he made it into it, but we didn't get to see him in like the top spot of grand finals.
But with 85 points. And again, keep in mind, too, that is old school Kusanagi, who we have seen since the Street Fighter 4 days. There is a new Kusanagi in the EU region who is another one of those young players coming up. Sol VNG, as we talked about, the modern Luke, MJ Gama, and then as you said, I'm not sure, Isi, I guess is the way to pronounce that. Liquid Zero or Liquid O and Jazz Dero at the end there. You can see 55 points, 55, and then 50 and 50. So right at the tail end of that. But again, the top 8 all play at the very, very end to determine who makes it in there, except for the super regions where the person who has the most points automatically qualifies, and it's the next set of players who actually compete at that finals to, account for, because remember last year Ending Walker won every week and then he had to play in that finals. Everyone's like, dude, you should just let him in. And so I think that's what they're doing with that super region concept here.
Yeah,
so
it makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah.
It really does. And shout outs to the rest of the players that were in that top 8 for week number 3. Hokuto, specifically Aza Belmont, as well as Excel Lancer. That's Manon, Kim, and Jury. Pretty impressive. I mean, like, 2 out of those 3 characters we barely get to see. I mean, we had Jury pretty much twice over in the same bracket. Other than that, that was Mexico number 3. And coming up, you were pretty excited about it, right? Japan number 2 is coming our way.
Yeah, for sure. But, before we get into that, definitely want to remind you guys that there are also CPT offline events as well. And Ultimate Fighting Arena is one coming up very, very soon. You can see there September 14th through 15th. That's this weekend, right? This is coming up weekend, I believe it is.
Yeah, this coming weekend. That's right.
So, again, you guys definitely want to check that out. This is one of those automatic qualifiers, so a lot of people traveling around the world to play in this for sure. But one of the things that I want you to take a look at over there is you can see the all language streams, that linktr.ee, the Linktree /Capcom Fighters. There are going to be Portuguese, English, Spanish, and Japanese language streams. There might be more. I'm not 100% sure right now, but for sure, those 4 are going to be there. So if you go to that link right over there and you want to listen in on one of the other languages, they're all available for you just straight up like that.
I did see Ken Bogart, so I want to slide in a little bit of French just in case, right? I did see that on the roster. But yeah, that's going to be happening this coming weekend, September 14th through the 15th, as well as many others. So be sure to mark your calendar. The one coming up afterwards, East Coast Throwdown in October, going on in the States, Hartford, Connecticut. Then the super premiere in Singapore following right afterwards. And then it doesn't even stop there. A couple of weeks afterwards, it's the super premiere in Japan. Blink Respawn the week after that. Then Kings of the World towards the end of the year, specifically in December 13th through the 15th. Again, mark your calendars or be sure to register yourself. Capcom.us/CPT24.
Yeah, like I said before the last break, lots of Street Fighter action going on here. And all of these offline events have been just absolutely ridiculous. So you definitely want to keep track of those instant qualifier premieres out there. It's going to be some good stuff, but one of the strongest regions out there, as always, is Japan. And so we're going to go take a look at the grand finals of Japan number 2 right after this break. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the World Warrior Spotlight. Vicious here with James Chen to talk to you about our very third World Warrior Spotlight. We're going to talk about Japan's week number 2. It's going to be pretty interesting because of the amount of characters that we had in this roster. That's one of the main talking points overall, but the stories leading up to it is actually the most interesting thing because of the current spread. We talk about how many times we see an Akuma, how much we talk about seeing a Rashid, and Ed, etc., Bison even.
Yeah.
In this bracket specifically, it's been very much so Akuma heavy. Now, with that in mind, there have been a handful of characters, handful of players, I should say, that have been really grinding it out against Akuma specifically, and one of them being Hibiki, right? No, actually, Hikaru, not Hibiki. Hikaru. And him not being able to make it because of one of his training partners into grand finals, that was actually kind of heartbreaking because there was a moment where Hikaru was grinding it out against Akuma, specifically against Fujimura. They were actually going back and forth because they also practiced with each other in preparation for Street Fighter League. And one of the main counters that Hikaru thought about, it's like, why don't I pick Manon?
Yeah, and
Right.
it was really interesting too because I mean we're gonna see in this grand finals over here it's gonna be Higuchi versus Shuto, but they had very different paths because Shuto got sent to the losers bracket a little bit earlier,
Right,
and
yeah.
then every match down there was like a lot of work,
Insane,
dude.
insane.
And interestingly enough, one of them was when he actually managed to take out Hikaru. Hikaru started with the Manon and interestingly went up 2-0, I think, and Shuto won once. And then Hikaru switched back to Aki, and Shuto won 2 in a row against the Aki. So there must be something about that matchup that Hikaru doesn't like, but I feel like he should have stuck with the Manon.
I agree with the Manon pick, and you know, he was actually considering it pretty heavily in the last time he performed over at Street Fighter League. Instead, he went Aki against all the Akumas, or one of the Akumas that he played. But even outside of that, you also have YHC Mochi. He's been doing really, really well, exceptionally well with Dalsim, and you want to talk about that for sure. John Takeuchi with Rashid, Aqua with both Blanca and JP. His Blanca has been absolutely nutty recently, and then Momochi with Ed. Momochi getting 7th place to 8th place with Ed is
well, I mean,
crazy.
The person that he lost to was YHC Mochi. Actually, was that Dalsim.
The one person he needed to avoid. Literally the one person in that bracket he needs to avoid.
And it's crazy too because I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but YHC Mochi in the last Street Fighter League, you know, he fought up against Fudo. And remember, I said he went up 2-0 against Fudo, and it looked like it was done. But then Fudo rattled 3 off in a row, and you know, Fudo is just that guy, right?
Yeah,
Just kind of makes.
He is that guy, actually. Yeah.
And so, I mean, after Mochi went up 2, I was like, man, Dalsim is so much better. And then Fudo rattled off 3 in a row, and I was like, dang it.
It's rough because like we're only talking about the people that didn't make it into grand finals, like how much of a bloodbath it was within the bracket itself. But going into the actual grand finals, it was Higuchi versus Shuto. Now, Higuchi, I feel like we kind of sleep on him a little bit just because he's still playing the Guile. He didn't really necessarily get the results he wanted when he would travel internationally. But this kid is amazing,
dude.
He's such a brilliant mind for Street Fighter.
This top 8 started off right away with Higuchi versus Hikaru in the first round on the winner's side. If you guys have a chance, please go watch that match. That one was, I mean, I'm not gonna look. A lot of the matches, I'm not saying which ones, went to like final game, final round, and like there was just There are some crazy matches.
Look up to the sky. Yeah. Damn, that was good. No,
I'm definitely doing the versus screen faces. I'm just sitting here going,
yeah, that's how I feel sometimes. In the middle of the night, too. But before we digress, we got to have you guys talk about it. We got to have to show it off to you guys as well. This is the grand finals of Japan, week number 2 only. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? So, and again, Shuto, keep in mind, had the long road to get over there with a lot of great men, and Higuchi went straight through, so he will be on the winner's side. So.
Yeah, so check it out. Again, here we go. Grand finals, week number 2 of Japan. Higuchi versus Shuto. It's Guile versus Akuma. Let's check it out.
見ていきましょう。ワードウォリアージャパン第2回樋口がいる対するはシュート号機いってみましょう。さあ因縁の2人盟友の2人
ポパンに仕込むバックステップ
シュートが画面待ち押し込んでいく
マイナ3からポパンを押す、で樋口もジャスパ警戒でしたよね多分ね。そうですね、何もしないようにしてそれよりのシュート君もフォアの押すっていう、いきなりも激しい展開になっている。
ただシュートのドライブゲージが危ない状況を樋口がラッシュで前に出る。上からシュート
溜まっているように見えたら
大きく入っている。追加
SH があったんでこれでリーサル取りに行ったんですが繋がらなかった。 これは非常に怖い。
そうですね、バーンとしてるのは左側、シュートの動き、削りがある状況。
よくがアウトだ今。なるほど、
ハリケーン、しかしその前に波動拳。
弱波動だったらもしかしたら消しながら確定していたかもしれないんですけど、強波動を打ってましたね、シュート。
シュート、そして樋口は
投げ
どう展開していくか。
起き上がりの波動とオーディソニックの読み合いもシュートが確実に勝ってるというか。
そうですね、まとめは早々に画面端に連れていったシュートの動き、
しかも3本たまるんで、もうかなりリーサル見えてます。
さあここから
何が入ってるのかですね。
樋口はなんとか押し返しに成功。さあしかしさあここから樋口にゲージは2つ、シュートはゲージ3つ。
ラッシュ多めの
お互いワンリーされてるんですね。
来るのかい。逆タック
今お互いのバウンド危ないぞ。さあソリッドパンチャー
様が
さあずれた。
これまだ削れない。
削りある状況。
1250削りあります CA は。
一定の体力になったらもう CA 削りがある。上子供にやった中段稼いだがねじ込んだのシュート。
確かにそこジャッケーなんや。よう押したな。よう押しましたね。
ゼロシュート。リセットに向けて好発進。
ガードで CA まで行って削れてる結構怪しい体力だったんで、もう勝ちに行く、当てて勝ちに行くっていうね、シュートの選択。
勝負の一手。
はい。
残球も一つポイントになる。
確定。
確定からダッシュ伸ばしてラインも上げていく樋口。リバースピッ。
もうちょっと
強い。
潰す遅らせでしたね。
タイミングめっちゃ良かったですね。ちゃんとしゃがみ強パンチに対して勝てるようなタイミングで打ってた。
から
これは SH でリーサルか。 そうですね。
倒し切り。
この長いコンボが、SA1 本使ってるんですけど、回収しながら倒し切りなんで、
そうですね。
実はそんなにゲージ差が離れていないという。
うまい。樋口が前に出ながら画面端にはこだわらないが、
この裏投げでかいですね。
よしよし。
と
樋口君もいなすのがうまい。
めっち
ゃいい投げだったんですけどね。
じわじわとでもラインを押し上げましたね。端に行ったのに。
そうですね。樋口は画面端を継続させないこのしのぎの力。から
弱系
ショーケラッシュ。
これ春国での逆転劇。
投げているのは樋口。
早めの投げだったな。
早めに勝負に来た。これで1-1。
タッチ終盤でね、遅らせ打撃を潰すようなタイミングではあったんですけど、早めの投げが
早かったですよね。
早かったですね。
でさあ恐ろしい打撃が空を切るが上は通さない。打つフラッシュに対してオーディボン昇竜。差し返す。
何台パン
しっかりと
しゃがみやられなんで
倒しきる。ハリケーンまで
完璧です。
いややっぱ樋口がうまくスペースを取りながらも殴り合いますよね。
リーチはガイルですからね、いかにゴキャがこうやってチャンスを作るか、
絡めてでどうにかするって感じですね。
こうなれば火力は出る。
さあ
これ置き全部重視。
この展開はシュート取りたいが、そこで切り返して
乗っかってる。
危ない。
10台をいったんだが、
そして樋口がまた入れ替えコンボから伸ばしていく。
パリ見てから
ここも読み勝ち。
これは大パンガードして、
おおマジか。マットに対して大天豪か。
でもまだきつい。
まだきついっすね。
それ逆転する。
とんでもない逆転劇。
すごいね。
いやよくまくった。
確かに諦めてなかったですね、シュートが。
流れが変わりそうなプレーになったシュートの動き。画面上飛んでいる。動きの流れになっている。
なんでも OK。
投げも通って噛み合わせが変わってきた。飛ばせて落とすシュートの動き。
マジいい試合だな。
さあ樋口は今何を思うか。嫌な流れに一転してしまったこの状況。
結構この残空がやっぱ効いてますね。割とここで残空の対処で樋口のラインを下げさせて画面足をチャンスにしたっていう感じでしたもんね。
おお、逆セーブ。後ろに回って特大ダメージ。
無敵技警戒。
シュートはリセットまであと1試合。
D ゲージないんで触りたいけど、
これねやっぱ残空相当効いてる。
シャッカから2ゲージ溜まったシュート。
いいガード。押し返したい。
まずソリッドパンチャー発動。
リバ警戒。
ここでお互いバウンド。そして削り。うわっ、ザンク
からない
から中が当たっている。シャッカー当たってるぞ。
ボタン押してる。削る。サーバー。
できた。覚悟の一撃。バーンアウト中の気合いのサマーソルト。みんなサマーしか言えなくなっちゃう。
ストロークは無敵ないんですけどね。
そうなんですよ。何に勝つのか。でも気持ちで勝った。
気持ちでしたね、マジで。
さあ画面端。
技打たないと勝てねえからな。
気持ちが乗っている。カウンターから伸ばしていくのは樋口。
残るんじゃないですかね。残ると思います。
全てを使い切った。
入れ替わらなければですが。
おお、被弾した。最後は中足。パーフェクトで樋口が追いついた。2対2。
ブレードの残りがシュートを捉えました。あるのまだみたいな。
さあこれでフルセット。樋口が勝てば優勝。そしてシュートが勝てばリセット。果たしてどうなる。
でもこの残空はやっぱり苦しんでる。
いいと思いますね。
これがチャンスになってますよね。
さあこの画面端先に作ったのはシュートの動き。このチャンスをどこまで生かせるか。
押し返す。対空バッチリ。
そしてダッシュ足からサマーソルト。これはどうだ。投げに来ていた。
読み勝つ。
遅らせ。
しゃがんでる。
しっかり
しゃがんでると甘さがあるんで。
いや伸ばしていた。
なんならノーゲージとかも
マッチポイントは樋口。さあこのまま駆け抜けるか。それでも今日のシュートなら
よく見てる。
今日のシュートならばと思わされる。中盤ラッシュ。タイタス巻き。
はい、
上は通さない。レシーブしながらパッ
シャーチュー。これは入れ替えだ。
入れ替えコンボを選択樋口。ここから反撃の伸し。もう一度投げて。ゲージは3つあるぞ。
食らわないと。
後ろ。
逆に投げて
CA になったよ。
これはね、中盤が当たっちゃったらもう
かなり危ないですね。これ。
そうですね。
このソニックで確実にリーサル。
さあしかしそろそろシュートの方にもゲージはたまりそうだが、
これ後ろ下がりに対して残空いってもかなり危ないんで、シュートが相当丁寧に立ち回らないといけない。飛べないよ。
危ない。ドライブはなかったか。
中足だ。
さあこれは走り切れるか樋口。
これは
さあ QU 元チームメイトシュートのこの猛追を撃退してワールドウォリアージャパン第2回優勝は樋口。
Can we talk about how sick it is that they actually do their World Warriors with a live audience?
That's not fair, bro.
They're playing online, but they still have like this show for people to go to and watch. You can hear people applauding and like gasping and stuff. It's so cool.
And then they get to do it again because they also get to like rebroadcast the recap show if wanted to. Like, that's actually kind of nuts, kind of insane, but it feels so good to like listen to the commentators do their thing in person also.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Aru and Hameko, of course, the gods, the gods of Japanese commentary out there. But again, it's just you hear the audience gasping, and I mean, honestly, whose idea was it to let Guile's crouching medium kick do so much damage on counter hits and stuff? But it worked. But you heard as soon as it happened, the audience was like, because they knew it. They were like, "That's it."
It was a single hit, and as soon as they saw it connect to the crouching medium, they're like, "Oh no, a cancelable normal." That's all she wrote.
So there you go. Yeah. So Guile Higuchi, of course. I've always talked about as being one of the premier of the young crowd coming through. And of course, in Japan right now, I mean, it's been a storyline, but now at this point in time, I mean, it's almost kind of like it's no shock when they win anymore. When guys like Nauman or Higuchi or Kawano take these big events.
Yeah, it really does depend on the atmosphere, but for the most part, when it comes to players like that, I would sort of agree with you there. And it's kind of funny to see how difference of a demeanor Higuchi has when it comes to playing in game and how he is. He's kind of aloof in person. When I met him over at EWC, he was just kind of he's just there. He gives real dad vibes. I don't know what it is, but I recognize that vibe for a second, for a cool second too. He's just there. He's just hanging out. He's like, "Hey gamers, let's go and let's get some games in." But once he gets on the sticks, it's different. His entire demeanor just 15 degrees forward. He's like, "I'm here to bust you up." Wait, it's just casuals. I don't care. You asked for a game, and I'm about to give you a game. But all jokes aside, Higuchi again, we couldn't have asked for any better representation from both ends, really. Higuchi and Shuto being able to represent themselves really well. And we were talking about Shuto finally letting go of the Marisa, and it's something that's been happening for a very decent while now since Akuma's release. Shuto has kind of been on the fence in regards to who he wants to main going forward in the CPT for his career, in fact, right? But I think he's settled pretty well on Akuma, and I think the results here pretty much show that. I think he's going to be rocking with Akuma unless something about Terry changes his mind again. Who knows, right? Who actually knows? But
I mean, it's frightening, to be honest with you, because I talked about that there's really no bad characters in this game, and I still believe that. But I'll tell you, even though I don't think Mariz is a bad character, she's disappeared. With Big Bird and Shuto both dropping her, and a lot of the Marizas going I can do just as much damage using Bison. We haven't seen a lot of Marizas as much anymore.
I think one of the main representatives is Jimmy DR, but even then he's still kind of reluctant to use Marisa. In fact, I haven't really kept up thoroughly. I don't even know if he's still representing the Marisa, to be quite honest with you. And that's how scary it is. But just sometimes, some characters, they just have a lot of stock value. Some characters are seeing a lot of play in high level, and you get to have all that data to kind of figure out how it needs to be played within the meta. And I totally understand it, because sometimes people have to figure out how to adapt with everybody else or pretty much drown, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's weird. I think she has the lowest representation in top 8s for World Warrior right now.
We've seen more Manos than Marisas.
Yeah. It's interesting too. Dude, I can talk about this forever. So you know what? I'm going to shut up. I'm not going to go down this path, because I will be on this path forever here. But obviously Japan only at week number 2, so they've got 3 more weeks to go. But again, every week for Japan, you mentioned we had Momochi in this bracket over here. We had Fudo in this bracket. Fujimura was in this bracket. So every time they do one of these World Warriors, you're going to get the best of the best. So
no doubt. Yeah. Let's take a look at the best currently right now for the leaderboards of Japan up until this point. We got Shuto with 60, Higuchi with 50, Kakaru with 50. Didn't make it into the top 8 this week, by the way. Hikaru with 45, tied with Momochi. Momochi actually had 8th place performance here. Orarin with 40, Ebihara with 35, tied with Fujimura at 35. Fujimura with his best performance to date at 3rd place this week.
Yeah, and of course, remember, since this is week 2, that's why the points are a little bit lower than we've seen from the other 2 regions so far. So they've got 3 more weeks to go. And you know what? If you're one of the top Japanese players, remember, this is probably a super region, I would imagine. So, but it's the top 3 performances in terms of getting into that finals. So if you have 3 weeks left, you can just still come in here and just dominate 3 weeks in a row and still get into that finals. And then it's just a double elimination 8-man bracket. And at that point in time, it's anybody who wins that can get into Capcom Cup. Sorry, I went way back there.
You went north, actually.
Yeah, I know.
You went directly north instead of over to Japan, right? But that's it's something to be said too in regards to how close the point spread is. Sure, it's only been 2 weeks, but there's so many other names that you're so familiar with that hasn't even touched that bracket yet.
Yeah.
And that's kind of wild with how condensed the talent is. But with that in mind, again, we have other regions that are just as stacked, right? South Korea is going to be coming up real soon. Again, it's something that we've been looking forward to. I personally haven't been able to cast any one of these or commentate any one of these, but I've been able to check it out. So really excited to see it. When we come back from the break, I believe it's going to be South Korea number 3, if I'm not mistaken.
South Korea number 3. And again, you talked about how stacked everything was. NL is in that tournament, but he didn't make top 8. So I mean, that gives you an idea. So
actually insane. Either way you spin it. Again, be sure to hydrate yourselves, get some snacks, and get ready for our top 8, where we get to run through the entirety of South Korea number 3. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have more of that Street Fighter 6 World Warrior Spotlight.
Welcome back, everybody, to the World Warrior Spotlight. We had just covered 3 amazing regions out there, of course, South America East, as well as Mexico and Mexico, as well as Japan. And so we got to watch the grand finals of those. But for this one, for the highlight of this week, it is going to be South Korea, week number 3, where we will be watching the entire top 8. Neither of us have seen this yet, so we will be commentating the whole thing for you guys live as if it was happening right now.
I mean, it might as well, because I'm definitely skipping that time zone, brother. I am not gonna lie to you. There are certain moments where I want to watch everything I can, but I'm also very tired.
Look, you have the magnanimous task of also commentating all the Street Fighter League stuff from 3 to 8 in the morning. So, I understand for you, get some sleep while you can, dude. Seriously.
What's crazy about it, the lower third with the ticker to show off some of the results is actually some of the coolest things. These are some of the names that you might recognize that have participated in this bracket but didn't make it. More so, look right here, boom. NL versus Kill-Lobotomy 1-2, by the way.
Kill-Lobotomy. I'll tell you right now, I think the Korean players have the craziest handles out of everybody.
Yeah.
I feel like we get a lot of the crazier nicknames out there.
We got World Class versus Modern Lizard. I know it's not Modern Lizard, but it might as well be, right?
Modern Lizard, nice.
And then, Hig was the one to take out NL?
Oh, dang.
That's wild. All right, so enough about this. We're going to be focusing on this. This is genius, by the way. I love this production.
Yeah, it's great.
Let's take a look at the top 8 bracket for South Korea.
Yep, and we start here on the winner's side with JP King. If he doesn't play JP, I'm going to be sad. And then Armper going up against Armper. As you see, Minute Maid Orange going up against Itji Mayo. I mean, look, mayo is how you say sesame oil in Chinese, and so that's all I think of is mayo. And then, of course, who we got on the loser side over
We
here?
got Yoon Jabez versus Hig, as well as Wrestling Man and Berserk Y.
Would it be Yoon Habez? I don't know.
It would be Yoon Jabez.
Yeah, I mean, if it's obviously a pun on the singer, right? So. All right, so but that's the top 8 that we have coming up here. Again, like I said, Wrestling Man, Berserk Y, Minute Maid Orange.
You're really loving these names, aren't you?
I mean, there's okay. You know what? There's so many other names I could go into, but let's actually start watching some of these matches here. On the winner side, we're going to be starting with that JP King going up against Armper.
Very interesting to see it too. Again, both of these names have been. Actually, I think I've seen Armper way more often.
Yes.
Funny enough, on Japanese streams. I've actually seen him as a training partner for a lot of the Japanese players these last couple of days, weeks even, rocking the Ken. But it's been M. Bison for himself, for his professional play, whereas JP King, you guessed it. JP is the character of choice.
I mean, look, he's 40 years old. He's been playing fighting games for a long time. I mean, did he only just join the scene? And so he's like, now I'm just JP King because, this is who I'm using now? Or, it's so interesting because if he's been playing for a long time, obviously JP, brand new to Street Fighter 6. So.
I mean, he could play other games, right? He could be just playing King if he wanted to.
That's
Like,
true.
That's just his main character. But who knows, right? There's a plethora of different games that we could see these players from. But right now, it's going to be JP King versus Armper engaging in South Korea number 3 with game number 1. JP versus Bison. Your thoughts on the matchup, yo?
I mean, it's strange because JP, I mean, this is kind of one of the things I wanted to talk about was how characters like JP have kind of fallen in usage, whereas I still think he's a really, really strong character. I would imagine that this would be a matchup that Bison would excel in with, the Shadow Rise as well as, no charge scissor kicks. I would imagine that he'd be able to stay in there. But we'll see how well JP King handles this matchup. Well, we got the corner position here right away, which is obviously great for Bison.
Good check, too. I love that.
Yeah, just gets a knockdown on those hell attacks as well. He goes for the overhead. Yeah, look at this. This corner has just been brutal for JP King so far. So Armper looking great here in that first round.
It's hard to tell, man. It's more so on JP, the player, to make that decision on defense.
And you just ate the jump attack like that. Again, it's interesting because, I feel like if JP started out as kind of bad and then got buffed to the state that he is in, we would see a lot more people playing because, that's what the character specialists like to do.
Makes sense.
But when you're really strong and then you get nerfed into this state, especially because a lot of people who were playing JP were doing it because he was top tier. I feel like a lot of them have left him, and there's not, obviously you have guys like Juicy Joe. I know I talk about him every time a JP is on the screen, but you see what he's doing in the EU. He's killing it with this character still.
He really is.
Yeah.
I mean, we've literally seen it for South America East, right? There was a good amount of JP representation as well.
That's 2 rounds in a row now that it was 2 rounds in a row that JP King just ate a jump fierce at the start of the round, jumping heavy punch. I'm sorry. Oh, the bomb. Okay, here we go. Perfect parry. This is important here. Gets a screen away, but like I said, M. Bison's got so many good ways to get close again.
And it's so rough right now, too, for JP King to kind of make this comeback happen, I think, because any slight given moment, Armper is going to be jumping in. There's multiple jumps that he's taken thus far, and he still takes to the sky. I can't believe the first part of the hell attack actually reads. That level 1's not going to kill, but pretty much close to it. JP King cannot miss. That's going to be a back throw, too, against Armper. What are you going to do about it? Kind of draining a little bit of that drive gate.
Interesting choice, but he back threw him with that air throw, so he got him out of the corner, so I feel like he lost a little bit of that.
He had no choice. I mean, if you go for the air throw, it automatically represents the other person. He doesn't have a choice whether it's forward or
really?
back.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so that's just JP, okay.
I mean, it's
Gotcha.
Jury as well.
Oh, okay.
Jury has the same exact thing.
Gotcha. Don't have the blessing of picking the side on the air throws. Oh, okay, yeah, gotta wake up with that level 1 every once in a while. can't let M. Bison just come at you for free like that.
Dang, that was a punish counter and a half, too. That was so far away. Armper so ready with the standing jab against some of the actions that JP King has taken. Let the spike ring, let the teleport out, too. What are you going to do about it? You going to let the shadow? Yes, sir. Let the shadow do the talking.
Yeah, you can see him throwing out a lot. Oh, he was just waiting for that teleport. All right, here we go. Yep. And that's going to be a lot of scaling thanks to the nerf to that Amnesia. Look at that. Even the level 1 wasn't enough to kill right there. Min scaling at 30%. Ooh, just crouched. Just got hit by an overhead ghost. Okay. So that's good. Gets JP King on the board. And I like him going air to air to counter the jump because the crouch fierce has not been working. Obviously, that move got nerfed a little bit.
I always forget how good the projectiles are because I think about it like Balrog, right? You're throwing out like a dash punch overhead, dash punch low, but you still maintain your screen position.
Yep. Get the chill in the back. Keep throwing those ghosts out like that. And especially against a character who does have a charge, right? You tend to want to low crouch and keep your charge for both all the time.
Sure. So even on a normal basis, sometimes people just get caught crouch blocking.
Yeah.
Even though the projectile, you literally see him creep under, like on the floor, you know that one's going to be the low.
Oh, here we go. We're going to send out the Larushka over here. Got him, but didn't keep the combo going. He tried to command grab him, tried to sneak in there. But Armper with the reactions going for the raw level 3. Oh, that is brutal, but great reactions to take game number 2.
I don't blame him for it. I really don't blame him for it. If you're buffering it regardless, I think that's totally fine because, I mean, the rest could have been a true block string from the side of JP King had he gone for like maybe a projectile a little bit sooner, right? But that was actually kind of wild that JP King tried to go for something like a reset against somebody like Armper.
Oh, he's going to be able to get the combo off of this. But again, very much skill. And he drops it! No! Oh, what an opportunity right there. And not only did he drop it, but he also let Armper right out of the corner. And that hell attack has been causing so much problems for JP King. It's like you said, it's surprising that he keeps taking himself to the skies to get hit by that. Oh my gosh, so much damage.
Oh, that was a punish counter too. I couldn't imagine. I didn't get to hear any sort of like tap parry. I couldn't even imagine what it could have been.
It had to have been the parry because everything else would have been a regular counter hit, right?
I mean, it could have been like Amnesia. Could have been like regular Amnesia perhaps.
Right. Okay, yeah, he is trying so hard to keep him out of the skies, but right now Armper is just kind of just jumping like crazy. Yeah, he knew he wanted to back him into the
punish counter! This is the only damage. You might be dead, actually.
You're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
Stop. Psycho Crusher, level 3? Why do I even ask you might be like, why don't
I don't even need to ask the question.
With how much the Psycho Crusher did initially and how much bar he had left to him in regards to like the drive gauge, I'm like, all right, well, he could just do Head Stomp, OD version, Psycho Crusher, Impose Your Will, level 3. Armper, 3 games straight. Dear Lord Almighty.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I felt like, you know, that Bison would have a lot of good mobility to get in there. And the way that Armper got in, he just jumped. He just jumped a lot. And, you know, if JP King was in the air, he caught him with a hell attack. If not, he just went for the jump fierce. And you know, it was one of those things. It was just a law of averages. Okay, you crouch fierce me out of the air. Oh, well. And then I got one jumping in. I get this big old damage and get to set up a bomb. It's just the benefits outweigh the risks for Bison in that matchup like that.
Yeah, and you talk about like the damage output that Bison does get off of some of these single hit conversions. It's actually pretty insane. Actually, not even just single hit, but just reading off of the air approaches that JP King had decided to go for. Look at just how, oh my God, it's nasty. Like, sure, we saw that part where he kind of like, he didn't want to finish the rest of the combo. He did standing media punch for the frame kill. Most people in their minds would just be like, okay, so he missed time something. Maybe he tried something else. Maybe it's my time to attack.
Yeah.
But in fact, it was just like an intentional drop, sneaking in the frame kill and going for something like a punish counter, or sorry, getting a counter hit preemptively, or maybe even like reading an Amnesia attempt and getting a punish counter. So Armper seemed fully armed for that matchup. No pun intended, actually. 3-0. But now we move on to Minute Maid Orange and Ichima. Yo.
Ichima, yo. No, I'm sticking with the mayo. I'm going with the sesame oil there. Sesame oil is delicious, by the way. I love sesame oil. Oof. And then, of course, going up against Minute Maid Orange, you can see both of these players, you know, I mean, you know, mid-30s, I guess you can count as veterans. But one of the cool things that we're seeing from Mayo here is Jamie player. And, you know, one of those characters that, you know, we don't see as often. You know, obviously you've got guys like Bolt Strike out there still. still, running the
God bless him. God bless
running the
Bullstrike.
Jamie train. But again,
Udio as well.
Udio
in Japan,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
playing Jamie.
It's so funny because Jamie is one of those characters that I swear, like, I have so much trouble fighting against him, but I know, the drinking mechanic is one of the things that holds him back a little bit here. And that's going to be the primary reason why most Jamie's players will tell you that it needs to be buffed in some way.
Yeah. No, I don't want to do that. I think he has enough of a drinking problem, and I think he's okay. I think he's okay without it.
It's the family herbal drink.
Yeah,
Come
but
on.
how much is it until you really start to kind of crash afterwards? Because he turns bright red. He's all keyed up, you know what I'm saying? But either way, it's going to be Minute Maid Orange going up against Ichima. Cammy versus Jamie, a match we don't really get to see too often.
No, not very often here. And, I'm not sure how the timing of it works, but obviously Jamie's DP doesn't go into the sky. He stays in the ground. So does that make him more vulnerable to dive kicks from Cammy? Because, a lot of characters, they could just DP, and if she dive kicks, the DP just rises up in the air and smacks her out of the sky.
It's pretty active and low to the ground.
Right,
so I don't know. I'd imagine that covers directly above him rather than him kind of committing to a certain awkward high angle. And that would be actually kind of rough. But I think Jamie, in terms of actually countering the dive kick, there are moments where if the person tries to go for a very deep dive kick, Jamie can do back heavy punch.
Oh, yeah.
To anticipate something like that and get the punish counter. And if it's punish counter, it leads to a lot that Jamie has. So we'll see if the spacing traps prevail or if the aggressiveness is going to pretty much play out in favor of Cammy.
All right, let's go check this out. Now, Cammy, of course, on the complete other end of the spectrum, a lot of people saying top 5 character, if not top 3 character over here. This character is very strong.
Oh boy, I like that. Yeah, I respect that.
That's a standard way to start for a lot of the Jamie players, right? And he's already got 2 drinks in there.
Oh, just missing on the other side too. That's actually mad unfortunate. I thought his character was going to be moved to the other side, or at least looking the other way, but Minute Maid Orange, I was going to say effortlessly gets the corner, but Ichima didn't spend it.
Does burn himself out, so this is a dangerous situation here. Oh, nice. Knowing that it's not a true block string.
I think it's fine for Jamie getting out of the corner as well.
That's true. And there we go.
Drink?
We got the DP. Yeah, we've got the level 4 here now. Obviously, Jamie very scary in this state here. Oh, especially that command throw is what you're most scared of at this point.
Yeah, it's so funny that Minute Maid chased him down after that stance, after you do the fierce and charge him backwards, because I think Ichima, again, if he had just been let loose to roam, he would have recovered off of the drinks that he gets off of the rest of that stance.
Here we go.
Jump, heavy punch.
He went for the command throw. But he did not keep the combo going. He knew he had that punish counter on the jump in. He had to have known off of the command throw whip. But Minute Maid Orange did not complete that combo, and that gave Ichimayo the chance to take that round. Okay. Ooh, okay, good whip punish right there. That's a good start for Minute Maid Orange. But that standing heavy punch right there, oh my gosh, it's so hard to deal with.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Get that palm out of here. I like that level 1 reaction coming in from Minute Maid Orange, because again, you're not letting him get away with some of these things for free. Ichima had gotten away with a handful of different palms in the first round that caused a knockdown, which caused the entire discrepancy of Minute Maid Orange. But now, he got the juice. He got the juice on deck, pretty much close to perfect. Very aggressive round 2 for Minute Maid Orange.
Yeah, and had that meaty time just right. Was that a counter hit? I'm not sure. Stand medium punch and the stand heavy punch for Cammy. And now towards the corner, Mayo's trying to get Minute Maid Orange down toward the corner. There's that dive kick. It's one of the first dive kicks we've actually seen from Minute Maid Orange, actually.
Oh, boy. Forward roundhouse confirmed into that.
Okay.
I see, brother.
All right. How's he going to complete this follow-up over here? Okay, just goes for a pretty standard sequence right there.
Just another drink at level 3. Yeah, still far enough for the spacing trap of the standing medium
kick. I get hit by that medium kick after throw drink every time.
Every person does.
I hold up forward because I'm like, oh, he's far away enough, I can jump, and I just get hit by a meaty every single time.
She is space trapped the game.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, might as well spend it right now because you're going to get the bird out and you need to catch up in life over here. This is scary right now. He has no meter at this point. What do? He just goes for the lock here, but yeah, I mean, there's just nothing you can do at that point. Oh, that was a rough situation. So that's why that level 3 right there for Minute Maid Orange. Such great awareness of that drive gauge. Oh, did we really get the switch over to Ed?
Man, I was feeling really good about commentating this game, bro. I was getting really happy. But we talked about playing Ed in certain pockets. You got to be ready for the counter pokes, right?
Oh,
Ichima making sure to take advantage of the range that he possesses with Ed. And also, checking out Minute Maid, he actually went for like a spin knuckle right off the bat. Again.
Yeah, there it is right there to get through the flicker. And like you said, too, though, I mean, as strong as Ed is and as he seems to be right now with the results, he's a very weird character to use, obviously. If you don't know, like, if you're expecting him to play as a very standard kind of character, it's not there.
It doesn't feel that way initially, at least, right?
Yeah.
You're so used to like different types and archetypes of Street Fighter. But Ichima, I think his main issue right now is getting himself in these burnout situations and getting put in place in the corner. I think that's been majority of his losses thus far in the set. Like every single round that you look at against Ichima, it always ends up being within the range of getting burnt out first.
Yeah. And it's such an important thing, too. And shout outs to Minute Maid Orange as well, being able to get these burnouts against Mayo and such, because, I mean, honestly, Cammy is a character herself that if you don't know what you're doing with her, you're just going to be burning yourself out. Like, she needs a lot of OD for, you know, OD dive kicks and DPs to get out of there.
One of the most rewarding OD DPs in the game, by the way.
Oh, yeah, for
If
sure.
not the most.
Ooh, interesting.
Hella damage.
Yeah, I wasn't close enough for that. And we're just going to go right into the level 3 here. And now it's going to be Ichimayo right now who's going to get the burnout on Minute Maid Orange.
Difference is Minute Maid Orange has 3 bars to his name.
Oh, he just went for it. He was not scared at all. He just went for it. Should be able to take this round with that drive cancel. And there we go. So on the board with the Ed, Ichima. Oh, that's going to be punishable, yeah. That's also what's really great about that standing medium kick that Ed has, too. He can punish a lot of sweeps with that button right there.
It's so insane.
And it's
such a
driver's
wide range.
cancelable, too.
I love that.
Oh, just jumps right out of the corner, gets out of there, and now, guess what? You're in the corner, and you got to deal with Cammy. I love taking that turn after the standing heavy kick with that stand medium kick. Like, oh, too many flickers. Oh, what a backdash.
What a call out, too.
Oh, he didn't have enough.
He did not. No,
Yeah.
he barely missed the mark, too. He was just one hit away from getting a level 2, but
No!
again!
I can't believe the distancing, the just barelys have been costing Mayo everything so far. Oh, he wasn't ready.
Hey, guess how he died again? Can you guess it? I'm gonna pause it. Can you guess where the Ed fell? Or like he gets why the Ed lost?
Corner burnout.
Burnout, son. It's rough. It's actually so rough.
I mean, dude, he burned himself out when he went for the OD. It just missed because it should have went into potentially either the level 3 or the dream combo at least, right?
I mean, he tried to go for like the OD blitz. You saw it, but Fierce, I think it was just way too far away to get the rest of it. That's actually mad unfortunate for Ichima.
Yeah.
He was holding on to so much meter towards the end of that.
Oh, no shimmy right there. I'm no falling for the shimmy as Minute Maid Orange. Ooh, just getting hit a lot.
I mean, good thing it was only a couple of lights, not backed up with anything significant, too. He actually had Ichima had forced an area against
go
that
for the
walk
mix.
back.
Okay. Oh, went for the parry, which is a good choice against Cammy when she goes for that, although she can do the feint with the punch into the throw. So she still can punish that parry. Wow! I don't know why every time Cammy hit. No, he did it! He went for, oh no! The surprise OD hooligan! Oh!
What's worse is there was a flash on the parry. There was a tap parry from the side of Ichima, too. That does just like so much more. Right. Speaking of punish counters, look at that. Already off the rip. Minute Maid Orange really squeezing out some of the SA3 pretty early.
Oh man. And now gonna grind you to a pulp. Is that what's gonna happen over here?
I mean, it depends.
Burned out again. He burned himself out again. Oh boy. Here we go. Oh, the delay on that standing heavy punch. Oh, he was ready this time. He was ready. He got it. Here we go.
The timing was definitely right for Ichima to take advantage of that moment. Minute Maid Orange now going to be on the ropes, at least for a little bit in regards to the life deficit. Ichima is just barely about to get that drive. Gets back!
Oh, just too far right there. And he should be able to kill here. There it is. So Ichimayo still with a chance over here. Has to try to get it to 2 games to 1. Had his back all the way against the wall.
Oh, there was time! There was so much time, too. You saw it. You saw the cancel off of the normal, too. He still went for the flicker. Got the back throw against the drive impact.
Yeah, I think he actually just thought she was like drive rushing for a throw or something and just kind of came out with that reaction. So very fortunate for Itchy, and now has the corner over here. Oh! Oh, he didn't. I thought he had the up one charge. I really thought he did.
I thought so, too. The fact that he held on to it for so long.
Right. Okay, not going to spend anything on that super. Oh, the counter bump into the level 3. No, that's going to be it. Minute Maid Orange is going to defeat Ichimayo here.
Wild. And he dropped it, too, with so much bar to his name. Not even being able to cash out on the fruits of your labor of building all that bar. It's actually so rough. 3-0 again. And this guy, man, dude, this guy's got beautiful hair. It's crazy. Look at this.
Check that out, dude.
It's insane.
Oh man, but
this guy looks like a star, man. I'm telling you, man. He's got to be like a celebrity.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of rough to go for the dive kick though from the punish counter, by the way, because of how high up it was. Like at most, maybe you'll have like a 4-framer, perhaps just because of how high up it was. And it was a punish counter, sure, but it's just such a sharp angle. It would be kind of risky.
Yeah, it's a shame here though. I mean, because like we said, that the Jamie looked like he was doing pretty decently, but did end up switching. I mean, he had that single hit confirm into the level 3 over here, which was really nice. And things are looking good for him. He had the big life lead here, but then lost that anyway. Switched over to the Ed here. And, oh, God. And I did a stream one time where I was just basically rating the defense of all the characters. And I had Cammy at #1 in terms of defense because, having the DP that gets you out of the corner on the OD and then having that jump OD dive kick to blow up the throws,
I even think from a counter poking perspective, I think her defense is pretty top notch too. Being able to use like something as active as a standing jab, or at least as far reaching and fast as a stand jab into something that's pretty active like a crouching medium punch. I think that's really, really great to kind of like equip yourself with. But double 3-0 all across the board. Emperor versus Minute Maid Orange, what you could expect for the winners finals now.
Yep, there you go. So that's going to be the winners finals. Emperor, Minute Maid Orange, just like you said. But we will be moving on to the lower side of the bracket, the loser side over there. As you can see, Yunjabez, and
I think it's Jabez because it's Seba Jun, right?
Oh, okay. Well, Yunjabez. We'll go with that then.
We got to pay homage to the great one, right? So we have to. We must.
And then Wrestling Man and Berserk Y hanging down there in the loser side of the bracket over there. And so we'll be getting to that in just a second. But before we do that, we're going to have a little break. And even before we do that, we've been talking about Street Fighter League a lot. I referenced the fact that you've been burning the midnight oil for the Street Fighter League Japan. And as you can see here, I mean, we have some just absolute crazy teams in the S division as well as the F division as well. And you've been commentating both of those, right?
That's right, yeah. Every so often we go between S and F pretty much during the week. But the cool thing is you don't have to necessarily wait and watch it live in regards to like catching all of the matchups, and you'll catch it in like Japanese. We've actually broadcasted the official English restream pretty much the day of, like on Tuesdays. Majority of the time it's Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to catch me and St. Cola as well, just in case for some of the tidbits. The crazy part is the producer gives us the live translations for a lot of the interviews.
Right.
So we are able to kind of like talk and give context to a lot of the training that goes behind it, and also the preparation in regards to what they want to say against each other, which is pretty neat. So again, be sure to check it out. Street Fighter League Japan is now upon us. We also have Street Fighter League US coming in real soon this October. Be sure to tune into that over at Capcom Fighters. You can check this one as well, all on Capcom Fighters.
That's right. And as we mentioned here, we're going to be moving to the loser side of the bracket, and we'll be doing that after this break. So more South Korea action coming up after this.
This is going to be fun. I'm still on a journey. Come get some. Traveling to new places, experiencing new things, meeting new faces, having good fights. Fight, drink, eat, sleep, repeat. Seriously, it's a good life. I'll pick up the check. down for one more. Time for a beatdown. Are you okay? Watch your move! Yeah, baby! Hey! Now, where to tomorrow?
The time has come to share with you news that's bleak but sadly true. I'm talking of the fell black blight, a spreading darkness, endless night.
The environment's changing and the monster population's taken a nosedive.
Blackgrass, rampaging monsters. What do you know of this corruption?
This so-called black mist is actually the Black Blight. Then there'll most likely be a blighted monster nearby too.
Looks like this whole village has been blighted!
Do we know what the blight is or why it's eating away at the world? No. But we know that it attacked our home, and that it must be destroyed.
The kinship stone commands the might to purify this foul black blight.
And we're gonna stop the Black Blight!
We can befriend monsters easy enough, but other humans are a different story.
Hunters and riders.
Like, they both respect and live with monsters. They're the same that way.
I've been waiting my whole life for this. I want to help my friends, everyone.
But right now, evil is growing in power. And soon, this whole world shall be devoured.
Yeah, we got claws for concern. Wrath is blighted.
You can use it to stop the blight.
But I'm curious about this kinship with monsters stuff. So I was hoping you could show everyone what it means to be a rider.
Some people just talk about it. A whole lot of lip service, but only a few people step up to the plate and do what they need to do. And one of those players is none other than my brother, Dual Kevin. What's up with you, Kev?
What's up, Rob? I'm chilling. How you doing?
Man, listen, I'm doing phenomenal, bro. This year for you has been insane, bro. I mean, I'm talking about what? Combo Breaker. You got third out, wasn't it third at Combo Breaker?
Yeah.
Both of the dream hacks, you were close to qualifying. You went to French, the mix up. Tell us about the journey this year, I guess in general, bro. Like, what has this all been like for you?
Oh man, this year's been very tiring. It's paying off, but very tiring, bro. Let me tell you, I had a team backing me up. Thankfully, I appreciate that. And being able to be so close to qualifying for EWC, it's been draining physically and mentally. Like, damn, bro, this season kind of rough for me. I'm so close, but I haven't been there yet. But I pushed myself more and more, and it ended up paying off. So very, very rewarding.
That whole run you had at LCQ, man, let us know about that and the Daigo match specifically.
Honestly, last time I was able to beat Daigo at CEO, so like, you know what? I might actually get it. I actually might get this qualification spot. But I mean, I had to do my thing, yo.
Yeah.
I fought long and hard for this qualification spot.
And then actual Esports World Cup, you did all that work and then you qualified. Bro, like, when you going up against them in the loser side,
versus one of the favorites to win the tournament. What's up with that?
I feel like parts of my playstyle can counter Mena's playstyle. So I feel like the ideas I come up with, my strategies, is all around general game plan can adapt to his playstyle pretty well. So I felt actually pretty good going into it.
And then the saga continued recently. Cream City Convergence.
Yeah.
CPT offline. Of course, you representing the home region, the Midwest and all that.
Yeah.
In the end, you go up against Mena RD in grand finals. That match, he goes with the Zangief and everything. What's up with that? That was, you the first person I feel like to run into his Geef in like a grand final situation.
Whatever character that Mena plays, he's gonna add that Mena spice to it. You know, like you gotta learn how to fight Geef, yeah, but then you gotta learn how to fight Geef that's being controlled by Mena. So it's a different matchup in itself. It doesn't matter how comfortable you are against Geef. You got to figure out him with Geef.
You know, that was for Capcom Cup qualification. So now Mena is in, you are one spot away. But World Warrior, of course, this is what we're here talking about right now. World Warrior, the first one you got third place. Since then, you've got first place and first place again. So you've been absolutely cooking there, man. How confident are you with your chances of getting into Capcom Cup?
I feel very confident. I've done the math, and it's like as long as I place top 3 in both events, I'm in it points wise for the auto qualification spot. I've been studying these opponents for a while now, since season 1, because you know it's the same Midwest region. So going into it, I feel pretty good.
You know, on a personal level, like I guess, like what keeps you motivated to pursue this?
Part of it is like me wanting to prove things to myself, but also just the friends I made along the way, like the close friends, I'd say, right? Like a Knuckle Do, like the times I studied with Mena, I'd say brought us closer to a Punk as well. Like I see them up there so often. I want to be up there too. But in order for that to happen, I gotta level up my game and I gotta stay consistent.
Yo, Kev, that's actually mad fire. So I'm gonna forgive you for the fact that you were saying close friends. I thought you was gonna say Big Hollywood Raw TV. Disgrace!
It would be with you still if you were doing your thing.
This is like that one time when we went to that Mexican restaurant. You started speaking Spanish after I was one of your best friends for years. And I never knew you spoke Spanish. You started talking to the waitress in Spanish. I feel betrayed for the second time. You got one more strike, duel, Kevin. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and good luck with the rest of the season.
The real Street Fighter,
the worst,
is the friends that we made along the way.
Rob not knowing that Dual Kevin spoke Spanish is the most criminal thing about being friends with somebody. Like that's actually kind of wild.
Oh man. I mean, you speak Tagalog, right?
I speak it poorly.
Okay. I mean, I speak Chinese poorly, right? So, you know, we're both there. So there you go. But of course, we are going to be setting our sights now, of course, on the loser side of the bracket here. We are going through South Korea week 3 of the entire top 8 of their World Warrior. And it sounded like when Dual Kevin was talking about the Midwest, sounded like it was a super region because if he gets the most points by the end, he auto-qualifies.
That's right. Actually, yeah, that was actually been a thing that was identified pretty early on over like the social medias as well as you know, talking about some of the big regions getting their big shots as well. But
and I don't think South Korea is one of the super regions. So I think that they have that one spot right here. So getting, you know, the top 3 placements, high placements is going to be very important for them. And so you can see right there, Yunjabez and Hig, whoever wins that will be going up against Ichimayo. So that's going to be happening a little bit later on. But let's find out who is going to be the one advancing forward between those two players.
And Hig is definitely the one that had taken out an L on the way over,
that's right,
if we're not mistaken, right? We actually saw it over the lower third ticker as to who had made it into the top 8, or also mostly what the adventure was like over in the brackets prior to reaching our top 8. But Yunjabez going in with Ken. Even without Ken showing up, you could see the flames on his fist.
He added flames to his hand.
I want to say that was all him, to be honest with you. We would have known he was a Ken main just by that picture alone.
Oh my gosh.
Guile, on the other hand, for the side of Hig, would have never known it.
Nope. But Guile over there, apparently the one that's taken out NL. And again, you know, very, very intriguing character because after the patch notes came out for season 2, everyone's like, Guile's one of the winners. Like he didn't get barely nerfed at all. And everyone's been saying he's, you know, one of the top 2 characters, top 3 characters. And his results haven't quite displayed that. I mean, even at Evo, there was no Guiles in the top 32, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I think it was like it was NuckleDoo and Higuchi. I think got 33rd place. I think they both got 33rd place. But you know, obviously we just saw Higuchi win Japan #2. So you know, maybe it's just taking a little bit of time for the Guiles to finally start asserting themselves here.
It's kind of what it seems like, and I'm actually kind of curious to see how this plays out specifically between Yunjabez and Hig going into game number 1. Ken versus Guile. Really excited to see just how the South Korean scene pretty much pilots both of these characters. I know like some could be a little bit nutty. Like I've watched Armper play at least from like a practice perspective over on like a handful of different like Japanese streams, but in regards to like the rest of the camp over at South Korea, I want to see exactly what it is from Hig that actually brought NL down to elimination. Right? I want to see exactly what it is about that specific playstyle that might have caused problems for his Akuma.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, you know, Akuma failing to get past the Guile, maybe we'll have to see the worst Shoto actually make it past Guile over here.
You know, I don't think he's the worst. I think we've seen a pretty handful of Kens still to this day. I think he's still pretty good.
Oh, no. I mean, clearly, I think Ken. I think, honestly, between him and Akuma, it's still debatable who's the best Shoto right now.
I still love this outfit, by the way, this color scheme coming in from Ken. It reminds me of the Green Goblin. It really does.
Oh, dude, we were just talking about him.
No Way Home.
Earlier.
Yeah, man. That's him. That's Willem Dafoe.
Dude, seriously, you know what? I mean, Ken may be something of a martial artist himself.
Probably.
So.
Oh, boy. You thought you could throw out that heavy punch against me?
Okay. And now just drive rushes right in there. The classic fireball on the drive rush. Nice perfect parry. And actually good on Hig to not throw the second sonic boom. A lot of times you don't think about that perfect parry. You throw the second fireball. The guy just jumps right over and blows you up. Try and stop me. Here we go. Look at all that corner carry. Wow, the wake up drive reversal. Interesting. Instead of even a flash kick.
Oh, you're actually burnt out and dead. Yeah, that's going to be all chip. So one of the things I did start to notice from like a lot of the other Ken players recently, primarily, not that, definitely not that. The options to go for like what Ryukichi would do would be like target combo into like heavy dragon lash. Instead of going for the damage ender of uppercut, they would just go for double dash forward.
Yeah.
Like they miss out on the damage, but they get the corner position.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of this game is designed that way, right? You have the damage ender, but bad Oki, and then you have the less damage ender, but you have better Oki. There's a lot. Oh, what the heck was that?
He just wanted to get really into the games. He's running up.
What you say about my wife?
That's my sister, man. You know,
I know. Oh, man. I still want to know who decided to make that thing canon right
That's
there.
pretty cool. I'm telling you, man. That's actually pretty deep in. Now you got like the brothers-in-law fighting.
Right. That's true. That's true. Oh no. That's going to be it right there. Well,
no, he's grounded.
Wow,
you can't.
What the? Okay.
You can't do that.
If he's crouching?
It doesn't come out to like a true combo.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Higgs still manages to take that, so here we go. Oh, Standing Fierce almost found its mark, dude. Oh, not plus though, so I'm going to be completely safe on that.
I love the counter with the building as well. Good awareness from Yunjabez. Now, coming after the drive rush too.
Ken has some of the best counter hit conversions thanks to that standing light kick, man. Standing light kick links after everything.
At 5 frames, yeah. I mean, makes a lot of sense.
Counter hit step kicks, counter hit low kick off of the Jinrai. I mean,
just enough range to get like respect.
Yep.
It feels great. It's a good normal, man.
Yeah, some people have said that is actually like one of the most powerful things that Ken has, is that standing light kick.
It's almost similar to Ken, no?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Both in like animation and like, I think hitbox-wise, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, Cammy, she has probably maybe the best set of stand light punch, stand light kick that is in the game, really, honestly. Oh. All right, back throw, kind of try to put Yunjabez into the corner over here. Can Yunjabez get in there? He had a perfect that first round, so wants to see if he can tie it up 1-1. Okay. Oh, yeah, the shimmy. Got him with the shimmy. Again, off of that plus back fist. You can crouch it. It doesn't hit crouching characters, which is why Guiles don't just throw that out all over the place. But if you do happen to block it, yeah, you are minus.
Jesus Christ. Did you see the confirm off of the OD fireball from Yunjabez? It's actually insane. The fact that it still keeps you grounded is the reason why it's one of the best fireballs, one of the best OD fireballs.
It's supposed to be a weakness, right? Because like in Third Strike, it doesn't knock down either, right? And it's like that's why it's not as good as Ryu's. But here, it's better for that reason. Okay, throw tech here, but he got a lot of root rounds. So that's a double perfect for Yunjabez right there. Even though he lost the round in the middle, still two perfects right there.
Oh, no, that definitely counts. 100% that counts. Oh, yeah. And I love how compact that button is. Catching the crouching exclusive, I like that. Yeah. With the medium Dragon Lash, continuing the combo. Big shimmy against Hig.
Oh, there we go. Gets the juggle, full juggle in the corner. Tries to back off. God, it's just to get punched in the face.
It's so raw and aggressive animation-wise. There we go. Fight back, Hig. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Hig's got to get out of here right now if he can. Oh, okay. Punish counter, but it's too far away, and he wasn't charged for the flash kick, it looked like. Help. No anti-air, no crouch fierce either. Okay, there we go. Gets out of there. I mean, earlier we saw the wake-up drive reversal, which...
Oh, and you saw the drive impact coming out from Hig?
Yeah.
A little bit overzealous in the decision-making, trying to get himself out of the corner in that fashion. Like, I don't blame him for doing that, but at the same time, Yunjabez is just so close.
Oh, okay, that's going to be big combo right there. Like I said, once you get that +4, either on punish counter or on a drive rush, you can link right off of that. It's so good. Oh, they're just trapped in the... Okay, gets out of there. Yep, there we go. Oh, what? No, where's the flash kick? Where's anything?
What is anything? Not quite the burnout just yet, though. Oh, looking by a pixel in regards to the drive gauge.
Oh, boy.
Pixel and a half, perhaps.
OD Fireball maybe as a meaty? Nope. Oh, just punch to the face again. It was only a counter hit. Had it been a punish counter, he could have linked that crouching medium kick off of that. Yunjabez has been jumping on Hig a lot here. Hig hasn't been charged up for the flash kick. Oh, speaking of jumping, right there, the raw jump over the Sonic Boom. Because Hig, honestly, he wasn't crouching. He didn't give Yunjabez any reason not to jump, I feel like. Especially with Ken, because that jumping heavy punch is just so good.
Even and he came in with jumping heavy kick.
Right, I was about to say, even though he didn't use it, but still.
Crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of threats, more so on the down game than there is in the airborne department. So, Hig, there we go. Okay,
yeah,
starting to be pretty consistent at the sharper angles. He will throw out the crouching heavy punch, but further on, I think Yunjabez is going to take liberties with those jumps again. We'll see if that happens. Hig gets to occupy a lot of the space with the fireball. Up until that point, that could have been so disastrous.
He actually had that one again, but not going to happen there. But look at that, just like that, already basically tied up the life here. Any combo is a into run. Is that going to be enough? He only had a level 1. He only had a level 1. What did he try to go? He went for a DP there, but the light DP doesn't work in that situation.
And the classic Street Fighter 2, jump, roundhouse, and the sweep. The first combo anybody has ever learned.
Yep.
In the game of Street Fighter.
Yep. Oh man, it was such a good combo back in the day, man.
Hella damage and a knockdown, I'll take it.
Oh, there we go, gets a throw now. But Yunjabez is the one at match point. I mean, Hig started out really strong, but Yunjabez winning 2 in a row, and now he's only just needs that one more round. And again, not discouraged from jumping, even though Hig has got the anti-air going now. Oh, again, yeah. So Hig definitely focusing on that, and it's interesting because Hig is really not choosing to play the flash kick charge. Nice reverse link right there. Crouching strong and crouching jab, medium punch, light punch, I should say. So he's gonna be able to stay alive here if he can take this and tie it up 2-2.
We'll see if the explosive comes out with both having 3 bars to their name. He's not gonna be just yet. Hig slowly working his way out into the corner to push Yunjabez.
I thought he was gonna go for the level 3 right there, give himself a giant life lead and to burn out a little bit more of that. And so there's that jumping heavy punch that I was talking about, and Yunjabez is gonna spend the level 3 here.
Exactly as we mentioned, he's looking to be pretty explosive, but will he get Hig into the corner in time? Yeah, actually he does already, excuse me.
He's right there already, and that was a punish counter throw, so almost burned him out. That's, oh, he just got hit by the fireball. Did he do that on purpose? Just so he didn't get burned out? He does have that critical art on deck. I think he's gonna get hit by the jump. Oh, he went for the overhead, but the jab, the light punch from Yunjabez is gonna take it 3-1.
following pretty similar fashion as the previous games, man. In terms of the pacing, we thought it'd be a little bit longer pace because of the fact that Hig was playing the Guile out. You know, we've seen a lot of these kind of matches play out in regards to like watching Giles play. I don't know what that was. Like, I don't know why like him going for that is a very interesting call out, because again, he could just go for like the regular one, which is like
the
any
light
of the other
punch
versions, light punch or
yeah.
medium, right? And that would have been just fine. But instead he went for the heavy punch version, which is kind of questionable. But we know these guys understand like what to do in regards to like the big hit confirms. We saw Yunjabez recognize that Guile was crouching and went for the medium lash extension. But I think in regards to like the overall matchup, I think Yunjabez having the right appropriate reads against Higgs to take to the skies, because he's not taking like super severe damage. He's taking like a crouching heavy punch and it gets reset off of him, right?
Similar to what we had talked about in the JP match, right? Remember I was saying that who was the Bison against JP? It was Armper, right? Against JP King. He just kept jumping because he was like, go ahead, crouch fierce me out of the air. It's not that much damage, right? So he was willing to risk that all the time. So, you know, a lot of times when you are getting crouch fierce out of the air, it can feel discouraging, but you can't let, you know, so you just have to do the pot odds basically, right?
Yeah,
so
I would take a crouching heavy punch over a perfect flash kick any day.
Yeah,
to be honest with you. Because
exactly.
the spacing that you are pushed back to from a perfect flash kick allows him to set up either like a pretty meaty sonic boom or even like a threat of a sonic blade into sonic cross if need be, right?
Right, knockdown versus at least just resetting onto your feet, right? So it's a big difference right there. But there it is. So unfortunately, that means Hig is out of the tournament now. Yunjabez is going to be the one that's going up against Ichimayo right now. And we're going to move on to the next match here on loser side round 1, which is Wrestling Man get up against a Berserk Y. There you see him
I
right
was
there.
hoping, man, you know what's crazy? I was hoping Wrestling Man was going to play Zangief. And then Berserk Y over here is like, I got you covered.
That's right, huh? Wrestling Man is the one not playing the wrestler over here. Very interesting. But if he's Wrestling Man, maybe he's all ready for this matchup here. But
You would think so. I mean, same could be said for Berserk Y. Like once that level 2 comes out from Rashid, like you go Berserk. Most players do.
Yeah, I mean, Zangief, obviously, like, you know, we saw during that interview with Dual Kevin. Shout outs to Dual Kevin, by the way. Obviously, Mena RD qualifying with the Zangief, you know, talking to Itazana EWC. He says that he thinks Zangief is top 3 in this game right now. This character is definitely rampaging through a lot of brackets here, but outside of Mena RD, we haven't seen that, you know, that victory from Zangief yet. And
Not yet.
And the tough part is, I mean, it's like Kevin was saying, you know, there's a character, and then there's a character being used by Mena RD, which makes it feel very different. So still, I mean, I'm curious to see how Zangief's going to continue to perform the rest of this year.
Right. We don't know the depths of how much Wrestling Man and Berserk Y have played off against each other over in the region. But one thing's for sure, this is the second time we get to really kind of like explore this matchup between Rashid and Zangief. The first time we really got to explore that was over at like Cream City Convergence. Every so often you get it like a Street Fighter League, or at least like one of the Japanese streamers too. But in South Korea, I feel like this is my first time getting exposed to it. Wrestling Man versus Berserk Y.
All right, so again, Rashid versus Zangief here. Still first of 3, however, also loser side here. So whoever loses this is out of the tournament. I like that logo on the cap. It's like a little mini tornado kind of.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
that's him. That's him doing heavy spinning mixer.
Dude, all of the fashion things that they've done. So like Zangief, even though you can't see it, but you see on the concept art, his watch has like the wrestling logo and stuff like that on there. It's really sick.
That's really cool.
They did a lot of cool.
Did he become like the commissioner of like the wrestling federation over in like Metro City, or not even Metro City? Like I'd imagine. No, he's still like he's got to be wrestling in like the North America region, right?
Maybe. I wonder if he's moved over to NA. You know, just to get some of that. More play, you know, on TV and such. Oh no, what was that execution error right there? Immediate jump fierce, almost felt like it was a missed spinning pile driver, but that's a light SPD, so not gonna quite kill Wrestling Man yet. Boy, this is gonna be confusing. Calling Rashid the Wrestling Man. Ugh. All right.
Oh! Yeah, you love to see it too. Right at the fingernails, Berserk Y firing off. And that was very very fast.
Yeah, that standing medium punch. Zangief has a lot of good standing attack buttons, standing medium punch, standing medium kick, standing light kick.
Medium kick before it got nerfed again, actually, going into like how much drive gauge it took from somebody or from a person. It was actually insane, but
it's so funny because like they're like they buffed it and they're like, oops, our bad, and then they reverted it. So you know, oh no, we dropped the combo. That should have had the hell stab first before the lariat or something. So now you're just trapped in the corner over here, have to deal with this. Kick back dashes away. Was trying to bait out the level 3. You can go after Zangief a lot in the corner, but if he has that level 3, then it gets really scary. So what's he gonna do here? How's he gonna spend this meter here? Nothing. Just goes for the safe jump. Okay, very risky situation, but you know, even if he got hit by that level 3, actually he might have been dead.
Maybe. I think if you were to turn that butter, like, you would think to yourself, like, he puts himself to the corner, but like as a grappler, you don't want to like grab him back. Like, you don't want, well, grappler with level 3 also, but they also have super jump cancel or throw cancel. What am I saying? Jump throw cancel.
Yes.
Thank you. Jeez, brain. Hello. We usually talk about these things with Ed, but not with our brain. That's crazy.
I mean, there's a lot going on in these fighting games, man. Oh no! He dropped it! No!
Berserk, why?
Oh,
it's the perfect time to use the name. I saw the opportunity and I took it.
Yeah, it was well done. Very well done. Oh, and now you're gonna have to deal with. Oh, yeah, projectile info. Oh, that's great, honestly, because he's burned out and got out of the corner, but he's still gonna get hit by the cross up. And now, yeah, Zangief. You know what I told you about that rating the defense? I actually rated Zangief as the worst defense in the game. Because honestly,
you sound like you're about to tear up a little bit. It's like it sounds like you were emotionally invested when it came to like studying all the defense mechanisms or mechanics of every character.
I mean, honestly, it does make me cry. Dude, there's been so many execution errors from Berserk so far. But I mean, you know, the past Zangief, that's one of the tenets. The main things about Zangief is that he has some of the strongest defense because he had the lariat, anti-air, and you know, instant SPD and stuff like that. So it was hard for him to get in because it was hard for you to keep pressuring him. Yeah. But in this game, it's like the exact opposite. It's easier for him to get in, so they weakened his defense, which makes sense. It makes sense.
Is it easier for him to get in? I mean, in retrospect, like it's easier in a sense to like other Zangiefs, but yeah, actually, I can't even thoroughly agree with that because Green Hand existed.
Yeah, I mean, the Green Hand was nice after SPD, but, you know, he can still drive rush in this one anyway.
Oh, he's got green body.
Yeah, exactly.
I see.
Plus the other thing, too, I mean, if you actually watch that Green City Convergence, Meta RD played rush down Zangief, dude. Like, he was just coming at you. I don't know what that was.
I couldn't tell you as a commentator for how many years the decision behind that level 3.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I mean, if you were even trying to catch him running forward, you didn't give him any time to start running. No. Oh, this is brutal here. And again, one of the reasons why he is so weak on defense is because when he is burned out, he can't do anything to those drive impacts. Oh, with just a level 1, I should say.
I mean, there's moments where he could kind of like absorb it with armor from Fierce if he has like the leeway to do so. Like if they mistime the drive impacts, he can get away with armor for sure.
True. All right, but like I said, right now I would just say that this match is characterized. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry, there's that desync on the brain again. By a lot of execution errors from Berserk. We've seen a lot of drops from him, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, you saw the tap parry as well.
What are you gonna do? Oh. Here we go, more corner pressure here. Oh, he went for the regular throw on wake up. I mean, I guess if you think they're going to neutral jump, you go for the regular throw. But if you think they're going to walk back, you go for the SPD, right?
Sure, surely. I mean, that's the
same
general
startup, right? Same startup on both of them. It's not like SPD has longer startup. It's 5 frames for each of those.
Couldn't tell you. I mean, the logic thus far from Berserk has been very... I've been stumped a couple of times as to what the decision making has been.
To be fair, it might have been a defensive throw tech. Maybe he was thinking he was going to get thrown, and so he was just going for the throw tech kind of situation. So right, but he's got to find his way past all these tornadoes over here. I mean, he's the Russian Cyclone. He should be all right with dealing with wind, but this is not. Ooh, double roundhouse, okay. Oh, that could have been weak, but you know what? He's like, whatever, I just got this throw. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. Opportunity now for Berserk Y. Drive rush in there. And that right there, of course, the knee, the drive rush knee is one of the reasons why I do think it is a little bit easier for him to get in. Because that move is so good.
It's such a weird normal in a great way. I think it's great for Zangief players, but I think it's awful for players that are being susceptible to it, or at least on the receiving end of it. Grab will do it. Any grab, really.
Nice, there you go. Goes for that meaty SPD. You see that little micro walk back, and you're like, oh, he's walking away, and he's like, I can still get you from, I can shoot you from here. Oh,
SPD time.
That's gonna hurt.
Hella damage, 30% right off the bat.
Right. Oh man, punish counters. Ow. Doesn't feel good. Oh, can you block the time? Yeah.
He definitely can. That was driver short coming in from Wrestling Man.
Unfortunately, was that 17, 18 frame startup on that level 2? So.
Oh no. Yeah, you would think like he'd be using that for a lot of the whirlwind shots that Wrestling Man had shown off, but now that he doesn't have that level 2, Wrestling Man is at liberty to throw them out again, but I think he doesn't need to at this point. He just needs to level 3 any way possible. Level 1 perhaps, also to save the meter. That makes a lot of sense as well because he was at the deficit. Looking at match point again. Yo, Wrestling Man, we could see a possible 3-0. It's been the current trend thus far for South Korea when it comes to these games.
Even the last one, which was a 3-1, remember it was 1 and then a 3-0. So, you know, every match has literally had a 3-0 so far. So, oh no. I mean, if it was Doki Bird, I mean, that would have been an air SPD right there.
100%. 100%. But on a serious note, too, I mean, that, I think Zangief does a great job of punishing a lot of the neutral jumps for the throw baits with Lariat. I think just fine.
Oh, man, look at this quarter pressure. And again, this is what I'm talking about. As long as your pressure doesn't leave any 5-frame gap, Zangief can't SPD you. A lot of people feel like they're scared to attack him because he can just kind of turn that butter and SPD you in between things. But if he doesn't have a level 3, he actually can't.
I don't know what that was, James. He responded in kind with an SPD against the Whirlwind. When I'd imagine he'd wanted to do like a level 2, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you like how far he's churned to get the input. I would love to kind of check out the CFN for myself, but it's Wrestling Man who takes it 3-0. Wouldn't have that kind of time, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and you know, I'll be honest with you right here. Zangief has some interesting, I've been studying the way that his SPD inputs work a lot recently, and the way that it's designed, there is a lot of possibilities to get accidental misinputs with SPDs.
To bust out a level 2?
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is, if you accidentally do a half circle forward for any of those level 2s, and then you accidentally tiger knee, maybe the last one, that actually counts as an SPD input. But the level 2 should have more priorities. So if you duplicate,
that's why I don't think that would be a possibility because of the way the priority system would work for regards to like specials or super
overlapping inputs, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to help Berserker here.
I mean, he's living up to his name. Berserk, why? Why did that SPD come out instead of the level 2? Right? It's rough. It is rough because I'm a big fan of Zangief players right now. I think it's really been fun to watch them kind of resurface from their bunker for so long.
Yeah.
Right? And I think it's unfortunate that we see it in this fashion. I wanted to see a glimpse of what we had seen over at Cream City Convergence, but I think Wrestling Man, he was able to play the way he wanted to play with no real big challenges in his game plan.
Right. And you know, I definitely want to give shout-outs to Berserk Y here, obviously for making top 8, you know, whereas a lot of other players that we mentioned did not make it this far. So clearly not his best performance here, but do not let that color, you know, your opinion of his level of play. It's just one of those days. There's just sometimes you have these days where just everything just drops for some reason, and it's brutal out there. And that's what a lot of people, you know, when you watch these fighting games and you just play on ranked and everything like that, and you don't enter a lot of tournaments, man, there's a lot of times you just go into a tournament and it's just the day is just wrong, your brain is not right, and like everything just goes bad, and you're like, why did I do these things? You know, and it's hard. If you haven't played in like a lot of tournaments, and I'm not trying to scare you to not playing it because that's part of it, and it's actually kind of a lot of the joy too, because when you do overcome that stuff, it feels great. but there are days that it does not feel
I think it's like
great.
the overall journey of it, as like Rob TV had mentioned with Dual Kevin. It's like the journey of being able to like have that experience and also being able to like to play against other players and grind for that moment. It's actually a pretty neat thing because again, you wouldn't be able to be in that competitive space without entering your first tournament regardless. Which is a good opportunity to talk about what we're doing right now, right? With World Warrior, be able to register for your own region, as we've been talking about right now with South Korea. You get that opportunity of a lifetime as well to compete in your respective regions over at capcom.us/WW24. Again, being able to participate against other players that are in a wide variety of different range levels, but also at the same time be amongst the pros. That is a treat in and of itself, because then you get a taste of what competitive Street Fighter really can be like. And also just getting involved with the community. Be sure to sign up again, capcom.us/World Warrior WW24.
Yeah, and that's not, talking about a Wonder Woman movie taking place in 1924. That is World Warrior 2024. So, yeah.
No. Huh? That threw me for a loop. I'm going to have to take a break on all that, because I will just say that there were a couple of things on my mind during that game where I was just like, what happened?
Yeah, well, you know what? We're going to be moving on to the next round of the losers bracket after this break. Don't go anywhere.
we are checking in with our top offline performers, and one of them is, of course, the man, the myth, the legend from Team Nasser, Big Bird. What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing really good, man. I'm not doing the greatest, actually, if I'm gonna be honest with you, because I don't have 2K MR. So, you know what I mean? I know you're prejudiced against us non-2K MR having players, huh?
Okay, let me make it clear. If you haven't reached 2K MR, you can't blame the game, you can't blame the character, you can't blame anyone else, you can't even blame the opponent. The only one you can put the blame on is yourself, because you're the only one stopping yourself from reaching your goal, whether it's 2K MR, 2100, 2200. We have an issue in this community when it comes to improving, and we have an issue with self-reflecting. When I lost Evo, all right, to Punk, I lost it to Punk. Like, if someone else is watching and they say, oh, he lost to Punk, they'd be like, it's okay, he lost to Punk. Punk is one of the greatest players ever, right? But I don't look at it that way. I don't say, oh, I lost to Punk, I'm okay, I'm good. No, I lost to Punk because I did this, and I didn't do this, and that. That's why I lost to Punk.
People think it's like elitism, and I joke with you about and everything, but in all seriousness, you on Twitter, you might complain about a character or like a matchup, and then now somebody who is 1500 MR that plays the same character matchup is thinking that that's why they're losing. You're not even at the base foundational skill level for this to matter. You know, when you're not busy thirst trapping, you be having some interesting tweets. I ain't gonna cap. And like one of them was about Rashid's neutral game. How do you traverse something like that? Because, you know, footsies matter.
If you play only buttons versus buttons, Rashid will not win most matchups because his buttons are not meant to be used as footsies or to establish the ground game, whatever. His buttons are used to give the opponent an illusion that you're going to be playing neutral. So you make them focus on whiff punishing and all of that. And then you can use other ways to get in. With other characters, it's straightforward neutral. Like with Ken, you fireball, you crouch mean, you keep drive rush to get in and all of that. With Rashid, it's a bit different because his buttons don't have that big of reach.
You have a reasoning and logic behind everything. And all of that has paid off, winning DreamHack Summer to qualify for EWC. Then after you're already qualified, you won both of your World Warriors. In general, how do you personally feel about your season up to this point and what you got coming up?
For me, I would say my season started when I switched to Rashid. Who I was with Rashid is different with who I was with Marissa. But I would say this season so far, since I switched to Rashid, it's a lot better than last year in terms of results. So I would say this season is a success so far, but it hasn't ended yet because we're still fighting for Capcom Cup and we still have Capcom Cup to play for.
Big Bird, me and all of your fans are definitely excited to see you cook up for the rest of the season. You're doing going crazy in World Warrior, and we hope to see you in Capcom Cup. Much love, brother.
Didn't even respond towards the end. That freeze frame. Big Bird was about to be like, yo, peace out, guys. It's crazy also back-to-back Rashids in interviews. I'm starting to see a trend.
Oh, you're right.
We got what, dual Kevin, then we got Big Bird plus guest in the back. I don't even know, man. It's kind of wild.
All right, next segment, I guess, Gotcha-kun. Let's get
that would be cool. That would be great. I think Gotcha-kun does have like a handful of English. Actually does speak English pretty coherently.
Yeah.
I had the opportunities to talk to him about that.
Oh,
but
cool.
It's pretty interesting to see the perspective of a Rashid player kind of talk about how the character functions, especially in regards to like what we had just witnessed over with Wrestling Man versus Berserk Y, right? In terms of how the character can be played to set up the illusion that they're going to be playing neutral. Instead, they're just going to be stealing it most of the time.
Oh yeah, that level 2, right? That Isar.
I can't say because I don't have a character at 2K MR anymore. By the way, since the season started,
man.
I've been just driving everybody to master. But you know, it is what it is. If you don't have 2K. Can't talk about it. I know that's not what he was saying.
I know.
I'm totally kidding.
I feel bad for him because people focus so much on that part of his tweet, but
I don't. He knows what he's doing. He's looking for engagement. No, I'm kidding.
I have all the empathy for Big Bird as a person who ends up writing tweets that get misinterpreted constantly.
Oh,
so,
you are the king of that.
I am the king of that.
You gotta interpret it yourself before you hit send, brother.
I've had so many tweets where I'm like, no, this might be misinterpreted, and I write it in its complete completely different way, and they still misinterpret it.
You know,
dude.
I'm not even going to bother. That's why I don't tweet anything, except for events. And also what's going on in South Korea. Let's take a look at the bracket and where we're at currently on the losers quarterfinals. Yelling at the clouds.
Exactly.
Yo versus Yoon Jabez. Then JP King going up against Wrestling Man. But up above, again, winners finals. We're going to be hanging out with them in just a little bit. Emperor and Minute Maid Orange.
Yeah, that's right. Sitting up there. Well, actually, we're going to be doing the losers quarterfinal first, right? So
That's exactly what I said. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
exactly what I said.
We will be going with Ichimayo and Yoon Jabez coming up here next, coming into this match over here. And so it will be the Ken versus the Ed. And I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how well Yoon Jabez can try to, stay in on Ed. Ed has a little bit of that zoning going for him. Not really good range on a lot of those buttons. So really curious to see how this match is going to go. And of course, it's always a tough thing because we don't really know how often these guys really just play each other. So
surely,
for sure, if two people are super familiar with each other, they're going to be doing a lot of very odd things or make it look more one-sided than it's supposed to be.
It really depends on the caliber of player, right? We don't get to see Ichima as well as Yoon Jabez too often outside of like a World Warrior. I haven't really been able to see them like travel or participate in any other like local scene, or not local scene, but I guess some of the big Spirit Zero events that have been like showing up. But at least that's just from my ignorant perspective, really. But we've seen a handful of different Eds and Kens, right? We've seen Momochi's duke it out against like Ryukichi on different platforms multiple times over. We've seen this matchup a lot also in the States as well recently. So that's been a very, very uplifting kind of thing to see. So seeing it, we talked about it before. We see it from one perspective or another. Let's see how it turns out here in the South Korea region between Ichimayo going up against Yoon Jabez. Ed versus Ken. Again, Ichima also playing Jamie if need be, but he's got to be sticking it out with Ed, I'd imagine.
Yep. All right, so here we go. I'm going to call Yoon Jabez, I'm going to call him Scratchy this whole time because it'll be Itchy versus Scratchy, right? So let's go ahead and see who's going to be able to take this one.
As much as I appreciate any Simpsons lore, any Simpsons joke, man, that was a reach and a half, brother. Holy. We'll take it. We'll definitely take it.
Has any of my puns ever not been a reach? I mean, come on.
No, most of your puns have been on point. That's the first time I'll be like, I'll give you the disconnect on the That's the first time. Majority of your puns, top notch.
All right, well, it is going to be Itchy going up against Jabez here. And, okay, that's one way to get in. Drive rush sweep of all things. Oh, boy. And how do you like it, Ken, when you get punched in the face by a far-range standing heavy punch? You don't like it much at all, because there goes that round. Ichimayo with the first round. Empty jump is nothing. Ooh, too far away. Too far away. That light punch hit an extended hitbox. Yeah, there you go. This is what I mean. That range advantage. You see Yoon Jabez actually swinging away with that standing heavy kick, but he was just too far away and an easy whip punish for Itchy.
Yeah, you can see how expensive that was too against Yoon Jabez as well. Just trying to contest about the initial fireball that Ichima had thrown out initially.
Oh boy. Yeah, he's going for the super right away because he wanted to lower that drive gauge a little bit and get some of his back. Oh, you've got it in the corner, but not fast enough to be able to find a drive impact. So Yoon Jabez, wow, just a raw drive impact. Okay. Now back to this full screen situation again. Ed is so good in that range, but a good check right there from Yoon Jabez.
Burn out again the second time this round. Oh, that could have been a giant whip punish. Oh, did you see how delayed that was? I couldn't tell you what Ichima pressed, but one, the crouch animation showed up. Two, a slight normal.
Yeah,
came out of the side of Ichima.
I mean, maybe he was just trying to do a DP, but he missed the down and maybe just went down forward and came out with crouching light punch. Not sure, but that cost him the round. And so Yoon Jabez right here got to feel great about this. If he can come in here and win this one, and then win game number one to take that 1-0 lead.
Big counter hit conversion too from Yoon Jabez.
Oh, that was punished. There was not enough time for him to be able to do anything. And sure enough, Yoon Jabez there getting that corner position is going to take game number one.
Living up to his name, living up to the picture that he's shown off, getting the fire fist towards the end, the OD Dragon Punch.
Tried to do the drive rush sweep again, but actually just got jumped in on. Oh, God, I thought that was good. If he had just used the cross-up button, that actually would have gotten him. But he wasn't expecting Ichimayo to scoot forward that far.
That was because of the normal that
Yeah.
Ichimayo pressed prior.
Oh, wow. Thought he was going to be able to punish that in time. Here we go, side switch here. Yep. Does he go for the Oki? No, he goes for the damage. Because he's got the dry rush Oki here. Gets the burnout. This is huge. Oh, he didn't do it. He was trying to bait out of maybe a level 1 out of. Oh, speaking of baiting it out. Oh, this is going to be a problem. This is going to hurt right here. Is he going to go for the level 2 or nothing? Okay, he saves the meter. He still has the chance for the wall splat here.
I think that would have been death regardless. I think there would have been a moment to do heavy into like chip scenario perhaps.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have done like fierce into drive impact because I think Ichimayo might have had level 1 pumped away.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he probably did fierce into like OD Jinrai kicks into the level 2 Shippu, and that probably would have been the chip to death. Oh, that's meaty enough. He's going to be able to get the combo.
That was hell of it. Jesus.
I know, right?
Oh, it like hit all the way down where his big toe hits your knee.
Oh, look at that damage. Oh, brutal. So Ichimayo has just been trapped in his corner this entire game. I felt like we didn't even see the other side of the stage at all.
It felt like that, yeah. I think we spent a lot of time getting intimate with the left corner, but Ichimayo needs to find a way to kind of be a little bit counter-aggressive against Yunjabes. That's fun. I think like him playing defense has not been the best per se. Like he hasn't even shown off like the OD uppercut card yet, or even like wake up super, but it's been very difficult.
And we've seen a lot of Yunjabes managing to jump at Ichimayo and having no anti-airs at all. Oh, what a neutral jump in the perfect parry, and it gets him back into the corner. It is the other corner this time, but this is, oops, never mind. Out of the corner now, goes for the empty jump low.
Oh, that's the second time. See that Ichimayo actually moved his way out of the corner because of the normals that he presented in Yunjabes. He's been taking to this guy's a lot. I wouldn't be surprised at the next round where he kind of like backs off a little bit, then decides to jump. We'll see if that sets the tone. But Ichimayo setting the tone for himself, getting the first round.
Oh, what the?
Couldn't tell you.
I sound like one of the fighting game characters when I whip a throw. What the? Oh, this is going to be good damage right here. Yep, send them down. Oh, okay, couldn't whip punish that. Just actually a little bit too far, but doesn't get the punish counter throw, which is actually going to drain him almost. There we get the anti-air, but he missed the juggle afterwards. Out, oh, baited. And he's going to go for the level 2, going to keep the corner here. It's a smart choice. If he did level 1, it would have switched sides. That's so free. That's so almost got the burnout. That's why he goes for the fireball. But that level 3 is going to take it for Ichimayo, so he's going to stay alive here.
Nice work. We finally get the rebuttal we were looking for. And that was a clean, pretty much 2 rounds straight for Ichimayo.
All right, so let's see if that's a turnaround sign for Ichimayo right now. Oh, look at this! And now he's going to get the perfect parry on the drive impact. Now towards the corner, and oh wow, finally, yeah, ODDP to bust out. Counter hit with that standing million punch, but nothing afterwards.
Yeah, the pushback, not being able to get the range of the standing light kick, not get within the range of standing light kick, excuse me.
Is that a frame kill that he's going for after that light DP? Is he trying to juggle, or is that a frame kill? Because that's the second time he's missed it, but he went for the attack right away, so.
Ooh, that was nasty.
Yes. So things are definitely looking really good for Ichimayo right now.
I love being able to change up the speed of the fireball, man.
Oh, yeah. Again with the perfect parry. Ooh. This drive impact is not working. And, you know, people have said that is one of Ed's weaknesses, right? Because if he's not ready for it and he does let go of the cycle flicker, he can be in trouble. But right now, that's not working out. Oh, no! What was he trying? I think he was trying to do button.
Sir.
He was trying to do button into Tatsu, but I think he ended up blocking, so the button didn't come out, and he might have just negative edged the Tatsu or something.
I love the fact that
he's alive?
Still alive.
Oh boy!
And he went right forward. You don't get to kill rush forward after that, by the way.
And you're burned out too. Oh boy!
Yeah, I was gonna congratulate Ichimayo on performing the micro step forward combo. He gets like what? 3 drive rushes in a row. That was pretty cool.
Here we go, trying to take him to the corner. Can he get him there in time? No! The nice little, that was what, stand light kick, I think that was, that hit right there. All right, so now 2-2. So yeah, it is really, really gone Ichimayo's way now.
See a little bit less serious in the facial expressions. I love that, by the way. Still, one of the best features to ever come into like a fighting game.
Where's some DLC faces, dude? I want some DLC faces, dude.
You should be able to like set like DLC faces to like certain directional.
Because I mean, like, you know, we have the customizing challenge screen and all that stuff. I think that would be perfect.
Yeah, that'd be kind of neat.
Oh, great. Okay, there we go. Get jumped in on. Yeah, trying to go with those standing light kick, crouching medium kick.
Damn, he's swinging.
Oh no, too early. Too early. Now the forward throw. Yeah, after those first 2 games, it's just been all itchy now. A couple of times Yunjabez has gone for that drive rush sweep. He just got jumped in on. Almost had that perfect parry again. Doesn't matter. It's gonna get that the fully. Oh, actually, that was the OD flicker there, right? So
yeah, would have had plenty of time to get an extension of the combo, do extra damage if need be, spend more of that drive gauge. The rest of it was pretty much at his whim.
So match point now for Ichimayo. And there we go. We finally see the OD wake up option. But now to the corner. This is where Yunjabez got all of his play here. Is he going to go for the super to burn him out? It might just be too. Oh no, he got him because he did level 2. He did level 2. Okay.
Oh, you pressed the button. I think that's fine for Ichima also.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't put himself in the corner, I think he's fine, but also with the level 2 intact, might be even better. We'll see.
Yeah, and the hard part right now is Yunjabez doesn't have enough meter to really safely go for the OD fireball and the drive rush, but he gets the sweep.
Here that's hard. That's hard to whiff punish sometimes.
Final game, final round.
What are you going to do about the level 2? How are you going to find your route to it? Are you going to be setting heavy punch into OD blitz? Again, Ichima has not found the right sequencing yet, and there was a moment where even like he actually landed the initial hit of the fear and didn't get within range to get the OD blitz. It's been kind of nuts, man.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely a frame kill right there after that DP that he has set up, and he's going to go for the level 3, not going to go for that level 2 at all. He managed to build it up. We've got to be careful now. Yunjabez still has that level, basically a level 2, kind of looming in the distance right here. Or maybe a couple of level 1s. Okay.
I think that's fine defensively. I love that too. Yeah, the run into the DP to get past the projectile regardless.
Oh no.
You do it again.
Oh, dude, if he had confirmed that. Okay, and now he's back to normal there. Ooh, that could have been death. Wow, he's really just going for it. He's very fortunate that Ichimayo has not been able to perfect parry those drive impacts this time, but he burns himself out, so now he's danger of chip. That was death right there. If he had blocked that crouching medium kick, that was game over right there. So, unfortunately, Ichimayo burned himself out and kind of put himself in that checkmate situation after such a great comeback performance right there, being down 0-2 and getting all the way to final game, final round, and have Yunjabez clutch it out like that. Very, very unfortunate for Yunjabez. I'm sorry, it is Ichimayo.
Hello?
Sorry. Left-right dyslexia. Sorry, my bad there. Okay.
Yeah, there was actually a good running for Yunjabe's majority of the games that have been played out, right? It seemed like Ichima was not making the correct defensive decisions. And also, like, in terms of neutral, I think he was getting blown up a bunch of times over by Yunjabez and his tendencies to kind of jump in most of the time and kind of like a little bit be patient against like the flickers. Also, his OD fireballs have been putting in a lot of work for those couple of games. But we started to see that adaptation little by little, right? From Ichima.
Yeah. And like I said, after those first 2 games, it just felt like he figured something out, and that was it. You know, and honestly, the way Yunjabez ended up taking that last round, he did kind of have couple of wild things, you know, like the run into the DP, catching, the startup of the fireball, for example. But yeah, you can see it right there. He's moved on forward. He's going to go to the losers semifinals, where he's going to be fighting the winner between JP King and Wrestling Man.
It's kind of nuts. That was the very first 3-2. I thought it was going to be in fashion of 3-0 or 3-1, but I mean,
it's true. I mean, it was looking that way.
Both players proved us wrong. I think it still could have gone either way. Final game, final round. Yeah, it makes sense. But JP King coming in from a match where he was pretty much ripped apart, I feel like, by Emperor.
Right.
In 0-3 fashion, but this is going to be a different story, I feel like, with Wrestling Man having to face off against Rashid. JP versus Rashid is also like funny enough. not as common anymore.
Yeah. Again, JP just doesn't have a lot of people piloting this character as much anymore.
I think he does fine. I think he can do okay in this matchup. Funny enough.
I mean, I think he's still really strong. It's just, it feels bad when you remember how strong he was before and you're trying to play him right now, and it's just like, man, I wish this still did this much damage. I wish, and there is a little bit of that factor in there. But again, I mean, he's also in that tough position of having lost the first game and basically having to wait the longest before he can play again.
Yeah, it feels that way.
Yeah, so here he is, though. It is going to be Rashid going up against JP coming up here.
Yeah, and JP King, again, trying to find redemption in the previous matchup that he had, coming in from the winner's side, not finding a lot of success. Not really a single game yet, but this is his moment at redemption, and he could take someone out with them at the same time. Wrestling Man immediately reacting to the driver forward crouching medium punch. It's so difficult. And now, taking advantage of the OD amnesia.
Yeah, baits out his perfect parry, then baits out the OD amnesia. But look at this, JP King with a perfect parry of his own. Oh, again, and good timing to catch him on the landing, because JP is tall. It is very easy to accidentally press the button too early and hit him out of the air. All right, back to the whirlwind shot to try to get himself in. Sneaks in with the drive rush, but another perfect parry from JP King. Is this the JP thing? Did Kakeru teach everybody as a JP you just gotta perfect parry everything?
I mean, like, Kakeru calls himself the perfect parry prince. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a perfect parry army beside him, right?
No, he should have been able to get that as a combo, but he's gonna get this as a combo. Went for a route that didn't lead to a super, but another OD amnesia baited out from JP King. Wrestling Man taking round number 1.
Oh, the overhead? Not really leading too much, though.
Oh, no.
A little awkward, too.
But that was smart for JP King to have not pressed the button in the air, which did let him block a little bit faster after he landed. Otherwise, I think that might have actually clipped his landing frame.
I think so. No, I agree with you. I think that would have definitely clipped his landing frames. But JP King still not really able to maintain a lot of the grounds here because of how aggressive Wrestling Man has been with both his decisions with his fireballs, decisions with his drive rush, too. Speaking of 2, level 2 coming in. I meant to say also, but...
Oh, okay. Oh, the empty jump into the low right there gets the hit into the enhanced. Not a ton of damage, though, obviously starting from a light like that. Oh, he just goes right into the level 3 interdiction here.
And that sets him up nicely post-super, being able to set up the shadow.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the double window.
There you go, and look at this, yeah. Trying to keep him at bay right now. Beautiful standing heavy kick, anti-air. Now he's got him at the chip. Oh, that's it right there. I mean, I feel like, Wrestling Man, you're like, I got a Hail Mary to get in here, try to do something unexpected.
He had time to block at least like a couple of more projectiles, right? A couple, like maybe 2, perhaps. But he would have to really earn it, walk his character down against the plethora of different approaches that JP can have mid-screen, right? He has the departure, he has both ways of throwing like those.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, it's still kind of a pretty good win condition for, I just called it a win condition because Rashid's on the screen. A win condition for JP to get you burned out. I mean, it's still really scary to fight this character when you're burned out. Whoa, what was he trying there? Speaking of burnout, JP King's burned out now. Oh, he managed to escape! But he's still getting pestered here. Oh, okay.
That's the first time we've seen the amnesia work out for him, too. JP King, level 2, snap his fingers.
Buy some time over there. Or just get the hit as well. That's nice. Oh, it's still coming. Oh, he can kill. He can kill. And there it is, JP King with game number 1 on the board for this entire tournament so far.
First game going to JP King again, the very
or entire top 8. My bad. Sorry, I should say. Obviously. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
I lost my thought.
Sorry.
I lost it. No worries.
All right. Oh, there's the check, but it was a trade. Got the anti-air. Speaking of check, landing with that standing light punch. Not scared at all.
A little bit of a frame kill, kind of show it off a little bit, kind of tempt JP King into making another mistake upon wake up. Set up the window.
Ooh. Wow, that reach still. He just micro-walked into stand heavy punch and it's still connected. Oh, not surprised by the window right there. Oh yeah, you gotta watch out for the follow-up hits. I think Drive Impact would have worked from there.
If it's medium, it does not.
Oh, okay.
A roundhouse, it does, not the medium ones. Okay.
Fair.
You would have to throw him. Like, you only get, like, what, 1080 off of the throw, back throw either way, but I think you saw the button check from JP King, hence why it's a counter hit, because he might have thought he had time to punish it.
Right.
But if it's the medium or lower, you do not have time to drive impact.
Oh, no,
which is a common misconception.
Oh, wow, good patience right there. So far, not going for any whiff throws at all. He's like, you're gonna have to throw me. Coming in, and speaking of throws, he gets that back throw. Try to get this corner position back. There's that amnesia again. Oh, he got hit by the overhead. Fireball right there. And he's gonna go straight into level 3.
That's so wild, because I swear his animation was standing.
Look at this, how much? Not quite burned out, very close. Oh, he went for the Hail Mary again. Seems to be a common choice for Wrestling Man here. I mean, look, if he's Wrestling Man, maybe he just really likes drop kicks or something.
Perhaps, I'd imagine, dude. Just slingshot off the ropes. Oh my God. Speaking of drop kicks, JP King jumping over with a roundhouse. Dude, that hit towards the tail end of the... What? Huh? That's nuts. That fireball was mad active.
Okay, but here we go. Corner position now.
Oh, punish that! Oh. It's like right in front of him, too.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't quite... I mean, he was probably confused, like, wait, you did what? You know, and just wasn't ready for that. Oh, what a jump back! Oh, Tornado ate the spike. He ate the tree glove, and now here we are into the corner. There we go. Gets the anti-air, tries to go for the shimmy. But again, Wrestling Man is not one to press a lot of throws, it looks like. He was ready for that.
Oh, 100%. Did you see the first couple of times he tried to jump in the corner? Wrestling Man tried to put himself... There was a moment, actually, when he did that against Berserk Wide, where he's willing to put himself in the corner just for the mix. JP King, with JP obviously going with Punch and Heavy Punch, is going to be covering that option every time, by the way.
It still hits pretty far above his head, so definitely won't have any problem with missing. Can't jump too far past him in that corner. Oh man, look at all this pressure right here. The drive gauge is a concern right now. Oh, what? No, wait, he didn't do anything. It's like he just mistimed the button, pressed it too early before he truly recovered.
That was slick.
Oh no. Oh, nice.
We're starting to notice the defensive choices coming in from Wrestling Man as well. A lot of parries revolving around his decision making, but now we get to level 2. Push him on towards the corner, but no, it's going to be the throws. Even more than enough damage to seal it out.
All right. Again, Wrestling Man right now down 0-2. There's got to be a punish right there. There we go. And now just tries to keep stay in there. Oh, we've seen that before. He's been really good about baiting those out. Oh boy, here we go. Throw loops, another one. Nope, goes for the meaty. The right choice is going to get the hit. The combo should be the kill right here. Doesn't even need to spend any meter. Gets a perfect here. That's got to do well for his, you know, the confidence, a good confidence boost right there for Wrestling Man.
Are we starting to see a theme again where the first round was primarily 3-0, 3-1, and then now we're possibly going to see Wrestling Man bring it all the way back like we've just seen from Ninjabas and Ijima.
That's right. Maybe, you know, going down 0-2 and then coming back and bringing it at least to the final game. Could happen. Oh, but you're going to get spiked across the screen, but still, your knockdown was later. He could have gotten a little bit further in, but he's just right back out with no life off of that combo. I think he wasn't expecting to jump over that.
There's a lot of parrying coming in from Wrestling Man. A little bit overzealous, I think, with the defensive maneuvers, and I think it's been punished numerous times over. That could have been, I think, a little bit more too from the side of JP.
Oh, he's going to be able to block that. Yeah, here we go. Gets the punish. Takes him to the corner with a simple two-piece right there. Oh, too late!
And the side switch because of that. That's actually pretty great for JP King.
Oh, this is brutal. Oh, he makes it out. He makes it out. Just manages to jump right out of there. And now you got to deal with this mix-up.
Knock around the doors, a couple of lights in. You have the departure set up at the level 2 from that far away. Get him off of me.
Yeah. Oh, tried to block all that. Dude, he knew that overhead was coming. He stood up so early. Oh, there's that parry again.
Defensive back throw. Accidental from Wrestling Man. He doesn't have enough to kill.
Look at all that shit. Oh, it's so scary fighting against Rashid.
No, you could have amnesia through it. There was time. Either amnesia or level 1.
See that interesting Joey FGC tech that he posted up about the Rashid spinning mixer? Like, if he hits you with a jab from as far away as possible, if you say stand blocking, then the last hit of the spinning mixer has a chance to miss you.
That's funny.
It's really interesting.
I wonder if that's character specific.
Might be, actually. It's a good point. I have to test it out. But JP King is like, you know what? I don't need to test anything. I know this combo works, and I know it's going to drain half of your life. So I'm at match point here, and I'm ready to move on to the next part of this bracket here. Got my anti-airs. I'll take that trade because I've got a giant life lead.
And you tried to drive rush forward when JP King was just walking. Like, I like that too. The patience coming in from JP King. Full redemption, by the way. 3 games to Wrestling Man's 1.
Yeah, so going down 0-3 against Armper early on, but coming back over here and showing why he made it to the winner's side of top 8. He's going to be continuing to move on the loser side of the bracket by defeating Wrestling Man.
And I love that too because of the way that he was performing under pressure against Emperor's Bison. We really get to see how much of a JP player he really was, right? I think most of the things that you would expect from like a high-level JP player was shown off by JP King in regards to like his decision-making on defense, his conversions off of certain combos as well, and overall his placings of the departure, right? I think departure really sets the tone for a lot of players that aren't ready for it, and it kind of like lets you know who's going to be a little bit easier to take on depending on like how they react to certain things. But I will say, like, from Wrestling Man, there were a couple of things that were his own mistake, like his obvious defensive tactic to go towards parries a lot.
Right, yeah.
That caused him into burnout states a lot faster than most. I think that was one of the big highlights that we had seen throughout the set.
Yeah, it's always painful because when you go for a drive parry and then you get thrown, you lose that block for the parry and then the punish counter drains another block. It feels bad when you get thrown out of that drive parry like that. And we saw it happen a lot there. So as you can see, we've set up loser semifinals, which is going to be Yunjabez going up against JP King. So that's the match that we have set up there on the loser side. But before we even get to that match, we'll be jumping over to the winner side first. And so we'll see Armper and Minute Maid Orange going up against each other again.
And this is all for the glory of being able to place themselves into the Capcom Pro Tour, which we've been talking about these last couple of months, actually. All the offlines are slowly starting to come back, but they are back nonetheless with UFA, Ultimate Fighting Arena, coming in real soon next weekend over in Paris, France, September 14th through the 15th. Be sure to watch it live with multi-language streams over at the linktr.ee, linktree/Capcom Fighters in Portuguese, English, Spanish, Japanese, and I'd imagine a little bit of French representation there as well.
Yeah, that's right. I can't wait for that UFA. It's going to be so good. But I mean, honestly, like less than a month later, it's going to be East Coast Throwdown. And then a week after that, it's going to be the super premiere in Singapore. And then we go over straight to Japan, back over to the West into Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic with Blink Respawn. And then capping it all off in London with Kings of the World. We're going everywhere. So if you want to give yourself the best chance to qualify instantly by winning one of these tournaments, you've got a lot of choices for you, no matter where you are in the world. One of these has got to be close enough for you to go there and throw down with the rest of the pros who will be traveling to these to try to qualify to win that $1 million from Capcom Cup.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to every one of these because, again, everybody flies out, and it's such a treat to see international guests appear in some of these premier events, right? I think it's cool to see a lot of the players really grind out the points both in World Warrior and also being able to fly out and get those different experiences of different players in person.
Yeah.
In person. Again.
All to go with the Capcom Cup in Japan this year, dude.
Don't even, man. My wallet is absolutely ready for Japan. I'm so ready to just like, man, I need to live there eventually. But,
dude, right?
We digress. We're going to talk about more of South Korea number 3 coming in. After this break, you don't want to miss it because we're going to kick things off into the winners final. So when we come back, we got all that action for you right after this break. Stay tuned.
Our world is not headed for disaster, as you say. The Exalted One's awakening is simply the first step towards the birth of a brand new world. Everything will be destroyed to be born anew.
We're going to finish the work that Red started. We won't let you awaken it.
I get it that you want to protect Ratha. But all you're doing is making him suffer. Ratha here is the one paying the price for your selfish obsession with the Nergigante. Let's go, Rathi! Fire!
It may be impossible to save the world without Ratha's help.
Bonds of friendship between riders and hunters. Looks like the children really are our future.
Sukino! Understood!
I won't miss!
Time to put our kinship to the test!
This is where it all ends.
PlayStation.
This is gonna be fun. I'm still on a journey. Come get some. Traveling to new places, experiencing new things, meeting new faces, having good fights. Fight, drink, eat, sleep, repeat. Seriously, it's a good life. I'll pick up the check. Come on, get ready. Hey, come on, come on! All right! You down for one more? Time for a beatdown. Are you okay? Watch your move! Yeah, baby! Hey! Time to rock! Now, where to tomorrow?
Today, we're going to be checking in with some of our top finishers from our offline events, and one of them is, of course, the Alpha, Punk the God. Today, I specifically have to pick your brain about your EVO championship. We haven't done an interview about that at all. What was your hardest match at EVO, outside of Grand Finals?
My hardest match? I had quite a few hard matches at EVO actually leading up. I had a lot of 2-1s. And my second pool, to make it out, I think I played some Modern Chun. I'm not sure what his name was, but he took me to the last round. And then right after that, I think I played Mizuha, who also took me to the last round, and then Tokido took me to the last round.
Oh wow! I didn't know it was that tight.
Yeah, I had a lot of very close matches and like leading up into getting to the top 6.
So when you playing in these moments, right? Like it's EVO, right? Like, so is it in your mind like, man, I'm closer and closer to a championship?
Like, I know where I'm at, and I just already know how many more matches I need to win, but I don't really think about that I'm getting closer. You know, I just know that I'm pretty much right there. Like, the more matches I win, I know, once I get to the top 24, then it's like 3 or 4 matches. You can win the whole tournament from there. So, once you get to that position, you kind of know at that point, every win, you just, you pretty much about to win the whole thing.
For you personally, I guess, like, what does winning EVO mean to you? Like, not on some generic stuff, but like, seriously, like, what does that mean to you personally?
I think it's very, like, just the coolest thing ever. Like, it feels very good. Like, I feel like I've been watching it so much for so long since I was a kid, and just every time I seen someone win EVO, it just always just felt like a special thing happened. Like, it just felt like something special happened in the fighting game community when you see someone win EVO. So for me, just growing up every year watching that since maybe 2011, I think that was the first EVO I watched, and ever since then I never missed one EVO. And I think that's actually the first tournament I ever watched playing fighting games too. So that's like the tournament that actually introduced me to tournaments pretty much.
Wow.
And coming so close so many times, it's just crazy to finally actually get to win one and actually feel how it gets to feel how to win it.
Okay, 2017 Punk versus current Punk EVO champion. What felt better? Like winning your 6th major in a row or whatever all that craziness you was doing back there, or like winning the biggest tournament, being the first ever American EVO champ?
Personally, I think like the EVO run in 2017 more, even though I didn't win, honestly, just because it was my first ever EVO, like ever. Like, I never played at EVO before that year, and like to come near when the competition is at an all-time high and actually make it all the way through to the grand finals is like a moment in my life I can never forget, especially since my mom came that year. She got to witness me still do something that's very great that not a lot of people get to do, so I feel like that moment for me is still way more special than actually being able to win the tournament.
Bruh, that inspires. You always talk about your family and like a super highlight and everything like that, bro. I know that they're proud of you, just like all of the members of the Alpha Academy are. You are, of course, the EVO champ and qualified for Capcom Cup. Best of luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you.
This sounds so good, doesn't it? EVO champion, Punk the God.
It just feels right.
I know.
After how many attempts and after how many showings in general, it just feels right.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm gonna say it.
He's gonna say it.
It's just nice for the U.S. to finally get a win at EVO. No U.S. winners in Street Fighter 4 or Street Fighter 5, unless we claim Problem X.
We definitely claim Problem
X. Oh, okay.
X.
Brooklyn born
100%.
Problem X. Okay.
Yes.
So Punk is the second American to win since Street Fighter 4.
100%.
Got it. Okay.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
I don't make the rules. I mean, like the rest of the East Coast claim Problem X. Problem X also claims the U.S.
Yeah.
He loves it here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like a lot of those players, like even when they move, like Justin Wong, he's still truly East Coast, right?
I mean, no, he's fully fledged Canadian now.
He really is.
Any interview, any question, even on a personal tip, he'd be like, "No, I'm Canadian, bro." Like,
yeah, that's exactly how I would say. I'm Canadian, bro.
What are you talking about? And he'll give you the exact same chuckle. The exact same chuckle. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Warrior Spotlight. We got the rest of South Korea number 3 to go with. We're gonna kick things off back into the winner's side, if I'm not mistaken. Winner's finals between Emperor and Minute Maid Orange. And down below, loser semis, we got Yun Jabez versus JP King.
All right, so and they're just going to be waiting to see who they're going to go up against in the losers finals. But we're going to run the winner's side first, obviously, so that whoever loses this match gets at least 1 game break before they have to play again right away. That's the reason right there. And so Armper and Minute Maid Orange going to be going up against each other, and it is going to be a showdown. It's going to be a Shadaloo showdown over here. Bison versus Cammy here. So
former Shadaloo. I will say. She's now Delta Red. Well, I mean Delta Orange with Minute Maid, but I will say, I think Armper is looking so clean for his region and also been pretty much grinding it out with a lot of the top competitors in general, not even just in ranked, but also like player matches. He's gone into so many different lobbies that I've seen. There was one week where I was just watching, this was like during DGen hours, I was just watching like 3 different Japanese streams while working. I'm like, huh. Armper literally just bounced from one lobby to the next playing different characters.
Wow, okay. So is he actually like kind of, I don't want to call it stream sniping, but does he actually
No,
just
he's getting invites and also inviting other players too to play these matches. And I haven't seen a Minute Maid in any of the lobbies either, but I will say, like, he's been having a very convincing pretty much week over at World Warrior. I mean, he had the 3-0 against Ijima, but having a Cammy under his belt, I think he's been doing a really great job getting him this far. But Armper is just looking, he's too strong right now.
And you know what? I mean, he's using that M. Bison, where a lot of people are talking about this character, you know, as potentially one of the strongest in the game currently. Obviously, you know, has that defensive weakness, but man, I mean, I feel like he's got plus frame. I feel like he forgot that this is Street Fighter 6 and you aren't supposed to have that many plus frames outside of a drive rush.
But, I mean, he's a bad guy, dude. He's gonna be breaking the rules regardless, right? I feel like the way he's been playing since like 4 in Street Fighter 5, he's been really kind of like testing the limits of what a bad guy can do in Street Fighter.
I mean, it's funny because, I mean, like most characters, he only really has 2 normals that are plus, right? Back heavy kick, standing heavy punch. That's right. But it's also the head stomp and, you know, the devil's reverse and such, you know, that he can just kind of get in there and you kind of have to hold that. But then he can plant a bomb on you and that just makes it so that'll have like Psycho Crusher in there and he's like plus frames. So, you know, there you go.
I mean, with the amount of time that Cammy spends at Interpol, surely she could defuse a bomb at this point, right? I mean, if not, she has to change games. But I'll tell you what, man, Armper has been strong-arming the competition, getting himself into the winners finals. Minute Maid Orange doing the exact same thing. Let's see who gets to squeeze themselves into grand finals. Bison versus Cammy is what you could expect, and it's exactly what we're going to see on the screen right now.
That's right. Okay, and so there. She's like, hey, I remember you, Bison, from a long time ago.
You still owe me money.
Bison's like, we used to be lovers. And she's like, no, they retconned that one away. So that's no longer the case.
It's kind of funny because, like, then you have the lore of Cammy remembering everything, right? And then Bison coming back from like a trash can and like a garbage bag around his hood, right? He's just like, I don't even remember who you are.
Yeah.
Word. That's it.
I still think it's hilarious that in the World Tour, he's like, you can call anyone from Shadowloo any name. Bison, Vega, whatever you want to call me. So I was like, nice.
But he still remembers, like, who, to a degree, who he is, right? In Battle Hub. Not Battle Hub, sorry, in World Tour mode.
Oh, interesting. He goes to the level 1 here. Not going to kill, obviously, but that is going to do it right there. Nice drive cancel.
And how often do we get to see those kind of delays on the stagger pressure from the lights, right? Most of the time we see like a tick throw. Even in that situation where a throw would kill, you would kind of like try to go for the throw.
I got the punish counter on that scissor kick. That never feels good. Oh, just DB in the middle of that. Wow!
Yeah, I like that.
Before the active frames of the stomp were able to start up, got the air throw.
One of the big things that Cammy gets to do is control the air pretty significantly, both with like the uppercut if need be, but also having an air grab at her disposal. But most of the time, she's the one kind of commanding the skies with her diving. She's not going to be able to do that. Doesn't need to with a big confirm to level 3.
Yeah, that was beautiful right there. The defensive shimmy. A lot of times when you walk out of the opponent's throw range, sometimes, I mean, at least I do. I forget to actually hit them out of that whip throw because I'm like trying to run away. But, you know, ready right there. Minute Maid Orange had the counter and the combo that he wanted to go into immediately. He knew.
It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. Knocking on the door with a couple of lights, and I like that. 2 Minute Maid Orange. Ready for the mix after the scissor kicks connect.
Yep. Have the jump into the OD dive kick. And obviously, you know, if you block that at the highest height, she's -2 at worst, I think.
What a call out. You know what's funny? I think throwing out the DI, like, preemptively also, just in case, like, the bomb was going to hit. I think that was pretty decent. I couldn't tell if that was, like, a reaction or preemptive based off of that. It was so, like, short noticed.
Oh, here we go. Unfortunately, he is trapped in the corner. Trying to poke away with that crouching medium punch. Is about to get burned out. Yeah, good choice. The Psycho Crusher out of the air to punish the jump back in the corner. Armper taking that round.
Really good awareness, too. Ooh, oh, speaking of awareness, I'm telling you, man, Minute Maid has done a great job of sniping out people in the sky. Emperor hasn't really had a lot of success with the stomps that you were talking about, trying to make their way in, but man, Minute Maid is doing a phenomenal job of checking the timings of the bombs, right? The detonation hasn't really been on point, or at least the timing based off of Emperor's decision-making hasn't really been on point.
Ooh, now the jump strike, you're right. He is covering that air. Dude.
You would think that's Bison's hell attack. No, that's Cammy's medium.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Oh my god.
Minute Maid orange. Holy crap.
This guy has got it all figured out.
He is controlling that airspace right now. Armper has not had a chance to get anything, and now the empty jump into the throw to beat the perfect parry attempt. What?
Jump short.
Dude, he is like, look at all the buttons you can hit Bison out of the air with.
This is the perfect tutorial to stop it. Okay, well, now that we see the airborne pressure, Armor retaliates back finally with the hell attack.
Unfortunately, it was too far away to get the first bomb planted, but has the bomb planted right now anyway. Oh no, and that was a punish counter? Was he trying to perfect parry?
I don't know.
I don't know how you get punish countered in that situation. That was so odd. Early Devil's Reverse, because he knows he's been going up in the air to try to challenge him. He's got the level 3. That should be able to kill. So despite all of that, Armper's still going to take game number 2 and tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, and he was going to go into that sequence regardless. Word. He only had one bar to his name, so I think that was going to cause the burnout regardless. Yeah, you can see it right there. Burnout was going to be a factor, even if it didn't kill. Armper with having that much drive gauge left to him, I think it would have been a chip scenario regardless.
I mean, I think if you're Armper right now, you've got to be ecstatic, to have this that one-on-one, because Minute Maid Orange has just been looking absolutely oppressive. And again, as much as we were talking about Bison being considered one of the strongest characters, Cammy also another one of those characters that's just in such a strong position this season.
Oh, damn! We haven't seen it yet.
Oh, but it reaches so far.
And it reels him back, too, for the first couple of frames.
Dead here. Let's see.
Number 1. Tap dance on the face.
It's gonna kill it, does!
Oh my god. That was like 40%.
Oh man. And she doesn't even have lower health. She's got 10k like everybody else.
She is normal. Normal Cammy.
Yeah. Oh, what a whiff punish. That was nice. Oh, there you go. You see the walk back, the defensive shimmy right there. He gets the attack. And now we gotta wait for that. Oh no, you went up to the air. Why would you jump? That was such an odd decision. And now you just got hit and you died again. He's got a level 2 on deck, so that's pretty much it.
Yeah, he didn't even need to go into like level 2 if need be. Right? That fierce into level 1 would have been more than enough. Showing him why she's the Emperor, right? Like one arm in the air as the finisher. No knee press nightmare, none of that.
Yeah, Bison, I mean, the damage output. I mean, honestly, my philosophy is if bomb planted, just take throws all day, man. I am so scared. Oh, there we go. Sword normal. And yeah, it drops it for the back throw to get the corner. Trade still has the corner, so that's the important part right here. Again, the air-to-air. Oh, again, the early drive, or Devil's Reverse, to stop the air-to-air.
And I love that nice and easy confirm crouch jab into the counter hit. Crouching medium punch. I like that. Again. Bam!
Again, take the throw, man. Match point for Armper now. And it looks such a great start for Minute Maid Orange with Armper now. Like I said, after he got that 1-1, I would have felt really good. And you can kind of see that from his gameplay. He is playing kind of freeform right now.
Even off of that initial punish counter from the side of Minute Maid Orange, wasn't going to get much out of it. But Emperor also missing a little bit off the overhead too, but not too bad. Pretty much even in life, especially with the sequencing. The burnout is going to be so prevalent for Minute Maid Orange. It just depends on what he does with it. You saw Emperor trying to move out of the way via jump.
Oh, great air throw, and now chip damage is basically it. No, he was too far away. No, that could be dead.
No, you're hella dead. That's punish counter right into level 3. Critical at that. Best believe it. Word.
I'm pretty sure what Armper was trying, Minute Maid Orange was trying to go for there was, well, I don't know, because ODDP can't be canceled into a super. It is not cancelable into a super. I thought he was going to maybe do that into a level 3 or a level 2 to try to chip death. But ODDP...
Wasn't that regular? I thought that was like regular.
No, he did ODDP.
Oh,
that
okay.
thing cannot be canceled. That cannot be canceled.
Is
If he
that true? That's wild.
If he did regular DP, yes, it would have worked. He would have been able to cancel. But ODDP does not have the cancel ability. So I'm not sure what happened. Maybe he was trying to do OD drill, and it just came out as the wrong thing.
I would have to see it. I'd imagine it got clipped for the replay, but that is actually mad unfortunate. I also wouldn't blame him if he just went for like just raw DP just to see if it would like chip. I think like damage calculation wise, he might have thought that was a good idea, but that's actually
so brutal.
big robbery.
Yeah. That was that was a gift right there.
Yeah, you know that's something Harper is going to take for sure in his current conquest. He's looking pretty commanding.
Yeah.
And that was that's so far away regardless too when you're airborne.
And you know, I mean, unfortunately too, with that later hit, it's less damage. So the chip damage was going to be a little bit lower as well. So I'm not sure. That would have to be one of those CFN ones that I'm going to have to go back and look to see what happened, you know.
That's rough. Maybe OD drill. Maybe.
Right. That's what I was thinking. OD drill. I mean, I'll tell you one thing right now, and this actually drives me crazy because I have old school habits, but a lot of times, like maybe he was trying to just do a raw super perhaps, right? Just try to chip him with a raw super like that. But,
oh, no.
But, you know, when I try to do raw supers, I piano a lot. And
there is an overlap.
In this game, OD moves have priority over supers. If you do 2 fireballs plus 2 kicks, you come out with the OD and not the super.
It's funny you mentioned that because I learned a very harsh lesson when Filament actually had traveled down to like SoCal to kind of visit. Him and I were playing 6. I'm like, this is a real thing. You can't just kind of like mash or like piano your way through a super because ODs will come out and it takes precedence over that. And I lost severely. And I was like, that's good to know.
I have lost so many matches online because of that. I'll tell you right now. So I'm just like, no. But in any case, yeah, there it is right there. So now Minute Maid Orange. However, good for him is that he's still in the tournament. Right, so he's still in the losers finals. He'll be waiting to see who he goes up against between Yunjabes and JP King. So, and the way that he was playing, and the way that he started off against Armper,
it looked convincing. I thought it was towards his favor.
I feel like if he feels like he can get back to grand finals, I think he definitely feels like he can take this tournament still.
Right. I would love to see it over the losers finals and see if he can get one last drop into grand finals. If not, I mean, either way, he still manages to get a secured spot in 3rd place. Yep. It's up to Yunjabes and JP King to duke it out in the loser semifinals to see who gets to fill that slot. So, again, Cammy, JP, this is a matchup that we, it's funny enough, I think in the reign of JP's terror, I think Cammy was like the perfect counter pick for this character.
Yeah, I mean, that was the early going, right? Was like, oh, JP destroys Guile, but, you know, Cammy beats JP, which is why we would always see Knuckle Dude play Cammy against JP. I did feel like even during that reign, though, and this happens a lot, right? If even the Guile players got better at fighting JP. Whenever you have your bad matchup, you study that one the most. And I felt like the JP started doing pretty decently against the Cammies, but we'll see what happens now. Obviously, JP got nerfed a little bit. Cammy, I mean, she kind of got buffed.
You know, I want to chalk it up to like people getting used to JP in the first place, like with season 1, and also getting used to their character at the same time. Because even in like Street Fighter League Japan, we had Daikoku face off against Ryusei, Guile versus JP, and that went in favor of Daikoku.
You're right. Oh, jeez. There we go. There's that whip punish right there. Punish counter gives you the heavy Streebog to get them launched across the screen over there. Oh. Yes, gotta find her way in. Already down over half her life. Wow, I don't want to deal with any Cammy offense.
That medium kick was mad far also.
Oh, she's in. Gonna go for damage, not for the setup right there. Yeah, go for the dive kicks during burnout because then a lot safer and a lot of times more plus, but what a nice check from JP King in this Streebog. Gonna take round number 1.
It's still such a strong anti-air with the catching heavy punch.
Yeah, it works. Oh, nice read on that, going for that slide there. But, you know, as long as you have the anticipation and you're ready for it, the catching heavy punch still works great as an anti-air. It's really just that last second anti-air that he used to be able to get away with all the time before
Right.
they nerfed it. Yeah. Okay, yep, stand medium punch, Link. And now into the corner here. What can Yunjabez do? Odie dive kick is a good start, but the perfect parry too far away. With the standing medium kick, but he still gets the drive rush, crouching strong, and he has the level 3 all ready to go. And that means JP King is gonna go up 1-0. I'm
Not
wrong.
quite. Not quite.
Oh boy.
Life's hard.
I was so confident I didn't even have to ask and I was wrong.
I thought you were gonna say like puts him into a situation where it's gonna be hard for him to guess the game. I don't know. I was like, I was gonna let you run with it.
I thought I was so confident that was dead.
Because he was in the yellow already.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh man.
That's hard. Right there with you. Oh. You heard the flash. That was the tap parry.
Back throw, punish counter, 2,000 damage, 2,040 damage right there. Now. Oh, that's still, dude. That thing has so much recovery frames. Holy moly. I don't even know if he did that on purpose either, too.
Stay down. OD uppercut.
No. Oh, no anti-air right there. Tried to walk. He saw the tap parry, and it emboldened him to try to rush down a little bit more. But I think JP King recovered a little bit faster than Yunjabez, or Yunjabez just thought he would be scared for a little bit longer.
We're starting to see how much of the space that JP King is really occupying. Man, just gonna spin the cane on him right in front of him, huh? I couldn't even tell you like what he was anticipating for that to even come out.
And right now, you know, who's watching this match very carefully right now is Minute Maid Orange, because this is going to be the same matchup potentially, right? So.
At this minute, probably not, but back then, oh, most definitely.
Oh, okay, gets through. Oh no, the Lavushka, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
That's so hard.
I mean, was he drive parrying it all there, or was he just
No.
It
was just raw defense.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I see that, as long as I'm not in that block string, I just parry. I'm like, you know, throw me for the 2,000 damage, whatever, dude. But Yunjabez here, obviously thinking that the
No way!
Working out, and that's how you're gonna start?
You already took the picture, brother. You don't have to do it anymore.
That's how you're gonna start? Holy crap! Oh, and then you just waited there and got thrown. Oh man, yeah, but he obviously the Cammy wasn't working here, so he's actually switching to Ken. Like you said, Cammy is a character that like should be really good against JP.
Yeah.
But like I said, a lot of the JPs have gotten really used to that fight here, and you will take that trade with a life lead like that any day of the week. Oh, perfect parry. This is huge. He confirms as well, which gives him more of that corner carry, which is really good.
Oh, what? Sick. That was a counter. It wasn't a punish counter. Very meaty on the overhead.
Here, yeah. Level 1's all you're going to need.
Just in case, too. I don't trust the uppercut killing on that one with the scaling involved. It has to be a level 1.
Dude, if you do one of those uppercuts and he lives and you're just like, oh man, we've seen that way too many times, dude.
God, I love that opener, too. Drive rush forward and reaction to the fireball into the sweep because it's that much further.
Oh, he tried to do something right there, but obviously scaling on Amnesia these days have made it so that it is not nearly as scary as before. So here we go. Full screen again. You gotta find your way in. Got caught by the logos. Oh, no button on the way down to punish that throw whip.
That was cool. Yeah, I like that. Punish counter getting past the projectile with OD uppercut. Was it expensive? Yes. Was it worth it? We're gonna find out.
The fact that JP standing heavy punch knocks you down even when it's just a straight hit like that is brutal. Oh, is that gonna kill?
Yeah. I believe so, yes. I do believe that's gonna kill.
Oh my goodness. All right, so match point now for JP King, the Ken so far. I mean, it has worked a little bit. He got that first round. He's got the level 3 and he's been doing that a lot, but he burned himself out. Too far away for a trade combo, but that was also a trade with a medium, so I don't think he was going to be able to get anything off of that. Oh, but you know what? Take that trade. That's fine.
I think it's better off for JP King for sure, considering Yunjabez is at burnout.
Yeah.
The life exchange and also the place that that Ken is at upon landing. Totally fine for him.
Trying to go for a little shimmy right there. Is that a parry that he went for there? That was odd. After throwing that OD fireball. Oh, he's gonna be able to confirm off of this into the level 3.
He's so sick, man.
And again, like we talked about the very first match where Armper just kind of ran over him, 3-0. It wasn't, we were like, oh, okay, we didn't get a chance to see JP King do anything, but back-to-back games now, he has looked fantastic here. If I'm not mistaken, we'll look at the bracket, but I think it was 3-1 and now 3-0 to get to this point over here. And
oh yeah, he's upset. He is upset and taking it out on everybody. He went 3-1 against Wrestling Man, now 3-0.
Okay.
This is kind of insane.
Yeah, he wants that revenge against Armper. So actually, he's going to be going up against Minute Maid Orange in the same matchup. Like I said, if you're Minute Maid, are you going to go with Cammy? I don't know, because he obviously looked like he knew what he was doing against that character. But both of these players are going to want to try to get that revenge on Armper now.
We'll see, because there's a different look in regards to like Minute Maid Orange, the way he kind of plays out the certain matchups. I think there's a little bit more patience and acknowledgement towards like what the matchup is like. I mean, he's taking a really, really big ordeal to combat against Armper, and the way he was, the momentum that he was playing at, or at least the tempo that he was playing at, excuse me. I think Minute Maid might be able to kind of sneak out a different sort of look against JP King and the way he's been playing too. It's so hard to say JP King's JP because it's mad redundant.
Right.
But
ATM machine.
That's so, brother. It's bad. It's bad. But I think it's just a different look. Someone else piloting the Cammy that might be a significantly different story. Who knows? Unless JP King just has the Cammy matchup down like that, because that's something that needed to be done in season 1. That's the type of homework that you were going to be doing regardless, because that's been like the bane of your existence. Or at least one of your tougher matchups in season 1. So it's got to be like maybe towards the advantage of the JP player. Who knows, right? Minute Maid Orange could also have been playing Cammy since season 1. I actually hadn't done the homework to see whether or not that's true. But the way he's playing right now, it feels like the perfect fit in regards to how he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be too scared just watching another Cammy lose like that.
No.
So, just kind of go in there. But again, this is World Warrior week number 3 for South Korea, but a lot of the World Warriors are still going on all over the world. Speaking of redundant here, sorry. But yeah, you can definitely register in your region to compete. Yeah, I know we're already in the 3rd week, so there's 2 weeks left for most of the regions out there. That shouldn't discourage you from not entering, because there's still a $2,000 prize you can win if you win first place for one of these World Warriors here, right? So, you know what? I'm sorry, for winning the finals, I think it's $2,000, right? But again, you still have that chance just to play, be a part of the community, have fun fighting against all these other players, and just enjoy the fun times of fighting games, man. So check out capcom.us/WW24 and compete in your local World Warrior and have a good time.
That's the overall objective, right? Being able to dive into a game and like make that connection with a whole bunch of people and also end up playing for almost the rest of your life. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of nuts how we got here, but like again, it's such a fun thing to see so many different styles, so many different regions really starting to open up towards like fighting games and whatnot. And again, what better place to do it than to apply for World Warrior events, right?
Absolutely.
So being able to do that, seeing you guys potentially every week, it's a pretty good ordeal.
Yeah. All right. But, we're going to find out who's going to get the majority of the points this week. Right after this break, it's going to be losers finals, then the grand finals. Who will Armper go up against? Find out after this break.
Today we are checking in with our top offline performers, and one of them, of course, is the champ. The champ of what? It's so many things to name. The bull himself, Mena RD. What's up, bro?
What's up, my bro? How you been?
I've been very good, man, and you've been good. This whole year, this whole season for you has been ridiculous. Take us through the year in general so far.
After the cup, actually, I was like, I'm gonna just take a little break, not overthink stuff, just gonna travel and play whatever. And that's when I started doing better. I was like, man, I feel so ahead right now. You know, I wish they let us rock for more time. Season 2 came in right before the important tournaments, right before Evo, right before Saudi Arabia. And I was like, bro, what am I gonna do? You know, I feel like my characters they're not as good. And I started like dabbling with mad characters. I like Zangief a lot. It's been a long time since I played a grappler. And I was like, bro, I can't take him out. When it matters the most, I just can't play Zangief.
You wouldn't even pick him, you're saying?
You know, I don't know why. I didn't have the confidence. And Crim City, Kava was there, Lehman was there, and I was talking to them. I was like, if you don't pick Zangief, you're gonna have issues. you gotta just play him.
They're playing against your Zangief in training, so they know, like, bro.
Yeah,
and
they know every day. They're like, bro, that's the character. That's your best character right now. So I just went with it. I was mad scared, you know, going through that process again. It was like, man, that's crazy. I don't get nervous ever in tournament. So how am I feeling this way? Like I might lose. It was very interesting, but I don't know. This time winning felt more like a relief.
Yeah, bro, that's fascinating. Okay, so, you know, how do you manage that pressure? And do you think that playing somebody like Zangief on the Zangief player side is more stressful than when you were using Luke?
For sure. Playing Zangief is more like playing Blanca, because I have a meta character. That's how I like to design things. I have a meta character, and I have a character that's to shake things up, to beat the meta. Blanca was mainly for top 8s and high in a tournament, FT3s, introduced a lot of options. I could shake the best players, they didn't know what to do with that risk-reward style. Luke was to get there, keep it stable. It was safe here. I just had to play well, focus on what I'm doing. With Zangief, I have to focus on what you're doing, you know? Bro, I don't know what these people be doing in this tournament.
Like every pro player with balance patches and stuff has to go through that at some point. Do you think that you were in a bit of a character crisis? And I guess, like, how did you feel in that moment and how did you get out of it?
I am still in a character crisis, actually. It's not a scary thing to see, because that's how I win, right? Nobody care about that. They just want to see the results. So I was like, you know what? Nah, I'm not playing one character only. I'm just gonna play the meta, bro, and I'm gonna mix it in with the characters I like. I just feel like that's the only way you gotta do it. And right now, I'm still not doing it. I still don't have the best characters. I have one. I replaced Blanca, you know, that risk character kinda, with Zangief. But the Luke character, the stable one, I don't have it yet. This is like my worst version, and that's when you know when a player is doing good. If in my worst version I can qualify to the cup. You feel me? I'm not gonna tell you right now I'm at my best, but at my worst, I can beat anybody. I can win the cup right now. It's just how it is.
Offline CPTs, not even the final form, not even a Super Saiyan Bull, just regular, already qualified for Capcom Cup. Zangief is looking insane. What you gonna do when the bull is coming for you? Mena RD, best of luck with the rest of the season, and it's good talking to you, bro.
What a wild statement, man. And people thought I was wild in regards to saying Mena RD would take it if Zangief. Man, I got a lot of flack for that one. But I'll tell you what, that fun weekend that we had at EWC, me and Mena met up in the elevator because we were going back to our hotel rooms, and we were like, man, that was a rough shot. But he's like, you know what? I should have listened. You were right. I'm like, right about what? I should have picked Zangief. Next thing you know, Cream City Convergence.
Dude, that's got to feel good.
And, I mean, like, I told him, I'm like, listen, man, you're the champ. You overall, you're in control of your journeys. That's all you, man. Don't listen to the peanut gallery that is Vicious and his the weird inner workings of his head. But again, Mena RD, what else can be said about the champ? 2-time champ at Capcom Cup, the first to ever do it. And with that statement saying, I could do this in my current form if I wanted to. It's not like the worst, but I'm at a really like low point right now. He's playing Zangief. I think going forward with that is a pretty significant deal.
I mean, I like how he stated it, though, having that stable character and then having the character to kind of throw people for a loop. Again, the way this guy thinks about fighting games, and he just tweeted out recently, he was like, the fighting games are the best thing that's ever happened to me in my life. And that was I was like already. I mean, I read that and I was like crying already because again that's so much. I mean, that's literally the reason why Tokido made me cry when he said fighting games are something so great.
I think it really comes down to the community behind them, which is why exactly we need something like a World Warrior, right? World Warrior Spotlight's happening right now with South Korea. We finally get the exposure of a lot of these different scenes from around the world, being able to also provide that same type of community for some of the players that have been seen into our top 8s, right? Without this, I feel like we wouldn't even have someone like a Mena RD with like the immense support from the Dominican Republic. Now we're starting to see that all the way through with Spirit Zero throwing it down. Speaking of which, top 8, South Korea. Armor is chilling in the grand finals, whereas the losers finals, we have Minute Maid Orange going up against JP King.
I just want to add one thing out there, and I don't even feel like I'm exaggerating when I say this, but that Dominican Republic community is one of the greatest communities out there.
They are insane with their energy.
Dude, when you hear that crowd and when you hear them cheering and stuff, I mean, it is magical.
I could go on a tirade for a week talking about how much more effective their energy is in comparison to anybody else in the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyways, we are talking about here South Korea and losers finals. Minute Maid Orange going up against JP King. We've been speculating, and we both agree that there's no reason not to pick Cammy. That's his main character. She does do well against JP. So despite what we saw a little bit. Oh, what the heck?
Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got the Mamon switch from JP King against Minute Maid Orange, looking to get the squeeze on him with the counter pick.
I mean, look, he decimated the previous Cammy, and now he's switching to Manon. These two have played each other a lot, and that's my theory. That's my theory. And JP King's like, I can't beat Minute Maid Orange when we play this matchup. And so I'm going to go with Manon. I mean, why would you switch after a strong performance in the previous round like that?
I don't know. I really have no idea what to tell you in regards to that. I mean, it could be one of those player preferences. It could be a moment where like JP King is thinking to himself, I don't think I have a good record right now against Minute Maid Orange. Let me try out the Manon first. I think in this moment where it's 3 out of 5, again, throughout the entirety of top 8, 3 out of 5 is still a good measure of skill and also a good time to get those adaptations in. So we'll see. He has to change his name from from the JP King to Juicy Pulp. I feel like that's what the JP is going to stand for against Minute Maid Orange. But Manon pick against Cammy, I like it. I personally like it.
I mean, outranges, Manon outranges basically most characters. It's just, unfortunately, a lot of those buttons aren't cancelable, so she doesn't get the drive rush cancels out of like crouching medium kick and such. But, I'm thinking what happened was JP King totally heard that Mena RD interview and was like, you're right. We need to throw that character out there and get people off guard. Even though all of this stuff has been pre-recorded, he definitely heard that interview, and that's what influenced him to go with the Manon.
Yeah, I think with a character like JP, you're forced to play the way he kind of wants to play, like from further distances out. Whereas like with Manon, I don't even know like how you could even explain it. Like, it's going to be a little bit tough to get the big thing that she has going for her, which is like medals. I think there's enough to say about what Manon can do on offense. It's a matter of like getting there. I think Cammy does a great job of escaping certain situations and also being able to escape both grabs and command grabs with her dive kick is a pretty significant tool. I'd wonder what the neutral is going to be played like between these two specifically because of the current ranges that both characters play at.
I mean, I feel like the neutral is going to be the key factor here because her crouching heavy punch, Manon's crouching heavy punch, can catch dive kicks at weird angles because that thing just has hitbox for days. But the thing that I'm questioning about this pick is that Cammy in the corner versus Manon is not a pleasant experience here because anytime Cammy can fight somebody who doesn't have an ODDP, it's kind of brutal in there. But also Manon also has the OD pirouette kick, which can anti-air really well and can lead to some medals as well. So that's a great start for the neutral right there. You get a whip punish with that sweep. Okay. This is too far. Could not get the sweep. But this is what I was expecting out of the neutral right here. Clearly, you can see right now, Manon is, outranging Cammy, and that's the benefit right there.
That's a really big call out too for Minute Orange, throwing out the ODDP against JP King, where he tried to get a tick throw into command grab. Would have been thick damage for sure.
And it's always good too, because you know that got in there with the standing medium punch this time, wasn't blocked. Because every time you DP out of that situation, you know, that's 2 bars on your side, but 3 bars on their side because they drive rush cancel. Oh, I was talking about that pirouette kick, but it was a little too low, so she couldn't get the juggle afterwards and couldn't get the metal. Baited. Oh, I thought he baited it out.
That was that dash.
Oh.
Kind of insane.
Oh, crouched at the last second. Oh, got in there with the standing light kick.
I like the patience from both ends.
I remember we were talking about it when we were talking about Ken's standing light kick. Cammy's standing light kick kind of good too.
Pretty similar in that regard.
Yeah.
Pretty similar in regards to the utility behind it.
And there's that crouching medium punch from Cammy right there as well. Good sword normal right there. Oh, didn't cancel that. Now gets the cancel. Yeah, now gets the cancel. The DP, look at the damage. And like I said, this is the part that sucks, except he wasn't expecting it to counter hit. So he threw too early and was whipped. And so now that allowed JP King to get out of that corner situation.
Yeah, that was a reversal. I couldn't imagine what JP King might have tried to throw out. It possibly could have been like a wake-up command grab, which is kind of like a common thing, I feel like, sometimes with my known players to kind of throw people off guard.
I mean, if you think they're going to shimmy you, why not, right?
I mean, if you think they're going to do a wake-up super also.
Yeah,
or even drive
that's
reversal,
true. Yeah,
right?
yeah. But unfortunately for JB King, that is going to be the end of Manon for this game. I'm curious to see if he sticks with this, because like I said, maybe they have a lot of experience playing this, and he just doesn't like the JP versus Minute Maid Orange.
I'd imagine so, but we're gonna find out. I think that first round was a really good signifier of like whether or not he should switch, and first game. But the first round between the two, it was down to pretty much a pixel.
But it is going to be the switch, and Minute Maid Orange already in there and has corner position.
Back to the JP, the patented JP that we had seen a little bit earlier, right? JP King, we talked about him and his run not being able to show off what he wanted to in the very beginning, and now facing off against the other competitor in the winner's side, a top 8, I should say.
Oh, wow. I thought that spike was going to catch him. I thought the departure was going to reach.
I thought so too, hence why he didn't go for the anti-air, right? He's been pretty clean about crouching heavy punch against opponents that are jumping directly above him.
Ooh, nice. Planted that tree glove right in front of Cammy. Got the hit right there.
Damn, raw fierce.
Oh,
you heard the tap parry.
Yep. Oh, the delay from the crouching heavy punch, finding its mark. Yeah, Minute Maid Orange, like I said, I feel like these two have fought. Look to just interrupt with the standing heavy punch.
Yeah, why not?
Do it again. Oh, okay. But you know, I mean, catching medium kick, you can't drive cancel that. That's one of the JP weaknesses right there.
Good. What? Who said that? Somebody in the
I don't
studio
know.
just hijacked my microphone.
Weird. Yeah, I'll blame Tony out there. So yeah, so it's his fault. All right, here we go. Into the level 3. Okay, and still gonna have the corner position here. So this is important. In ruin.
So the departure, double departure. Excuse me. Walk on in there.
Oh, tried to go for the frame trap right there. Oh, command grab, it's gonna hurt. Not gonna be enough to kill just yet. She can still win. She can still win.
Oh my lord. You know, we were talking about that before. Like, how often do you get to see drive impact for the win get countered in that fashion?
Yeah.
Like, Minute Maid could have done something into like maybe like a parry instead. But no, I like the normal right into the super art. That was beautifully done. Critical art, excuse me.
Yeah, it's critical art. So that was for sure death right there. And so Minute Maid Orange now up 2-0. And he's going to stick with the JP. All right. Good throw tech. Wow. Oh, that's wow, that was punished. Yeah, okay, he knows this matchup really, really well.
I didn't think there was enough time.
I didn't either, and now I do.
That was light kick spiral arrow.
Yep. Oh no, and that erased the departure as well.
Hey, luckily enough for JP, he still made his fight. He actually didn't get too much damage off of that drive impact, and he gets to cash out at least a lot of damage. Maybe get the bird up. Okay, never mind. He's not going to go into level 1. My mistake.
Yeah, he's going to hold on to that. Looks like maybe keep a Lavushka on deck here, but Oh, the stagger. That was an Evo winning stagger right there with that crouching medium kick.
You hold on to it for so long, you don't even get to use it. That's probably one of the worst feelings.
Oh, I
in
know,
this
right?
game.
And now this is a match point here for Minute Maid Orange. So we can see for sure why he did not go with the Manon. I mean, why he went with the Manon early on. Because it is definitely, I feel like this is a human matchup here between these two.
I mean, he's turning him into another statistic, right? He's saying, you know what, Cammy still has a great time against JP. I don't think she's ever had a bad time.
Ooh, I thought he was a punish right there, but it just was a little too far. Gonna go right into the level 3. Here we go, look at all this damage.
It just sounds so violent, the way, like, the psycho energy surges through someone's chest. You hear, like, the cracking of the bone.
I mean, honestly, I still think JP is such a sick character design. Dude.
I agree.
He's so cool.
I think he's one of the cooler designed characters, new characters in the roster.
Yeah.
I think he might be the coolest.
I mean, the only reason why people, you know, don't think that was because we all got sick of seeing him at first. Oh, he just went for it. He just...
Hey, guys. There's no amount of commentary or fighting game experience that can tell us why that happened. I will say it shouldn't have. However, it did.
I mean, that's another one where we'd have to go to the CFN replays to be able to see.
No, we don't, James.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, that tells us a lot of what we needed to know here. Again, I feel like I hopefully maybe somebody on social media will be able to inform us, anyone from the South Korean scene. Let us know what the history of this matchup here, because it really just feels like Minute Maid Orange is in JP King's head. You know, like, it's just the crazy things that he did, beating out that drive impact, and then he was starting something. No, he backdashed. Neither of us were paying attention because we thought that was free. You know, I thought that was just going to be a block and that was it. You know, like, at least that's what I was thinking personally.
I thought it was the same. I thought he was just going to sit there and block.
I wasn't even looking at the screen anymore because I was just like, okay, that's dead, you know.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, that is unfortunate. But as a result, Minute Maid Orange 3-0ing JP King after
I don't even think that would have chipped him.
And the thing is, like I said, JP King 3-0'd the previous Cammy, right? Yoon Jabez here. Just like that almost didn't look like it was like, it looked like it was in JP's favor. But I mean, something here, like I said, I just feel like maybe these two players know each other. They've played each other a lot, run into each other all the time. But Minute Maid Orange is the one that's going to get the rematch against Armper. And as I said, he did really well in that one game that he won. He started off really strong against Armper, and then Armper just turned it on afterwards. So, but I still feel like Minute Maid Orange should have the confidence to be able to win this.
I thought it was going to be in way of JP King. I was ready to say "Long live the King," but you know that's the JP truly does stand for. It does stand for juicy pulp. Truly,
Yeah.
Minute Maid Orange making out alive. His redemption time against Armper, something that was completely unprecedented. I mean, granted, he had 2 games ahead.
Right.
I think that Critical Art was indeed a Hail Mary, and I don't think it would have chipped.
Yeah, I don't think so. But, you know, Minute Maid Orange looks so strong there. You know, you have to do the chef's kiss, right? Well, for him, it's going to be a sun-kissed instead. So, well done to Minute Maid Orange. Let's see if he can actually take out Armper now.
Sunny days for him getting this redemption. That is for sure. Well,
Well,
we'll see.
he
Myson
can-
versus Cammy.
Yep. Here we go.
What a shocker.
I know, right? Yeah.
I'm still
That was
thoroughly dumbfounded
like,
by that.
you couldn't see it, but like both of us got jump scared when he got hit.
Like, huh?
Oh, man. But anyways, grand finals, here we go. Armper on the winner's side. He only needs to win 1 set of 3 out of 5. Minute Maid Orange has to win 2. First one to send him to loser's bracket. Got the anti-air OD Psycho Crusher, and now the corner position over here. Oh, what a check. He went for it, dude. That was a minus situation, and he just went for it.
Yeah, why not?
Sometimes you got to do that, man. Sometimes it's just... Ooh, that was still a punish?
That's pretty far.
Yeah, that was a lot of recovery frames on that scissor kick. The knee press. Oh, he was too far away. That was a whiff, and so he burned himself out.
Temporarily. Got a forward throw.
Oh, what do we do? Oh, he's so scared.
Don't even jump. Don't even jump because he was trying to snipe out with the hell attack. He was in that pocket to be able to do so. And I like the roundhouse. The utilization of the heavy normals from that distance was so primed and ready for minimum.
I mean, honestly, you know, the fact that they buffed that standing heavy kick from Cammy to only be -3 at worst, I still think is a much bigger significant buff than, I don't know, maybe some people think that that buff is super good, but I think it's great. I think that buff was crazy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
No, I think so as well. I think it's in the same line of thinking of having a palm safe from Jamie.
Yeah, or even Zangief me being -3, right? So, okay, corner position here. Throw loops. Do it again. 2. Nope. Got scared a little bit. Oh, faked it that time. Got the delayed jab. Again, too far away, so that light kick was just a whip. Oh, no, wait. Why?
Couldn't tell you, James. Could not tell you.
Was that an execution error? Because he was walking back and forth. Maybe he didn't think he was charged up that long. Maybe he walked forward and tried to hit heavy punch.
I don't know. I didn't see a walking animation. So if anything, it could have been like a delayed one, right?
Right, or something.
Because like you wouldn't need to walk forward that far, or sorry, that short of a distance to like throw out a normal. You could even like stand, just hold back, right?
Right.
But I don't think so.
I mean, even if that was an OD one, that would have been -3 at least, but
OD is much more reasonable though,
right,
to do.
Yeah, but Rod, Psycho Cruncher. Anyways, we're in game number 2 right now, so Minute Maid Orange he's like, you know what, I'll take it, thank you. You know, not my birthday, but I'll take the gift. Oh, again, that air-to-air has been working so well. And that, too, see? Now you can drive rush into heavy kick and you're +1.
I feel good.
It's so good. I mean, when I read the patch notes and it was like, doesn't push the enemy as far, I was like, oh, okay, so they made it safer, but now at least you can take your turn back. But I was like, wait a minute, that's actually better for drive rush, because if it doesn't push you away, you're in the range for throw.
Yeah, luckily enough, throws coming out in 5 frames kind of like disallows that.
Yeah, it's true, because the 4 frames will still at least beat that. Oh, he got the hit with the bomb. He's going to plant another one.
Oh, out of there.
Yep, and the side switch, which is why it's so good.
Oh, that could have been so significant. That was a punish counter too.
He did it again! He blocked the drive rush attack and then just went for jabs afterwards. This man knows no fear. Oh, no! You dropped the combo. Was he trying to decide how much resources to spend?
I'd imagine he was trying to bait out like a super,
Oh, no.
or sorry, like any sort of reversal from Minute Maid Orange.
Died.
You're hella dead. Not even think. That's critical art. That wasn't even done with the combo. He could have gone the full thing with his drive gauge.
Dude, this is crazy because Armper, I mean, he's literally thrown away the last 2 rounds, basically, with a couple of mistakes right there.
Significant ones. Not cashing out 1, throwing up a Psychic Crusher 2.
Yeah, and then just right at the end right there, just letting himself be punished like that.
That's cute. Oh, man, that was beautiful. That was so sick, too. He was a fool.
All right, there we go. Gets the mine planted, the Psycho Mine. Oh, again, bust out, not immediately that time, but afterwards, and then got the range for the crouching medium kick to get the drive rush cancel.
I mean, you were still able to lick the crouch jab after that.
And look at this. Oh, burned himself out here. So is he going to go for the level 1? Yeah. Try to do as much damage as possible to get him in the range for 1 throw to kill. And I think that's what he tried. Oh my! He knew he wanted to go for the back throw. Put her into the corner. Yeah.
That's just really good game sense from Minute Maid Orange, right? Immediately after the scissor kick pressure, it's really up to the opponent to kind of like make that decision afterwards, whether or not to throw or whether or not to keep it medium.
Right. Oh man! And then finds the crouching medium kick again. Goes for that. Not quite a safe jump right there. But what does Bison do about that, right? So, oh, you press the button. And now you are going to take a lot of damage. Oh, is he going to go for it? No, he's actually just going to plant the bomb.
Yeah, dumping out all that meter while not having a round under your belt does feel kind of bad.
Yeah.
Minute Maid Orange now, if he gets a single hit, even off of a light, he definitely goes from level 3 into kill.
Oh, there it was, just like that. So I still...
Talk to me.
I just feel like that she should have maybe just gone for the level 3, maybe to put a little bit more panic into Minute Maid Orange, but you know, in the end, I don't know if it would have made a difference. You know, honestly, Minute Maid
Well,
Orange with the
I think
3-0.
I think
there.
living into another into another like game to go further on.
Well,
into the
I mean,
set.
that level 3 wouldn't have killed though, right? I mean, Minute Maid Orange would have still been alive,
you're right?
right?
Yeah. And you would have been in burnout.
Yeah, and if he just did that standing light kick again at that end, it would have killed the same way. So, oh man, what a turnaround here! Like
I'm still flabbergasted by the JP King game. To be honest with you guys, I'm still flabbergasted by that. And then on top of that, the Psycho Crusher. I need some help.
I mean, when I said that Minute Maid Orange would be coming into this one still feeling confident, I didn't think it was going to be like this because Armper has absolutely looked like the best player coming up to this point. I mean, he has just been looking almost unstoppable. And if you've actually watched a lot of the matches that we saw, except for Lugabo, who was actually able to come back from the losers bracket and reset and win.
Yeah.
Like most of the people who have gotten there from the top have just kind of just gotten through.
I'm still so, they say when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, but what happens when life gives you oranges? You know what I'm saying? Like, does it still you still do the same thing? Is it still the same for that fact of life? No, I don't think so, man.
No, I mean,
this guy's delivering all the oranges. He got the reset too.
Get oranges, then you have a zest for life, I guess.
I guess, sure. I don't know, man.
Oh my goodness, and Armper switching to Ken.
This is the one right here.
Wow.
Back to the tried and true, by the way.
All right. Gonna bust out the worst Shoto here.
Get out of here, man. you take that headset with you.
There's some people who still believe that,
No. I'm gonna tell them no. Stop it.
Oh, there we go. DP, yeah. Nice to have an anti-air against Cammy when you're Bison and you didn't have any of that. Oh, that's minus. That had to have been minus right there, so I like that back throw. You're scared that up. Oh, the sword normal. Here we go. He goes for the damage and the Oki. Hardest part about that Oki after that is that after the double dash, it doesn't really get the meaty enough for a crouching heavy punch. Oh.
And he doesn't commit to the rest of it, which kind of makes sense.
Wow, that was still the recovery. Punish counter. Oh.
That wasn't a punish though. It's still dead.
No.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, because of the first punish counter throw drained so much of his life. He was just down to one throw life at that point. Oh, with cancel there. That's 3 bars. Ow! Back heavy kick?
That was sick. That was actually pretty sick.
It looked awesome, but I'm just, why? Why did he do that? To hit him is why. And same thing for that right there. And he's got him burned out.
That was just great reactions from the side of Minute Orange against the fireball. And now the pressure afterwards. Let's see how much extra damage he can get off of this.
Nice.
No, Armper getting himself out of danger and also keeping himself alive away from the corner further on.
Yeah, and he's going to get all of his drive gauge back now. Here we go. Tries to go for a shimmy. Doesn't fall for it. Minute Maid Orange gets the back throw. You are in a scary situation. One touch, you're dead.
And that was no option select from the side of Armper, right? He let him go away with that crouching medium punch. I don't think you have enough time.
Oh, no.
Not again. Not again. You're hella dead. Minute Maid Orange for the game.
He walked up for the throw, and Minute Maid Orange walked backwards, and he whiffed the throw, and oh boy.
This guy is like on a one-way ticket sponsorship deal with Minute Maid. Has to be.
Oh man. Minute Maid Orange is definitely full of sunny delight right now.
Okay. Definitely different branding, but they're both, well, one of them is juice.
The other one's orange flavored.
Yeah,
least,
sure,
you know,
sure.
This might not actually be juice.
I mean, hey man, it is what it is.
Dude, Minute Maid Orange looks absolutely unstoppable right now. I mean, I'm actually at a loss for words here because this is turned around so badly.
Some have the sauce, but some others have the juice, and he's got it right now. Minute Maid is doing a fantastic job of keeping the dream alive, and so is this right here. Bang. I like that. Level 1.
What a good routing right there. Oh, man. Yeah, so Minute Maid already with the reset, right? We reset. Oh, my God. Like, where's these matches been going? And Armper looking absolutely lost. Okay, there we go. Gets that counter hit, so he is able to link that. Try to bait something out of Minute Maid Orange, but again, Minute Maid being so patient. Don't know what the heck that OD Jinrai was about. Just keeps him with less meter this way. Oh, nice. Gets the frame trap there.
Sick and firm.
Yeah.
Beautifully done.
There we go, into the corner. No!
Too early?
Yeah, but that was weird. I thought it would have hit him at least out of the backdash, but yeah, it had to have been too early. Oh, that's punish. That's punish. And it should be the round here if he doesn't drop the combo. I don't want a commentator's curse him.
Nah, there's no chance. And I like that too because, again, it was crouching sweep right in that crouching position. Emperor with a good recognition to get the punish counter. And also, again, the medium Dragon Mash combo.
Yeah, but not going to go for another one to drive cancel because doesn't want to burn himself out. Last time was okay because it was to win the round. Oh no, you got hit by the dive kick. And punish counter on the tap parry. You are burned out. Nice jump out of the corner. Wow. Out of there.
Knocking on the doors a little bit. Minute just needs a singular light. Oh, that could have been it. That was counter hit too. He could have had the conversion just a little bit too late, perhaps.
Could have been a standing light. Oh, that could have been a whip punish too. But I don't even think Minute Maid Orange really is all that worried about it.
Oh, and it's funny enough, he was just under a minute left, at least in-game time, 58 seconds on the clock. They were playing it real patient. And Minute Maid, he's been doing a great job. Speaking of playing patient, taking down player after player with a huge rebuttal against Armper. Again, when they played off against Winners Finals, it was 3-1 in favor of Armper.
Right.
And we haven't seen a single game on the board yet.
Yeah, and again, it was a great start for Minute Maid Orange, which is, like I said, why I felt like he would come in and be confident, but nothing to this degree here. And he's going to even go to a level 1. Try to give him a little bit of time to at least get the drive gauge to start returning. Oh, he thought that was going to be a cross-up.
So did I, to be fair.
That's the power of that jumping heavy punch. Oh, okay. That's not the first round that he's won with Ken.
I want to say yes.
Well,
perhaps.
Let's hope that gives him a little bit of confidence, but a good start here for Minute Maid Orange.
Oh, a little awkward too.
Yeah, a little delay right there. I kind of like that. Gotta change up your timing a little bit. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Just goes for the drill for the damage again.
Does find the mark with the OD uppercut.
Okay, here we go. One touch now. One touch for Armper. Should be able to take it. Oh,
Jesus.
Boy. Oh, it was so scary. Because right now, Minute Maid Orange does not have
he could
3 meters.
He could build it. He could build it, James, with the right sequence.
Yeah, with enough drive rush cancels, he might be able to get enough of that.
He's got it!
Okay, wait.
No, he's definitely got it. Level 3, he gets to charge up the DP, and that's actually going to be so much damage. Now into the final round, potentially. Wow! Minute Maid. You talk about it, too. The sword normal. Crouching medium punch coming out of nowhere. The counter hit, too, and the conversion.
The consolation here, she has no meter now. So I feel like if you're Armper, if you get a hit, I feel like you want to spend that meter right away so you can start building up a little bit. And so that way, that meter advantage has more poignancy, I guess.
Oh. I mean, the longer you wait to utilize it, the sooner Minute Maid is going to build his own meter.
Exactly.
And it's kind of a tough situation, Step Kid.
Okay, here we go. I mean, there's a lot of scaling on that because of the crouching medium kick. Oh, you just got hit again. Here we go, double dash into the throw, but what a back dash from Armper. Now the back throw into the corner.
That was a counter hit. There was an attempt from Minute Maid Orange to try to throw out a button. That could have been a big whip punish too. Armper is really throwing out some of these crouching medium kicks.
And he's almost got a level 2 build up, and he burns himself out again. Oh, regular throw, and here it is. Got the hit with the standing medium punch, meaty enough to leap to the crouching medium punch. And Minute Maid Orange right here, he turned it around so drastically that it almost looked like Armper couldn't do anything. What did we just see here, Jeremy?
Complete obliteration. Minute Maid. I'm telling you that. Wish death upon me. Not today, though. He is insane. My man went 1-3 against Armper. Immediately rebuttals against JP King, who had been taking out the camis in this game, in this tournament. 3-0. Gets the full reset. He has gone 9 games straight. He has won 9 games straight, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Look, I will admit, Minute Maid Orange is not a player that I am as familiar with from the Korea region here, but this is not a name that I'm going to be forgetting for quite some time here.
You're going to see it at the store. You're just going to stand there and be like, man, he's good.
Yeah, I'm going to just walk up and see the Minute Maid on the shelf, and I'm going to be scared of dive kicks all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah, right. This is your girl, dude. Now you're going to switch over to Cammy.
Dude, trust me, I've been playing this character a lot, and I'm not doing well. Anyways, that is a whole nother story.
Just I think the overall decision making from Minute Maid has been so well placed in regards to like his meter spendage. I think like him writing the momentum appropriately too. When we talk about like super arts being used pretty earlier in the round, like he had a level 1 while in burnout just to kind of get the damage in, and also like the corner carry on top of that. I just really like that. In regards to the type of plays that he wanted to implement afterwards, he's like, all right, well, after this, I'm going to kind of like back off a little bit. I have enough leeway to like push somebody to the corner and get them kind of anxious and nervous too. And I like him playing in the pocket afterwards. It's just it was so well strung together in regards to like his offensive strategies.
After that first 3-0, like I just feel like something in Armper just kind of like broke. Like he was just like, I honestly am lost. I mean, he did the character switch, even though he won 3-1 with Bison earlier. It just didn't feel like it just seemed like he had lost confidence in that character, you know? And he went to the Ken and, you know, he stuck with it. I don't know, maybe he should have switched back to Bison at some point.
Perhaps, but it's been such a tough mix for him. Like I think watching him play Bison in this tournament and like a handful of other replays, it makes sense. But I've seen like majority of his study sessions over against Japan has been with Ken, so it's been weird. It's a weird adjustment to make because he's very effective and efficient with both.
Right. Well, I mean, I want to take a look at the standings right now. If we can take a look at the standings currently for Korea here. But I guess we'll take a look at that in just a little bit here. But yeah, I just want to see where Minute Maid Orange is in the standings because I want to see how many plays. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think with a performance like that, you wouldn't be too surprised to wouldn't be too surprised to see him up on the leaderboard within top 8, to be honest with you. But I mean, like as it stands right now, the fact that Emperor got pretty much handled. He got squeezed into the juicer. He went 6-0 against Minute Maid Orange.
Yeah, I know. Oh,
you don't ever get to see that. Statistically, you don't get to see someone go in from the loser side to dominate this much.
Very rare. It's very rare for sure, especially going up against the guy who put you in the loser's bracket in the first place.
Sure.
So, but in any case, that's the result here of week number 3. And I mean, that kind of a win right there has ramifications. That carries you through the next few World Warriors as well, because now you're just like, dude, I own you. You know what I mean?
I mean, more or less, yeah. More or less. I'll see it. I'll definitely take that. Let's take a look at the current journey that these guys had to go through in the top 8, taking a look at the bracket as we started things off. JP King versus Emperor. You already saw the first onslaught of a 3-0. Then Minute Maid Orange following suit, getting 3-0 against Ichima. Yo, that was actually a pretty great way to kick things off. And then it followed suit further on to the loser side as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. And if you look at there, I mean, unfortunately, we did not get to see the best out of Hig and Berserk Y. They went out with only one game won between them. But again, I'm sure they'll come back strong again next week. And as you can see over there, Yunjabes and Wrestling Man did make it to the next stage. And in fact, Yunjabes was able to defeat Ichimayo and keep going. Unfortunately, Wrestling Man's journey ended there. Yunjabes and JP King fought each other. And JP King, this is where he started to look really dominant, right? He beat Wrestling Man 3-1. He beat Yunjabes 3-0. But then when Armper and Minute Maid Orange faced off in winners finals, Armper was able to win 3-1. And then Minute Maid Orange just made quick work of JP King.
Insane. That's actually an insane route to go through it. But I mean, big ups to JP King. I think him nailing a 3rd place finish is a pretty big ordeal, all things considered. Like him coming in, pretty much getting slaughtered by Emperor.
I remember too, JP King started with that Manon too. So both players who fought Minute Maid Orange at the end, they're trying to pick some counter characters, and neither of them finding the success.
I want to see what like that personal record is like now with those two type of counter picks that have gone on. I mean, like more so, I think Emperor's pick into Ken was more of like a comfort pick, perhaps. Maybe he wanted to like try his hand out with a character that he's way more familiar with. Like I don't even know at this point because again, we've seen such a handful, at least on replays. I was checking them out, a handful of both Bison and Ken. So that's a really tough call out, but. I think it was on a personal level between JP King and Minute Maid Orange to kind of go for the Mano.
There's definitely a lot of history with these players, I feel like that, you know, that we don't have the context for here. And hopefully if somebody on social media can give us a little bit of information on that, it'd be really awesome to get some of that information. But
Burnout Fighter, where you at, man?
yeah, exactly.
Gerald, where you at,
exactly,
man?
exactly. But you know, we'll take a look at the standings really quickly. But first, before we actually do that, we're going to run to a quick break over here. But just want to remind everybody that this has been your CPT recap over here, your World Warrior recap, and that's all part of the CPT, the Capcom Pro Tour, and we are having some amazing offline events coming up very, very soon as well. In particular, UFA coming up in France, which is, you know, France is going to be the future home of an Evo as well.
That's right.
So,
Yeah, that's true.
So, you know, you can head out there and just, you know, check it out early on. So if you're in that area, definitely head out there to play. And if you're at home and you're going to watch this is going to be this next coming up weekend here. And if you're at home watching this, you can see right here, we've got 4 languages all ready to go. So there's going to be an all language stream going on there. Just head out to the Linktree link you see down there, linktr.ee/Capcom Fighters, and we will have broadcasts for you in Portuguese, in Spanish, in Japanese, as well as English. So great job to Capcom for providing all of the different languages.
With a little bit of French as well, I'd imagine, with Ken Bogard being in the mix from the commentary lineup. They just released it actually not too long ago over on social media. But what needs to be done for you guys right now is to mark your calendars for the future events as well. Following after UFA, we have East Coast Throwdown happening in October, the weekend of the 13th, followed by the Super Premiere Singapore the weekend afterwards. And then, man, not even too much of a break in between. Super Premiere Japan happening in November, the first weekend of, then followed by Blink Respawn in one of my favorite regions in the world.
We're talking about that Dominican Republic scene out there. And if you guys have a chance to, I mean, look, even if you're watching at home, you will hear how passionate this audience is. It's crazy.
It's wild. Then, of course, Kings of the World to round out the finale of the Capcom Pro Tour, leading into the big dance that is Capcom Cup happening. Again, Kings of the World happening December 13th through the 15th over in London. And again, you guys need to sign up right now. Capcom.us/CPT24 for your chance at greatness and for a shot at the big leagues for that $1 million prize pool. Absolutely insane, man. 1 million minimum, excuse me. Crazy.
Oh wait, is there potential for more if we?
I mean, the $1 million goes for the winner, right?
Right. I believe so.
Yeah.
Right. It's just okay. Any case, we'll be right back, guys. We'll take a look at the standings for South Korea, but so stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk a little bit more about this event that we just saw. So stick around. One last time.
This is gonna be fun. I'm still on a journey.
Come get some.
Traveling to new places, experiencing new things, meeting new faces, having good fights. Fight, drink, eat, sleep, repeat. Seriously, it's a good life. I'll pick up the check.
Come on, get ready. Hey, come on. All right.
You down for one more?
Time for a beatdown. Are you okay? Watch your mouth. Yeah, baby. Hey.
Now, where to tomorrow?
The time has come to share with you news that's bleak but sadly true. I'm talking of the fell Black Blight, a spreading darkness, endless nights.
The environment's changing and the monster population's taken a nosedive.
Blackgrass, rampaging monsters. What do you know of this corruption?
This so-called black mist is actually the Black Blight. Then there'll most likely be a blighted monster nearby too.
Looks like this whole village has been blighted!
Do we know what the blight is or why it's eating away at the world? No. But we know that it attacked our home, and that it must be destroyed.
The kinship stone commands the might to purify this foul Black Blight.
And we're gonna stop the Black Blight!
We can befriend monsters easy enough, but other humans are a different story.
Hunters and riders.
Like, they both respect and live with monsters. They're the same that way.
I've been waiting my whole life for this. I want to help my friends, everyone.
But right now, evil is growing in power. And soon, this whole world shall be devoured.
Yeah, we got claws for concern. Ratha's blighted.
You can use it to stop the blight.
But I'm curious about this kinship with monsters stuff. So I was hoping you could show everyone what it means to be a rider.
And we just finished watching quite the South Korea number 3 week right there. I mean, nothing else you could say except Minute Maid Orange, man.
Minute Maid, I gotta say, he's pretty good. He's there were a couple of like weird instances that could have happened and kind of like changed the fate, but I feel like not by much, right? We still think about the big example that had happened in case you had missed it. We had JP King versus Minute Maid Orange. There was a moment where Minute Maid Orange kind of threw out a Hail Mary from way beyond the arc. Like literally, I'm talking about both bodies in their respective corners, as if they're about to have a boxing match. They were stuck in the corners. You see like a random critical art. And my man JP King was like, "I'm going to nope, I'm going to backdash instead."
I mean, that was almost like a Steph Curry confidence from the logo right there, dude. Because that was from way downtown. And
you know, I don't even think Minute Maid thought it was going to hit.
I know, he was probably like, dang it, I was wrong. And then it hit. And we, like I said, we literally both had a jump scare because we were just like, okay, what the?
I didn't mean to make the noise that I made on the microphone. That's 2 oopsies in a row. I think I'm about to get fired soon. That was actually kind of wild. It was wild.
But I mean, look, congratulations to Minute Maid Orange. What a performance right there. I mean, talk about domination towards the end right there. So, I mean, he 3-0'd Ichi Mayo right there. And really that Armper was the only person who ever took any games off of him. So it was those 3 games.
A significant amount, yeah.
And that's it. Because otherwise it was 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, dude. So, I mean, again, like hopefully we can take a look at the standings over here now because I really, really want to see where this is. And look at this. This is the first time Minute Maid Orange has gotten on the board.
That is insane.
Has he not played the
So
other
this is 3
ones?
weeks, right? So Armper had back-to-back moments where he's gotten.
Yeah.
Actually, I can't even do the math on this one.
I mean, it might have been like first, and then like third or something like that, because that would be around that many points.
He has, I mean, guaranteed he had a second, so that's why it's just like the
Yeah.
point spread is going to be interesting to see. Harper sitting at 130, JP King with 80. JP King with 85.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, he looks so strong.
He's insane. Ijima, getting 70 also against the rest of the world. That was actually pretty wild. I love that. I wonder what his like overall character representation was, if he stuck it out with like the Jamie the whole time. But Surini getting 70, Mad Hawk getting 60, Lushid with 50, tied with Minute Maid Orange in his first big W, and then Kilobotomy over with 45. Man, this point
Kilobotomy,
spread.
remember, he was one of the players who defeated NL.
That's right. Yeah. And then Hig was the other one. Right? That's crazy.
And again, NL not
on the
nowhere to
board.
be seen on this board. So the only way he can really qualify, he really has to come in and win the next two tournaments. I really feel like that's like that. Because that would be 100 points right there.
It depends, man. I think Armper has a lot to say about that with us as consistent as he is.
Well, remember, NL just has to get into that top 8 to play, and then it's seeded after that. So
that is fair. That is fair. I mean, with the way that Kilobotomy has been playing and taking him out, I mean, it might be a different story. Who knows? But
and what if Minute Maid Orange comes back and just starts killing everybody in the next 2 weeks?
If he comes in as Minute Maid Lemonade, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
oh man,
he's just occupying spots for himself. I'm totally kidding. But this is our current top 8 with the standings and the leaderboards for World Warrior up until week number 3. Again, that's actually a pretty significant deal to look at, because again, there are some moments where we see like players like Ichimayo taken out pretty early. Actually, him coming in from the winner's side, falling short to Minute Maid is a pretty decent signifier as to like how the theme's been going for some of these players. But not even too big of a spread. Like past the first place mark, you got like the variance between 85 and 45.
Yeah,
that is not a bad spread at all.
Yeah, people can catch up for sure. But I mean, speaking of catching up, Minute Maid Orange, first time on the board over here, 50 points, getting right into that top 8 leaderboard. You can definitely see the fruits of his labor here, getting into that and positioning himself as a contender for qualifying for Capcom Cup.
Yeah,
when the region finals show up.
Truly is a fun region to watch overall.
Yeah.
Not only just like the character diversity, I always like to emphasize that because I think it's a pretty significant deal, but also just like the play styles that we kind of get exposed to is pretty fun. Sure, there's some like wacky and wild moments that have happened, but there's also really intelligent gameplay over in the grand finals as well between Armper and Minute Maid Orange. Facing off between like the Bison and the Kami as well as the Cannon Kami in regards to like the overall decision making towards round enders. I think those are the most impactful things to look out for when it comes to this type of region, is how they decide to spend their meter and also how they close out the rounds, because again, there were so many good moments where Minute Maid Orange was risk averse, and if he actually had to take a risk, he went out with a normal that would have at least yielded him the most success in return.
Right. And again, you're talking about the scene out here, but also shout outs to all the guys behind the scene, Spirit Zero. You mentioned Burnout Fighter. And
love those guys too.
Core
And
Gaming. They're doing a lot of great things out there. So.
I do follow them on Twitch, and I get to see like some of their scene. I get to see a lot of them kind of like put together their broadcast.
Oh, cool. Okay,
I don't really get to like show that kind of love to them, but you guys can. You guys have that opportunity. Twitch.tv/Spirit Zero, being able to check them out at any time. They've done a fantastic job of like both cultivating their amazing group of players, and also from a production standpoint, they've done a really, really great job of broadcasting and rebroadcasting a lot of these events.
Exactly. So shout outs to that entire South Korean scene. Shout outs to the South America East team. You said, it was UAFG, I think UAFG. Shout outs to the Mexico scene, obviously to the Japan scene. Again, it's so sick that they do their World Warriors in front of a live audience.
Yeah. And again, dude, seeing Mexico have a 15-year-old take first place has got to be the most inspiring thing.
I think that's the second first place that he's gotten. I think he got first place the first week.
Yeah.
Didn't do it the second week, but I think he got it this third week. So, I mean,
no doubt. Don't forget the Argentinian representation right now for South America East. You guys are coming in for full force also.
That's right.
I love seeing that too. Chile, a sprinkle of Chile in there as well, because there's like 3 players at least in the top 8. So I love seeing that overall representation from these regions, man.
Yeah, and then it's interesting because I looked at Salvatore from that region. I looked at his start.gg, and it said he was from Argentina, but his flag was said it was from Venezuela, I think it was. So I'm not sure what region he's from, but I mean, if he's from Venezuela, that's really cool as well. You know, to have that representation. From
That's what I'm saying,
well.
man.
Yeah,
That's why I love these World Warrior spotlights. And speaking
fighting
of which,
games
man,
are just they're universal language, dude. It's like the best thing.
damn right. Speaking of World Warrior spotlights, we just concluded ours right now for these 4 regions: South America East, Mexico, Japan, as well as South Korea. However, we got plenty more coming up in our schedule. As you can take a look right now. Obviously, we got to take a little bit of a break with Ultimate Fighting Arena happening this weekend. Yeah. That's going to be so sick to watch. In-person premiere major. Winner of that gets flown out to Capcom Cup, and it feels great. Then, of course, followed right afterwards, another World Warrior Spotlight happening on the 22nd, the following week on the 29th as well. Then switching off to the new month, we got October 6th with another World Warrior Spotlight.
Man, so much Street Fighter 6 action, and like we said, with the offlines, UFA coming up, but then immediately after that, there's so many offline events. Like starting a month after that, we start with starting with ECT and just rattling off all of these offline. It's gonna be great. Offline majors, they're so much fun.
Brother,
it's just so good to watch.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, before we close the show, everybody in the chat, if you have an opportunity to travel responsibly, or even if you're around that area, please, even as like a spectator, a fan, etc. Please plan responsibly and go, because it is a ridiculous experience.
Everybody who's gone to these offlines, they always like, oh my God, this is so cool. Like offline is so cool, and you really feel the magic. You really feel the magic.
That's what sucked me into the FGC, man. I'm telling you. Well, after going to so many events, so many arcade events, then going to my first Evo, I'm like, damn, this is real.
Oh,
you get that experience from other events too, like East Coast Throwdown happening in October, the Super Premiere, especially in Singapore, then followed after in Japan. Of course, Blink Respawn, that's automatic, man. I talked about that energy, and I'll speak about it to the world. And speaking of the world, we got Kings of the World towards the end of it. That's going to be the calendar date for the Capcom Pro Tour. All of your months are going to have nothing but bangers, and that is guaranteed. If you want to check it out and register for yourself, capcom.us/CPT24.
And you remember in the interview with Punk that Rob TV had just earlier, he said that the 2017 Evo was more special to him because it was his first Evo, right? And
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that was his introduction to Evo right there. And so, again, it's one of those things that you go to these fighting game events, and it's just like, it's life-changing when you actually get to these offline events. It's great because you may end up getting stuck in this community like we have, right? So,
but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Happy to be stuck with
you.
Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Then we get to talk directly to you guys at home, being able to support us as well. You guys have been a fantastic audience each and every time that we do these World Warrior Spotlights. Also, shout out to the big productions coming out for every one of these events, including this one. Again, we thank you guys for each and every one of your weekends, all of your time going into the fighting game community, specifically for Street Fighter 6. And we hope you guys have enjoyed it just as much as us. Vicious here with James Chen, and we're out of here. We'll see you for the next one. Peace.
He started out as kind of bad and then got buffed to the state that he is in. We would see a lot more people really strong, and then you get...
Yeah, you're not letting him get away with some of these things for free. Ichima had gotten away with a handful of different palms in the first round that caused a knockdown, which caused the entire discrepancy of mid and main orange. But now,
maybe enough.
He got
That's true. Oh no, that's gonna be it right there. Well,
no, he was grounded. You can't.
What the? Okay.
You can't do that. If he's grounded without playing.
I mean, there's a lot going on in these fighting games.
Level 2 if need be, right? That fierce into level 1 would have been more than...
OD dive kick is a good start, but the perfect parry too far away with the standing medium kick, but he still gets the drive rush, crouching strong, and he has the level 3 all ready to go. 0. I'm wrong.
Not quite. It's kind of insane.
Oh, crouched at the last second. Oh, got in there with the standing light kick. Whoa.
I like that.
And he's almost got a level 2 built up, and he burnt himself out again. Oh, regular throw, and here it is. Got the hit with the standing medium punch, meaty enough